And we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. I get somebody to be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. You deserve better than me.
Hey, the lows. What is up, the lows? What is up? A very good morning. सबको very good morning once again. कैसे हो सब लोग? कैसे हो मेरी जान के टोटो? माफ़ करो, मैं प्रीमियर खेल नहीं पाया. मेरा जो काम था वो ख़त्म हो गया 11 बजे और तभी ज़रफ़ बुला रहा था 5 के लिए, लेकिन 11 बजे मैं सो गया. जिससे काम ख़त्म मैं गया सोफे पे, ऐसा सोया कि 1 बजे उठा, फिर सोया, फिर 2 बजे उठा, फिर सोया, फिर 2:30 को बोला बस हो गया. ये भाई अच्छा नींद लेके ना मज़ा आता है भाई. तो अभी एनर्जी है एकदम हाई ड्यूड. फुल वॉल्यूम पे टीवी पे था, आपने आके पूरा घर को जगा दिया. ये पूरा घर बैठ के अभी देख सकता है मैच. आज भी सिर्फ हाँ पर को स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं ना. ला वी बैक बॉयज. भाई मेरे को अचानक से उठने के बाद ना भूख लगा करके मैंने 2 स्टार्टर मंगाए, समझ रहे हो? तो हो सकता है कि मैं तुम लोग को दिखा के खाना खाऊं. थैंक यू.
See how they kind of play together as a team, right? Because I was kind of mentioning I was a little questionable when it came to their team chemistry, but they've had a
हेलो मैं आ गया. व्हाट इज अप? जी फाइटिंग आज है. जी फाइटिंग आज है.
We'll see, of course, whether or not Evil Geniuses, to Jonah's point, put in that work.
सुनना
But the same can be said for their opponents on the other side of the field as well. Let's welcome to the stage. Here's Loud and Dryad. This squad.
औरा कैसा मेरे भाई? औरा इजी.
This is a team that's come so close so many times. They just need to get
Loud में
over
इमर्ज है,
that
लेकिन
We
इजी
mentioned
आज
before, they
इजी.
have so much potential,
Potter
but they
बोलते
haven't been able
simple
to
बात,
convert
best
those
coach.
matches into wins. And it seems like they've been trying just a little bit of everything. In the 2 matches they've played so far, they played 5 different maps, and only in one they were able to find success, which was
क्या
that
मैंने
jet that
easy
we
और
talked
loud
about
लिखा
with
है?
Birdie on Breeze.
इजी और लाउड
Are they
लिखा
going
है.
to
ठीक
repeat
है.
some of these maps? Are they
अब
going to bring
हल्का सा
something
एक
new?
झाकड़ी
There's
मार के
possibilities because this
points
is your
दिखते हैं.
last chance to stay alive.
Yeah, and that I think is the thing that needs to be highlighted here more
बढ़ने
than
दो,
anything,
कोई सीन
Jonah,
नहीं, कोई
right?
सीन नहीं.
Because when you lose out on this and you are
प्रीमियर का
eliminated,
क्या
we're
हो गया?
talking about a minute of you not being able to play
जीते
official
एक हारे.
matches before you get back on that stage again, right?
मैं देख रहा था मैच.
Unfortunately, I haven't experienced that yet, but
Humble brag.
फिर मैंने कल जी का वॉच पटेगा. ऑब्वियसली होगा मेरी जान के उठे.
over prepared and who prepared
बस
just
मैं वैलो लाइव
Yeah.
करता
like I
हूँ,
was saying before,
पर
sometimes you just need to dumb
ग्रो
down
नहीं
your
हो रहे.
game, play
टिप्स दो.
simple,
वैलो लाइव
and,
बहुत
you
सारे
know,
लोग
just let
कर
the
रहे हैं और
game
तेरे को
come
ग्रो
to
करने का
you
तो
and
तेरे को
try to do
कंटेंट
too
पुश
much,
करना
so.
पड़ेगा.
Well,
उसके लिए
speaking
तेरे
of
को
simple,
वीडियोस
we
डालने
start
पड़ेंगे
things
मेरी
off
जान.
with Haven, one of the
Do you
oldest
think
maps in the game that
आसपास
we move on
is
to a bit.
just
Didn't see
aim
that last one with
duelist
Corrode.
Zekan
Yep.
can
It was.
break
Okay,
shut up
Corode. So what do we
and
make
is
of this
better
series layout
play
here,
maker?
Dryad?
वो लोग देख
I
लेंगे.
really like this
टेक्निकली
map of
डबल
Haven to
duelist के
start
साथ तो वो लोग
off.
जीते.
I was just talking
So I
about
hope they
what the maps
continue.
were going to look like for Loud, knowing that we've seen a lot from them. They're going to bring this map of Haven back. My question is, if they're going to bring it back from that first week that they played it, are they going to be changing that composition? That solo Euro,
मेरे
if
टेंशन
they're
का
going
मैटर
to
है.
continue
वो
playing
100
it,
लोग के
it
जमाना हो
has to
गया.
be just supported a little bit more.
What could work out here, given who's the components they have on Loud?
I would love to
कंटेंट
see
क्या बना है वो
they can
समझ
play
में
double
नहीं
duelist,
आता. वो
they
मेरे को
can
भी नहीं आता,
play
इसलिए मैं लाइव स्ट्रीम करता हूँ
another
चुपचाप.
duelist as well. I feel like that is the best scenario.
So you really think that
for Verdi to
it's in
be
the duelist
comfortable.
side of things where you want to see the changes?
Yes, and it's not because of Verdi, it's not because of his individual performance, but the way
मैं
that the
एकदम
rest of the team is able to
दिमाग वाला
follow up
कंटेंट
from-
बनाता हूँ.
No, it makes sense completely.
PC
Of
का
course,
हो
Verdi,
गया.
a lot of pressure
अभी एक
on him,
monitor
right?
का
And
on the
he's
way.
going to be squaring off
तुम्हारे
against
लिए.
Digizin
Love
on the
you.
other side, so that will always be, you know, a difficult battle there, but I'm sure DG's more than prepared for that challenge. On the other side, though, we talked about what Loud can do. What does Evil Geniuses look to do here, you know, in the series? Like, where do their wins come from?
I think the fact that we've already seen Loud perform Haven, you know, losing 7 to 3.
Canada walo assemble in assembly in the assembly.
Game plan going into it, and I think EG can look
Canada
to
wale I
take
think
advantage of
दोपहर
that
को
if
आते
they
हैं
haven't
अभी.
made any
Time
big
change हो
changes
गया.
to their game plan. I think EG is going to be coming in strong, especially putting DGs in on that neon, going for that aggression and kind of putting a
मैं
stop
सोच
to
रहा
all the
सौरव
lurking that
जी
could
डेली
possibly
व्लॉग
be the
चालू
change
करो
that
करो
Loud
चालू
makes.
बिंदास.
I think this game will be very important for DG's in. Haven, to me,
Rest हुआ,
is
अच्छा
one
rest
of his
हुआ.
best maps. Every time I watch him play this
कितना
map,
hertz
he
का
dominates.
monitor
So
ये
it's
लोग
going to be a lot about getting those
minimum
lines,
240.
trying to deal with this Viper utility,
Mostly
this Viper
360
wall.
लेकिन
And
minimum
he's the type of
240.
player to get in your face, so we're going to see that a lot.
We did see a change-up too, Dan. You asked for it.
And I love this. This neon is going to be a different story for
मैंने
Loud.
वीडियो आईडी दिया उन पे सोचा नहीं जब भी टाइम रहेगा तब सोचूंगा लेकिन तेरा देखा है
Send it
मैंने.
over to your casters for this
Instant
one. Here's
message.
Rivington and Van Silly.
Superman.
We are ready to start this day with another
Meet up
game.
करो ना
Two
भाई.
teams facing elimination
Lil
and
Box
looking
में.
for their first win.
Yeah, and they're desperate right now, Riv, because it's also not only elimination,
तुम्हारे
but
साथ
that the
भाई.
past few weeks in terms of the offseason, the preparation going to this game, the changes they have to make is going to pay off. So it's a big sigh of relief for any of these teams.
What went wrong with
Either
G2
Loud or
yesterday?
EG
I
to
have
win this
no
game.
idea.
They talked about at the desk.
But
we're
Jogomo
kicking
Bhai
things
was
off on
feeling
Haven,
low
where we do
as
have changes
fuck.
actually on both sides. For Loud, they've played
Low
this map
as
before
fuck.
against Cloud9, and they got kind of dominated
Okay,
by the
जा रहा है
teamwork
फिर.
of
अरे,
Round C9,
मस्ती कर रहा
and
था.
they
It
want
was
to
comedy.
play
Lol,
to Murray's
lol.
best. So they're switching him out from the Yoru
Comedy,
to the Neon.
lol.
For EG's side, you're stepping away from the Breach, Sova, Cypher, Jet combo that they kept running last year, and they're going with a mirror matchup.
Looks like they will get just the eyes on Long. And a slow start for both
भाई
sides
लाउड में
here.
सारे इमर्ज हैं ना बे
Seeing them
चैट.
make the first move, honestly.
सारे.
Especially when it's an elimination game at the pistol round.
Yeah.
Every single kill and round counts. So both teams being very patient. And now leveraging a little bit of a fake. You see the drone coming out from KRU and trying to break this turret, trying to pull some rotates across for the rest
क्या वो
of
लोग
Loud
100 का
to walk
rotation
up on this A
काटेंगे?
site. And it's smart plays. Calm is already going to play soft side. They're still trying to read and prod where the hit's going to be coming from.
बोले
And now that
रिटेक
it's
जाने
been
को बोला कि
announced,
आपने
they have
मैंने
to
नहीं
play
बोला
rotate.
मैंने नहीं बोला.
Putting their life in sight. Loud's gonna find
Love you
free
यार रील से
space
भाई.
here. A little bit
Oh,
until you
bro,
wait.
bro,
Calm
20
jumps
बंदे
out right
blind.
away, going for his own dark. Gets the
Bro,
double.
bro.
What a surprise as the rest of the team floods in.
Sexy
the cavalry
way.
is here for Evil Geniuses and Calm, the one to throw himself in the fire and start
किसने
the
देखा
chaos.
लेकिन
Almost
डिफॉल्ट
looks like the
ब्लाइंड
play
वाला
style that they've
किसने
learned
मतलब
facing off
देखा
against
ये?
Envy in the first week.
किसके
Flying
chat में
through,
ये वाला
not giving
retake
a
तुम लोग
chance for their
देखते थे क्या
opponents to
किसके
set up in the
stream
post
पे?
plan. Not only do you throw the recon,
Huh?
it's combined with the paranoia from Superman. Calm maybe whiffing the first few shots, but he still gets value on these 2 kills and
yeah.
wastes enough time for 2 players to come back in and support.
बराबर अमरुद
That was
बराबर.
beautifully played by EG and a different look from what we're used to.
We
Yeah, very
say
fast on that flood.
Somsa
Confidence on the
chat
retake. It's what you want to see to start this game for both
ठंडा
teams.
पानी
That
good
defuse
combo with
goes
watch
right
party.
into the hands of EG as Loud now have to come up with a second round.
मेरे हिसाब से आप पानी थोड़ा
Bulldogs,
टाइम हो गया
Guardian,
मतलब पहले से पी रहे हो.
keep this one pretty low, long range
Excuse
for
me?
EG.
DJ Xena and the Guardian is basically just like playing an outlaw going
Yeah.
to the second round.
थोड़ा
so
सा VC
keep an eye
हो
on
गया
that.
वो.
The purchase that he
Good
has,
बोलते हैं,
trying
कम
to get it
बोलते हैं.
off up as soon as possible too. Hence the differences in terms of the weapons that he chooses is in this anti-ego. And already scoring
आगे मेरा
front,
खाना.
Marker falling down to
Let's
Loud.
eat
And
some food, baby.
unfortunately, there's not really too much map control that they're able to get, and especially trying to sell that fake on that sewer side. Well, they take the silver lining, grab an orb here, controlling that C side.
Yeah. Luke Show trying to do an audio grab. Any rotations, any sound he can deliver here as he gains that space in sewers. And jump around in garage. Making a lot of noise here to make themselves apparent, and EG will bite. We'll say what's going on, who's there. Bao cleans up 3 with the Spectre real fast.
Didn't even need the turret. Just heard the jump into the garage, and that engaged
There it
another great support paranoia from Okeanos. Sorry, as I thought it was Superman before with the paranoia, but it's Oki playing onto the smoke roll. That already gives him 4 assists, by the way, with paranoia assists in the last 2 rounds.
Going from the breach to the Yoru to the, smokes roll, Oki's everywhere.
That's been his role since Tier 2 on top of that, right?
Yeah,
He started off really playing like a Jet being a duelist, then going into a
बोलते
KO, even playing some
जब
Harbor.
टेक पॉज चाहिए तब नहीं
anything
देते
to do, which is again
Huh?
very important going into this meta where you need your flex players to be
पंको और एक
able to
स्पून
open
नहीं नहीं
up
फॉर्क
good
फॉर्क
strategies for the team overall, and especially a flex player that can frag out like Okeanos.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Mira. Good morning.
Digizine trade the op back and forth to no surprise either because they're both very good with it. Something we're expecting those duelists to grab this game as
आ गया मैं भी लेट हो गया
win
वैलेंट
factor.
खेलने बिजी था सच्ची
Got a little bit of time before we get that money online now. Towards C.
भाई मेरे हिसाब से सबको है ना वो
Just
खेलना
trying to
चाहिए
make some
बे
noise here.
नियॉन और
Kind of
यूरो
three right now for EG to move around
हर
that
एक मैप पे
So they're
किसको
getting
मालूम
zero
नहीं
pressure on
पड़ेगा
this A side when they stacked up
कब
three.
फेक
So
हो रहा है
very
क्या
similar look
टाइमिंग है
actually to when they played that breach and
Seconds
solo
में इधर से
combination
उधर
and
जाते
control
हैं,
of the
बाप।
A choke. But as you get this forward line from Digizine, I like that
तुम
they're
लोग
pushing
बोलोगे
it back
दो
from
बंदे
Loud.
ए
It
पे
might
सी वाला
start
मार
forcing
खाएगा वो
EG
गाली
to
देगा
maybe
तूने तो बोला
start
ए पे
peeking for info, start rotating to a different spot and try re-getting
टफ
that
ब्रैकेट
space
फॉर
that's now
जी
lost from the A choke.
You're getting at a bit at garage right
को
now
क्या
from
लगता है
Bob.
टफ ब्रैकेट नहीं है रे
Trying to see if he
जितने
can
भी सारे
catch
लोग
any
खेलते हैं
audio
ना
himself from this
वो
position.
सारे के सारे लोगों में से
He
तीन
might
टीम
just
आगे
actually
जाएगा
catch a hit from Luke Show
तो
here.
तुम लोग को मैटर करेगा नहीं ब्रैकेट से इतना
Very
देखा
close
देखो
to
अरे
screen
बाप रे
this
स्पेक्टर से
Spectre through the door. Bows on it.
Happy those doors got broken at the beginning of the round for sure. It almost looked like he was trying to find a timing, but thankfully it was just to break
ये
util.
क्या था
Just to
भैया
keep
जी
Loud in the spawn. I mean, we have 20 seconds left. They even haven't even crossed that line to get to anything so far for Loud, and finally it'll be a desperate hit over this B site.
The pressure play. I think between both of these teams on their attack sides, we're going to see a lot of rounds ending up like this. If they lose an early player, it just seems to stave off the real hit, but Loud get it down. Now they have to take a breather and figure out what the best play is as they swing. Digizine is there, but it's going to be Okeanos ready for two, and he swipes up.
अरे क्लच कर दिया
And the defuse to follow for the bonus round.
You know, when we're walking on that stage, Okeanos
Forward हो गया था
pockets and just game face on ready.
भाई कैमरा में देख के बात कर रहा है चैट गाली दिया किसको
They've mentioned it before. It's not only
मेरे
just
साइड
on
पे मत आना दगड़
them
दले
trying to
ऐसा
get a
टाइप
victory, but it's also to
हाँ
help out
जी।
Digizine to. I know it's not really a revenge match, as Digizine talked about it
Forward
with
to
Athena,
the three
but
to the
at
भाई
the same time, it
इतना
kinda
बड़ा
feels
अप
good
डाउन
if
वो
you're
लोग
able to
जीते
defeat your ex-opponents, your ex-teammates
Yeah.
from the previous team.
There's always a chip there. We'd love to take care of.
And 3 unanswered rounds for EG.
Let's
That
go,
brings
Geiger
the
chutney.
econ going in for Loud. So have a stinger by, trying to keep things kind of evened up.
Anybody?
So they can have a strong buy into the next round and then maybe start leveraging the
इसके साथ कौन चटनी
Hunter's
देता है
Fury
भाई
to try to swing around
कौन
back
खाता है
in this
इसको
round
चटनी के
number
साथ सुपरमैन बोलते
Already apparent there's an outlaw here. They don't
EG
go
के
for it
team
too
strong है ना?
much. They will start to
क्या
phase a
खा रहे हो?
bit, see if they
चिमकिन
can
चिली।
close the range on Digizine and the rest of the team just by
But
getting
not
up
with
through window.
chutney.
Just past the turret. But they already know.
Yeah.
They already know. There's only one place they really could
बाबुल
be
थे।
going, as they don't see anybody long.
ये
They're
लेकिन
going
clean
towards
sweep
the
होना तो
window.
चाहिए, 2-0.
Darker's going to keep himself alive. Good for 2 now.
आरआर को जे पेयरएक्स हो जाए क्वालिफाई होपफुली मजा आ जाएगा
Trying to find that duel, knowing that he's facing up against
भाई
the
देखो
Sheriff
सीन
only, but
ऐसा
it's
है
still Darker.
Yeah.
Darker had some amazing rounds in the clutch.
ये हल्का सा
3K on the pistol against C9 a couple of weeks
एक
ago and
खतरनाक
almost got
टीम
that space.
ऊपर बैठा हुआ है
But Superman finds that timing. It stops the
Nongshim.
bleeding, but at least Kawadzin has snuck through. This will give them some money going into the
समझ
next
रहे हो?
round, and you'll take that for sure.
Absolutely. Unfortunate to see the
So
upgrade
while
for
we are
Darker there being as undoing after waiting
waiting
so
for all
long
the
in
good teams
situation. Trying to play
to
it smart.
qualify.
Still get the plant down like you
नोंगसिम
said.
ऑलरेडी एकदम
We'll just see
ऊपर
what
बैठा
Kawadzin
हुआ
can
है
make
चिल
of this.
करके कोई खाएगा
Be a pop-off round. Has the ult if it actually comes down
चिमकन
to
के
it.
पहले
maybe
वेज
gets a kill.
तंदूरी आलू
Still gonna be
हेल्दी
pushed
हेल्दी
off quite hard
आलू
from the
तंदूरी
solo
हेल्दी
position
रहता है
As everything's clear now, it's confirmed. Last players and Sewers. Nice little re-clearing for EG on a 3v1.
They're
कुछ ना कर सकता
just getting that safety.
अरे बाप रे
He's
मरा
down
मरा
behind the
मरा
wall.
मरा
Push up. He can't do anything about it. And Digizine will find another kill. 2 away from the ult there for Neon.
डरते
on
नहीं मैं क्या
defense.
भाई जिस हिसाब से नोंगसिम खेला
Not
ना
mistaken, got the defuse
डरना
even
पड़ेगा
before
वाला
that
खेला
kill,
भाई
so
Yeah.
बहुत
allows for that to
इंसेंट
get
खेला
picked
वो
up.
बहुत
This is
इंसेंट
going to be that important swing round. for
आलू
Loud.
जैसा हो जाएगा
Not only do they
चलेगा
have the
भाई
Hunter's Fury, they have
पतला
a
हो रहा
second
हूँ
ult available with Darker's hit.
वेरी इग्नोर मैंने करता
But
वेरी
at the
इग्नोर
same time, with how we've been farming for Bao on the other side for EG, and the orb control from Calm at the beginning of these rounds, they also have double ults to work with.
Yo, Calvin, you gotta keep on playing for stats?
Oh no.
Didn't say that a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah,
To John
Bao's
Cutie.
headhunting for these stat players. He's like, what
बट
are you doing?
आपने तो
I'm
बोला
new
था
here.
जी आ रहा देगा
Isn't that not what you're
अभी वो
supposed
लोग
to
डर
do?
गए ना
That
वो
was
लोग
going to
ऑलरेडी
need a
आगे
bit of
बढ़ रहे हैं
time
अपने से
outside of
समझ रहे
scrims to write new one-liners to the camera in
Yeah.
between these rounds. Yeah, already an early timeout.
सामने आते तो अपन जीत जाते थे भाई
Getting a lot of moments from Bao on the cam, that's for sure.
थोड़ा आगे चले गए वो लोग
And it is going to be that timeout to figure out
मैं
what
कितना भी खाऊं
might
मोटा
be
नहीं
the
होता
answer
सेम मेरा
here.
भाई का
The
भी सेम
fourth
है
round lost as
वो लार्ज
expected
पिज्जा
after the
अकेले खाता
bonus.
है
And we see guns
और
coming in again.
थम्स अप
How
वम्स
are
अप
they
भी
gonna
पीता
work
है
it? It's
और
been
उसके
really
ऊपर भी
a
उसको
main
भीख लगता है तो
control
बिरयानी
on
भी खाता है
on that side by
और वो
Com.
फिर भी पतला
Haven't
है
really tested him too much. They've inserted
मैं अगर
people
2
down
स्लाइस
in
खाऊं ना
the
लार्ज
floor.
पिज्जा का
Nothing's coming of that, and then it becomes a regular hit as the round folds on.
And that's the thing, they haven't really added that
तुम
pressure
फिर के
into
मत आओ
anything
ना
so far
सीधा आओ
at the
बे
beginning of these rounds.
लैंग्वेज
We saw some very slow
नमस्ते
play
में वाले टीम
in
और
the past
रेमन
few
में
weeks, even
क्या
if it's
कॉमन
different
है
comps.
क्या
But they just try to scale
Both
up as a
team
team
are
and
hot.
haven't really so far, in my eyes, leveraged Verdi to the best of his potential yet.
Better
Because
than
he
Casino, yep.
usually on his Neon is just going to run it down. It's Digitine instead.
Up in the speed here, Verdi's able to see it, but it's a nice peek for each other as they're swinging. Just trying to get as many
trades
trades
हुए
as
भाई
possible here in mid. As you see, the X is littering that mid side of the mini-map. And coming out of this timeout,
ये जाने के बाद ये लोग को
it was
ड्रोन
to up
करना
the
ही
pace
पड़ेगा
for sure. It's like they're still trying to watch the extremities here, but EG's trying to close in as much as possible.
तुम लोगों को पता है
That's
ना
the
उधर
positive side
ऊपर
of
क्यों
these
मारा
from playing very slow for loud and
कि
staying
टीपी
in
मारा
spawn
था
is
वो
that
लोग
if
को
you're
लगा ऊपर
actually
बॉक्स पे
trying to change the tempo from the opponents, they'll be ready for it. You can't keep that as your main game plan every round here on the attack. At least they spotted Okeanos earlier on who broke the alarm bot, so they know it's kind of weak side on that side.
ओमेन ने मस्त वाला
See, there was no
स्मोक डाल के
retaliation
थोड़ा
after trying to
रुका
fight
दिया
back, but yeah, you definitely do have a nice little alert coming, and especially
तो
with
OP
the
हो
turret
जाएगा
being called back.
Perfect.
That's the call already from Superman, so
डाल
that's
दिया
going to get
smoke
Okeanos ready.
डाल दिया लग गए
They're actually just waiting. It becomes
Full
a lot
walk-in करके आ
scarier when
रहे
you know there's people on the map and you're not finding any. You feel like they are surrounding you everywhere. Okeanos starts it off from the shadows almost, if you will.
वो लोग ने लॉन्ग पे भी देखा यार
And he will actually. More shots to come through. Pancata looking left and right.
क्लीन खेल रहे बे
Just trying to fix his crosshair.
किकऑफ
What
में
might be the
आरआर
right
के
position.
एफएस
Still
एनएस लग रहा है
slight bit of time to work with, but
नहीं,
so
नहीं,
many
नहीं.
angles it looks impossible.
That's the big thing looking at this as Okeanos picks up the second in the round. It's the discipline that you have from EG. You definitely could see right now that they're really trying to play to win. It's a 3 versus 1 in that sense. You kind of caught Pancata off guard, yet Com still falls back. They're trying to play the numbers. They drone up. He scans. They're just letting Pancata come to him. And I love that little gap that Okeanos gave himself. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but nonetheless, you don't have any eagle swings coming out from EG. Play the contact. The other one swing out. Guarantee the round. And it looks like they have definitely been ironing things out throughout the past couple of weeks versus what we've seen in these hectic battles that they brought week after week when they first started here against Envy and then Sentinels.
Stinger by. It's funny, we mentioned Com at the end of Long A. He was back for the Hunter's Fury that round. Back for the Shock Dart. This time to get a nice short chip there. Stinger's at the ready. Paranoia coming up from lower. Superman's going to get hit, but he's going to try to close the distance here. The relay bolt, the kitchen sink, everything dropped on his head. And the rest of Loud as well as they turn the corner and fire into the abyss. It was that corner. EG playing it calm, playing it collected. Okeanos picks up a third and calm. Stares down from his tower and drops County.
Okeanos continues its reign on the defensive side.
Clean, bro.
I love at least that we changed the tempo, yes, for Loud to be a little bit more quick.
मेरे को आज तक नहीं समझा अल्ट मार के सीधा बाहर क्यों आता है.
Also for the type of buy that you had. Love to start seeing this a little bit more here in the gun rounds because it definitely looked like on that side for EG.
अच्छा अल्ट था.
They had to ready up themselves a little bit more quickly.
Bro, I own this A bomb site, bro.
Bro, actual में sexy खेल रहा है.
It's the Stinger rush in. I think one of the things is they all kind of just came horizontally out of that alt as much as they could instead of continue to push.
Loud के सामने
I
strong
think that's the
है.
important thing
मतलब
too is
बहुत
that
crazy
Darker
strong
swung
नहीं है.
outside of his pit when they dropped it down. So once he dies, it opens up and exposes the rest of the team who are trying to play onside with the stairs inside the pit. So I don't think we followed that plan correctly for the side of Loud, but hopefully this time it'll pay out from the IGL. Pancata calls that he's going to TP back towards that spawn, and Bao is waiting for it.
This is huge. Loud need an opening in one of these rounds. Can they look to their IGL for it? They can.
Ready ta be.
Spawn starts it, and this is going to be the C exec that they need. They still have to get through this retake. It looks like the op may come from that long side, but it's going to take Digizine and KRU a while to get there.
The overdrive is available for Digizine, so that's why he is flanking with the rest. With the op in hand. Maybe waiting for the recon in 18 seconds, but they are showing themselves here on that
maybe जैसे-जैसे आगे बढ़ेंगे वो लोग improve होते
Push
जाएंगे.
in.
Loud's ready to push back towards that spawn. Look at that.
They're trying to get away, but Superman doesn't let him. Superman doesn't let him. He is a brick wall on that defensive side, and they're still getting pushed from long. Luke Shaw having to turn back and forth. Ready for it. Not only A, it is also C that he's got a lock on here when necessary. Superman on that defuse, it'll come through. 2 seconds left. It sounded close. It wasn't even close.
I mean, every site's locked out.
Yeah, seriously. 7-0 right now.
It's 2020 IRL for Loud trying to work the attack on this map of Haven. But that said, the fact right here that Superman is able to find 3 kills because the read and the call was perfect to say, let's push up towards that spawn. The alarm about the drone, there's got to be more than one with Tom.
I thought you had a good ass aim.
and the fact that they wanted to push out towards that spawn, what was missing though was the timing on that swing. They went one by one to try to fight against Superman. And that was some of the mistakes that was also showing against their last matchup on 100 Thieves.
Oh, he wasn't lying. 2 more and Sewers go down before Darker can come back with anything. To get Loud in a position to figure out where they can go here. We saw even Verdi going down for Loud in their previous series was cause for pause. It took Loud so long to regroup, to find a way to go. And the rounds just never seemed to work out if they lost that main entry here. They got a lot of work to do.
It's painful. Right? You're at the minute mark, you're showing your hand. There's still util up on both the garage and C side. But now here comes those confident peaks that could be very punishing for EG.
Oh, we get seen.
लेकिन वो लोग को मालूम था वो लोग आगे नहीं जा रहे थे.
Kaunzine rather rechecking that spot, knowing there was a sliver to hide in here. Digi from spawn, they are absolutely looking to secure this round as they throw everything in with the ultimates, and the lockdown will delay EG on that retake.
And of course, just like any other
किसने कॉम को देखा?
9-3 curse or a 7-1
लॉकडाउन को वेट करने से अच्छा वो जाके टरेट तोड़ के आया ताकि वो लोग को लगे एक और एंगल से आ सकते हैं.
Nano swarms already, but they're popping it quite early.
कैसे पन्नू?
Yeah, that's very early. EG for sure going for this with the bankroll that they have over these last 8 rounds. Oh my God! We saw a triplet going down there. Kaunzine gets the kill on Digizine. And now we're going to have Calm just hanging out to save this one. So it is going to be 7-1. A very, very big kill coming in through this round. They got that C side for the side of Loud. Let's see if he can get any more kills here.
That's what they can't do.
Not bad.
When you look at it, Okeanos already had 2 kills in the sewers. They're playing a 5-on-3. The scaling for Loud at that point into the garage. Because if it's not the Alarma was on B side still, but the turret helps you over here. You can't have the guy swing out garage yet. Because you need to help out at least each other on the C side, on the garage.
We'll have some Gant fart wings.
And it just makes it so much more difficult for the rest of EG to rotate back from the A site to see if the site's already taken in the first place.
EG.
Post plant.
Operator on garage. Oh, that's an elbow. That poofy jacket is going to get Luke Show killed. Looks like he won't actually peek. He's on the box, just hiding out. Is Loud. Really haven't tempted mid for quite some time here.
chat में तृप्ति बोल रही थी अभी भी सिंगल है करके.
Looks pretty decent for EG.
तेरे को भी घंटा कोई नहीं मिला रहेगा.
But you still have 2 players just working in tandem so that you can't get more pressure into the extremities, into the legs.
क्या आप चाहते हो मैं दल्ले बनूं?
Killjoy ultimate as well, where you're going to throw that down if you can keep control just behind window. Yes. Easy from garage. But it still means the front of the site is a fight. That window becomes a priority. Digizine's able to find some kills through the doors.
Close.
As he takes a bit of damage. Calm, doing calm things. A little bit of damage to come off of that.
Superman को अभी आने का late. ये late नहीं है.
Superman toying with us on the outside as the team tries to get to the front of the site. It's happening on all fronts here. This fight needed to be won, but Kaunzine comes out on top. Loud's doing exactly what they need to do to stave off another round from EG.
Major ultis मार के वो लोग आ रहे हैं.
This is going to be a second round from Loud.
कैसा ready?
Yeah, the setup was actually pretty nice for EG though.
बनो क्या पहले से हो language.
Early on the A side, so you know there's a lean towards middle for Loud. Then you have that buddy system into the garage and the turret to support and help out the lockdown once you try to play that retake. At the end of the day, it becomes the gun rounds right over here, the duels that have to be won for the side of EG, where unfortunately it didn't pan out for a couple
ये
of
कितना
these
easy है
players.
बे स्पैम मारने को लोग फिर भी बीच में वो प्लांट
As
करते
good
हैं
as
पता
they
नहीं
look for
क्यों
the first 7 rounds, you're already calling the
Best
early
plan
timeout
लगता है
on
ये
the
वाला
side of
default.
EG, just to slow down the momentum here of Loud, where it seems as though
W timeout?
we're getting a little bit too overconfident maybe on the side of EG.
दो डिफरेंट टीम के मैचेस के बीच में कितना लंबा ब्रेक होता है हार्डली 10 मिनट
You want to continue this dominant first half that you've displayed.
क्योंकि प्लेयर्स आ जाते हैं वो लोग
I think one of the
किट
things we
सेटअप कर
saw
देते हैं
EG
जैसे
start
एक
to
टीम का
suffer
मैच
on versus Envy towards the end, and it was a big reason for the Corrode
Good morning,
comeback
good
style,
morning.
was the pressure. They're just hitting the site
Loud
at
से
the speed
सबसे
that EG has a hard time organizing
उनका loud
the utility,
language.
and maybe losing 1 or even 2 in the process, which then we've seen become just a save for the way that Loud pushes up and really tries to get in their face.
One last layer there, I think they were trying to do that. I forgot to mention in
Where
that
is two is
lockdown play
playing
for EG
right
is
now?
The Hunter's Fury from Calm.
I know where is not playing. He's not playing
and as
into
soon as it
easy.
disappears, people want to try to fight back towards that window. He's just trying to ult in there to maybe catch some players off guard. But unfortunately, it didn't get any hits going to
Thank
left side,
you.
which also
आज
allowed
बहुत
Loud
ऐसे
to
जो
have
कहेंगे मस्त
a
2
much
घंटा
better
से हम
post-plant scenario where all that util and that trap play was finally gone out the window for EG side, literally. But you refocus. The op is back in the hands of the Jazeen, and he's looking for an aggressive
wait,
line
guys,
down towards the
but you
sewers.
didn't
Beautiful
come.
snake
मैं
bite,
तो
though,
बोला
he'll be
था
able
रे
to cross that wall. So
possible नहीं लग रहा है
an advantage for Loud to take over sewers.
Oh, he
Hey,
turns the
sexy
relay
counter
bolt
stun
as they
दिया
trade that quick
sexy
concuss.
counter stun दिया
And he saves
Sex
himself,
by
saves the op.
sexy खेला है भाई
But now, Loud
Huh?
know where that op is. They have the opportunity to move towards a different site as fast as possible. Again, up the pace just a little bit. And they're going to drone mid to make EG think that it's important.
oh shit
So
Oh,
Infiltrated
shit.
finds a lurk. They're going to try to punish Darker at least to get a player's advantage on the retake.
oh shit क्या ओमेन ब्लाइंड देगा इसके लिए
Oh,
देना
they
तो
know.
चाहिए
Oh, he looked away though.
अयो
Just for the moment. Takes a second to reset or keep an eye on the left side, and it was the moment he goes down. Trade.
लेकिन लेफ्ट तो ओमेन ने
Yeah, they
क्लियर
knew
किया था
Okeano's TP'd and saw him, so
Yeah.
they didn't really work in tandem to take
Oh,
that down.
shit.
And Bao is playing close with that judge and gets caught off the rotate when that spike goes down on that B site. So,
Super.
and see again.
Across, they know they're
Oh,
looking straight
shit.
at the window. Do they know there's a second though? This is the crux, but there's another flank on the flank coming through that would
Oh,
have probably
shit.
stopped Okeanos.
भाई ये तो कमबैक हो गया
And again, here is that same
MCM क्या चीज
situation where Digizine is gonna have to back up and keep that in his hands.
लाउड क्यों अपने नाम जैसा खेल रहा है
What was missing from Loud, now that you're starting to see a couple of rounds come through, when they're actually throwing these slow defaults,
language
despite the
language
aggression coming out from EG, you're
Yeah.
probably
language
using
अभी
util
समझ
to
रहा
break
language
some on the side of Bao,
Is that what
forcing
bye?
kids to come out. And as soon as you get that one, just that one kill,
पैन कड़ा
from
गरम हो रहा है
Darker
क्यों आवाज में
onto
रखा था
Calm, that's
म्यूट
trying to lurk up to get that kill. Well, that
मन से
forces
वैलो
Bao to
ग्राइंड है
get
फिर
out of
से
position,
ये
knowing they
मैं
have to
कब
push
से
that
फ्री
B site,
पता नहीं मेरे
and
को
then he
देखना
gets
पड़ेगा मैं
caught by
शेड्यूल
an
देखा
insert
नहीं
on that C site because
बोला था लाउड ऑन टॉप होने वाला है तेरे ऊपर
these
लाउड
type
आ
of
रहा है
plays where Loud has been good at
Now-
against Cloud9 when they play these slow rounds.
नहीं लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से इजी देगा
And it displays themselves right here in this.
There is
current
no
round after the
way-
timeout from EG.
वो लोग अटैक लेफ्ट राइट करें ये कॉम के साथ
3 in a row
7 राउंड
here for
डिफेंस में
Loud.
बहुत मोर देन इनफ है मतलब
Timeouts
2 गेम खेल लेंगे वो
coming through
लोग
for
वैसा
them
इनफ है
to make sure this does not go any further. And honestly,
सुबह-सुबह मत
being
कहो
able
यार।
to get 7 on the defensive side for EG is already very, very nice, especially on a site or a map like Haven.
Be critical on that one though. It should have been 8 if it wasn't for that super peak that we had in the garage
Very true.
on that 5 versus
अब
3.
लग
But
गए।
at least you're trying to right your wrongs. DJZ gets that
ये
first
सेंटी
pick
मर
with the
गया
operator and looks
बार-बार
back down
फ्लैंक
towards
देखना
that
पड़ेगा
Simone.
उसको
Finds it. The quick peeks. You
भाई
never know where
भड़का
he
हुआ
is.
है
Last
भाई।
time
उसके
he was at
ऊपर
short,
2
then
जन
he
का
was at
क्रॉस
long.
फायर है
Now he's at
उसके ऊपर
C,
2 जन
trying
का
to vary
क्रॉस
the
फायर है
position every round, and even within the round, use that neon speed to be at a different site.
Now we'll see if the leadership and the communication coming in from Com and from Potter to play your numbers. Not aggressively peek is there and it works.
Yeah.
गॉड दो को वैसे मारा डार करना है.
Easy little high-low there, as much as they could from the garage hallway. And now Darker left to search around 40 seconds, so he does have the map to work
भाई शॉर्टी नहीं लगता है क्या तुम लोग को?
100 teams got some
Binks
money.
by GEELI CHUMMI to ALL. I hope all dreams come true. Coming true forever. I hope all your dreams keeping coming.
He's got the movement. Oh my god, did you see that?
Love you, मेरी जान कर रहे.
Calm, quick shot on Darker. Gets him there, and you're right.
Yeah, it's just missing blade storms.
भाई स्किन की वजह से नहीं लगता है क्या शॉर्टी है करके?
The shot in the middle. And Digizine waking up a little bit. And it's not because the outshots are really missing, it's because Loud's doing a good job of avoiding that.
And that's basically what Jonah P was mentioning before too, like to have neons to try to disrespect walls on one end on the attack side, it's also the same thing.
Binks ने बोला था comeback हो रहा है, language.
That's been coined so long and utilized
मेरे को भी भूख लग गई अभी.
Jonah P in the guard.
आपके पेट में दुखेगा.
It's to block those lines of sights of the
जब तक पेट
operator.
भर रहा है तब
It's
तक
hard for
प्रॉब्लम नहीं है
Digizine to get value out of those, which is why now he's off on the C side. Doesn't care about the Viper wall, just wants to fight into a C-long. It's a fake though on the side of Verdi. Now look at the pincer into C.
2 kills already.
भाई वो लोग
Verdi and Darker, so that overdrive's down.
इस टाइम पे वो लोग बी बुलाता था
Now
नियॉन.
they can just play it safe.
क्योंकि
Drone
प्रेशर
actually
में कोई
misses,
दिख नहीं रहा था.
Digizine stays safe,
ज़्यादा better था.
stays moving. Can't
सी
get that
करंट
one.
था एकदम फास्ट.
Too much of a swing.
ऑलरेडी 3
Not a
बंदे
mouse
सी
pad.
पर. अरे
So is going to take advantage of the site getting hit. A little bit of ping going out there.
कैसे?
A little bit of a miscom, nobody there to break that dart.
Yeah.
For Digizine, it allows Luke to find that timing.
Okay, Bao has a timing of his own. Oh, pincered? Both of
Oh
them?
my god.
Oh my gosh. Fish in a barrel. Okay, maybe not. This is it, but they're going to be pinched in here from both
मारने पड़ेगा
sides.
वरना 100
They're
आर्ट
trying
ने
to
मार
push
पाएगा.
out and make one of them work in their favor. Cowanzine doing what he can, but
लग
Tom's
गया.
got the swing. Superman's got another one, a second
Sexy
on the
खेला है.
round. He's going to go
उसका
ahead
2
and
महीना.
defuse that for the team.
Love you Anj bhai. Hope you're enjoying.
Here to keep one enemy away from him, and you already see it on camera. He's like, we're playing so well. I think I read they're playing so bad, so they got this.
Yeah. He's like, our brains are this big. We're huge, huge brains.
Well, at least again, able to
मैं
correct
गलत बात
that.
कहाँ रहे हो?
After
बता
Luke
भी
gets
नहीं
a
रहे
nice
कहाँ
double
से
kill at the beginning.
बुलवाया, कहाँ से मंगाया?
Maintain
मेरे
a
को
strong
मालूम
lead.
नहीं. रैंडम जगह से मंगाया मैंने. अच्छी जगह बंद हो जाता है.
Nicely done. We'll see if EG can carry on with this domination when we come back from the break.
अच्छा वर्सेस क्रू है. मेरे को इतना मालूम है कि क्रू
Here's the
मारेगा.
bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of
ये
these
लोग का ये
cars.
लाइनअप
Not how
नंबर
it
2
works.
क्वालिफाई हो सकता
Guess
है.
you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T
ऐसा
or
टीम
T-Mobile
है
bill
भाई.
for a
हेलो.
better deal today.
ये लेकिन तीनों मैच जाएगा ये मैच. कल जी वर्सेस डीएफएम. यस सर. कल अगर डीएफएम को हरा दिया ना जी ने, मैं 100% बिलीव करेगा कि इस बार मास्टर्स के लिए क्वालिफाई है. बिन भाई जी का VCT का एक 7 प्लेयर रोस्टर अलॉन्ग विद कोच बताओ विद प्लेयर्स रोल प्लीज अभी तक के मतलब.
We are back with EG versus Loud. We got the 7-1 in first half, and then we got the 9-3 ending. So the only final thing is this is going OT. Let's get into the second half.
Again, looking really good for EG after the first half. And unfortunately here, if you're looking for the side of Loud, there's been just a lack of ways to really get Verdi activated again. So upon his conversation after the loss against 100 Thieves, to Pedro Romero is saying, look, what we're currently playing so far doesn't really match our play style. And I feel it's for him. He needs to find something and an agent that allows for him to be quick and aggressive. And you know he has it with this Neon. But when he's actually going for these sight hits and he's trying to sell these fakes, he's by himself, and then he can't really help out the rest of the team because they're getting picked off on a different part of the map. So they just have to brush it up and put it up as a group right now for Loud to hopefully come back against this
love you,
side.
bye.
And if the sight hits don't work, does it become a standstill upping Neon? You know? What is the variation? We'll have to see how fast they play it. Lots of ghosts to back up Calm Sheriff here on this round. And a whole lot of Loud on B, ready to shift to either side of this map. That's a quick one from Luke Show. Always good for a crack shot like that.
The most consistent player for Loud in the last few weeks.
Straight up.
To losses was still top fragging, almost dropping 20 as well into a couple of series where they lost. I think like a 6-13.
Yeah.
Controller.
Okeanos going unchecked for a moment. As the chaos begins mid here. And that is just all in favor of Loud as they started to pinch in, continuously having that defense B. Everyone was there to participate.
Yeah, now up to the newly appointed IG LEV to try to clutch a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
He's leaning towards this side of A. It's beautifully read here for Loud. I think they're in the same type of scenario where they're going to play their numbers. You'll retake as a group. Just take the best map control as possible. Link though. And Lucio gets
double duel setup
from C to A. So you know what? I think they're going to be here. Site to site, coast to coast. Lucio getting kills on this first pistol round in the second half. We see boom. There's the first one.
Gulu karega ini.
Action. Love to see it. Quick tap coming in from Dark there. And Loud getting a important round.
Even playing from his past roles on this map in Tier 2, he switched away from the Cypher onto this one. I remember him being just such a good player as he was farming everybody on this map. Just because of the cages and whatnot, but he doesn't need the cage at this point. Playing the cage A, playing a chamber. He doesn't mind going for the head-to-head duels. Because as you saw in the skirmish, he'll take anybody down.
He's not afraid to buy an op. He
well.
doesn't care what the server thinks. All right, Pancata, Stinger, quick paranoia.
Good morning, good morning.
By Loud, but they still have pretty good hold of that backside.
Language.
Fizzles out, but it doesn't stop EG from taking
membership
that space again to make sure they have it for another hit.
It's a cut noise repeat. That said, though, we're not going for the drone at the minute mark. They're going to try to walk down.
Take flight.
There it is.
Hello. Ooh.
That's how you get punished.
A few of the shots going wayward there, and they do get taken down by a classic. The thing is can they grab one?
Squeeze me, baby.
Oh, tempting. The smoke's
up. Is it true? Huh?
And they're going to put their own smoke up to make sure it might be a gun upgrade.
Temporary ban.
Hoping to bait some shots at the same time.
Oh. Kawanzin low. He wants to be the last one participating in this if somebody else can make a distraction. Right into Kawanzin's face, but Loud is ready and prepared for the jump through there. Everybody's staring down the outside of that smoke. Birdie with the Marshall, a scope in his hand as he's
Kind of still like the heads up play for those two players for EG.
Today's my birthday. Wish me if you can. Shubham bhai, many happy returns of the day, meri jaan rote.
He's already holding inside that smoke, switching to the shorty and guarantees that kill. So making it around very expensive. For Loud as they drop, I think, 3 players in that process. Again, punishing Loud's early peaks. The timing that Kawanzin was trying to use control, very similarly, basically, to EG on that first half. But they still managed to close out the round for the Brazilian organization.
Oh, fuck.
Triple swing now towards long.
Was Calm fast enough to get out? He's going to have to do a hell of a fight here. That's one. 42 HP left. Doesn't really have a chance to get too much help now, but the relay bolt is there. Dizzy's just going to go ahead and cook himself to try and get this one. It is going to give the advantage to the squad. They're losing a few. They're losing too many now, Vance.
Yeah, 1v2.
Shillong plan kare long se chalo one way smoke पे सब कुछ है तो.
It'll take a long time though for it to rotate across, and it's annoying. You're gonna have to play against a smoker too.
Oh my.
I'm gonna use it for the cross in the garage first. Turret may help out at least for Luke Show. Is able to at least.
Hey, I need my copyright payment, please.
Smoke.
Thank
you. Don't really
you.
want to use it for any type of one-ways. Just trying to make it difficult for Luke Show to try to get this round back.
This would be a monster clutch. Has the turret to just distract Might have time to find that second one. Does.
One ban हुआ और क्या? Ban करके player
Goes at the end, gets one kill. This is going to
insider
leave
betting का
Bao
होता है, allegations
wondering.
था.
It's just an alarm bot to his name, so that ain't helping. It's going to be all on
Allegations
the
था
game
यार.
here. The turret is still there, but he's not going to choose to
था वो
use it.
मेरे को
And
नहीं मालूम.
Bao comes up big for Evil Geniuses.
The wide swing too. Wonder what he's saying there.
ऐसा.
Definitely wasn't trying to play for stats this time around for Lucio. He was trying to play for the clutch. Unfortunately here, it's not good
अभी
enough.
कौन सी टीम में अभी?
It looked dangerous at some
इसमें
point though,
नहीं है.
because the first one swinging out was the one that was going to get the direct line into the one defusing. And then Bao just had to trust his gut that it was going to be a full stick from Luke Show.
कोच बन जाता है आपके 4-5 घर होते जैसे ही अगर इंटरनेशनल कोच बन जाता
from round to round there 2 to 3 and pays off for EG.
Good night my place. मैच फिक्सिंग का सीन नहीं था. I think उसने खुद के टीम पे डाला था कि अपन जीतेगा करके. ऐसा सीन था.
So Verdi now goes into the outlaw line.
लेकिन any form of
the best, but still gets punished by
betting allowed
running up.
There's the speed. We were wondering. It's not an off standstill, Neon. It's a very speedy Digizine. Luke Show from the side, but the team's able to find out what's going on with that situation really quick and sort it out. They just have to worry about the flank now.
Okay, they took out the main heavy hitters of this B site anchor.
Why double control of this map?
We're
क्योंकि
still
map बड़ा है
alive,
ना.
though, with the veterancy of the original LAN players of Pankata and Kawadzine. All of EG stuck to stay within sight, so you're droning out for info, but it's waited out. That's what we call the experience of players like Kawadzine. Drone's gone, he re-drones to try to clear up the site, and the double swing will come in from the ceiling soon.
Oh, the distance is good. He lets the team know they can go in. Superman takes out
Superman
Darko,
ने क्या
though.
बचा है बे
Zach is being
उसको?
locked down right now as Calm is also trying to swing
उससे
back
तो
and
भाग
forth
के जा
to give
सकता
an
था ना
anchor
ये लिंक.
position to Superman, but it's not necessary. Holds it down with 3, a possible 4th here as Calm's hiding just on the back. Superman swings and he does.
W भाई क्या निकाला बे सुपरमैन ने राउंड. भाई क्या बचा है बे सुपर को?
Coming out from Calm as well. Because not only he gets drawn out, he knows that Kawanzine's in the window, yet he still decides to cross over wide. High risk, high reward. So as you cross over, the others will have to swing out and try to chase him down, which allows Superman to get the surprise attack from the back of Gong. And a quad kill.
नहीं लेकिन ओमेन मार सकता था I think. I feel ओमेन मार सकता था.
Oh, they are very happy with the way things are going right now. Controlling this, taking 2 rounds back right away here in the second half.
मस्त गाना पाया.
Just on either side of that entrance to C. Verdi waits, Pankata waits. Oh, ate that. Just hatching shock darts over there in the corner, that's fine.
And that's the hero rifle, buying small shields. And he's already at half HP. That was full damage. That landed right at his toes.
So going to keep his position for now. The smoke clears, so they're pretty much locked in and dedicated to
अभी बढ़ेगा तो थोड़ी देर स्ट्रीम देख के सो जाऊंगा. Dancing.
So many ults already ready for the side of EG2.
And you see, because of this eco, right, everybody's just staying on the side of EG. They wanted to make some noise on this side first and maybe push some opponents over on that A choke. But as it continues to stay quiet, and they really haven't found that true information against Loud.
Now वो जंपिंग कर रहा है. ना वॉल अप और रिपोजिशन के लिए ना कुछ. तो वो लोग का एक सेंस आ गया कि सी स्टैक हो सकता है. And they are right.
EG will still continue to have to play contact and hoping here that they're not running into the stack.
I think one of the fundamentals, or things we saw about EG in their fundamentals, was they were going too slow on their anti-ecos. It seems like they're going slow, but they've somewhat corrected it once they get into the site. Digi creates that space. We have the ult coming through, and they're ready for Loud to come back to the site. It doesn't mean Loud doesn't get a few to their own name, as they're still trying to creep in. A little bit of a smoke maze, Caterpillar in, and that puts Darker in hell for now. See if they can get any trick shots out of this one.
Watches the wrong side, but Digizine elevated gets the easy kill. Staying very patient in the numbers for EG.
बस इनमें मेंबरशिप एंड हो रही है. गिफ्टिंग वाली स्ट्रीम वापस लाओ. लैंग्वेज.
Oversight on A. Running a Fnatic round with the
मैंने
last few
वाली
seconds
बात
to
तो
get the
पुरानी हो
point
गई ना
in.
शायद.
Digizine now activated
Last
for
year
those
का.
eco kills to get the overdrive at map point.
And they got the open sight. controlling a chaotic fight on the take.
कौन बोल रहा था लाउड जीतेगा?
The weight on the round really separated what they wanted in the macro, so just took a bit of back and forth once they got there. EG looking now at game
भाई लेकिन सोचो बे, पोर्टर के अंदर कितने टीम्स बे?
Their selection of map choice as well.
कितने प्लेयर्स टीम्स ने, टीम तो EG था, कितने प्लेयर्स आए और कितने लोग शाइन किए भाई?
It's top. Top. Ooh, all the way to the back for Okeanos.
Hello. And just that in itself, look at how he pulls back the defense. Yeah, he still loses that fight to Darker, but that gives a little bit of room for EG to start creeping up.
जीता ना वो लाउड मतलब?
Moving in, yeah, rush back from Darker now.
Exactly, it's soft side on C site. So they're reading this correctly for EG once again. But it's Penkata, man.
Oh, yo.
The movement he wasn't aware of, but they're not aware of Penkata either. As Darker and Penkata have a beautiful crossfire there to start off, and they are smothering Evil Geniuses on this hit. Read it very well after the ultimate came through for Okeanos.
Still at 50 seconds. For the side of EG. Calm is going to go around the world.
Full around the world.
You know how that meme goes? To this day?
It's in my head right now. I started. I was bobbing back and forth. And
but still, through all this time, nobody's watching here towards that back spawn side. So
नहीं क्योंकि वो लोग को नहीं लग रहा है A से आएगा क्योंकि B पे उसका अलार्म बॉट सब कुछ है. गराज स्किल जो देख रहा है C वो लोग देख रहे हैं तो लोग पीछे क्यों देखेंगे?
Okay, reset.
The recon that helps.
Kawanzine reset it, yeah. But still, 10 seconds left. This is going to be a high.
Oh my
you
God.
do not peek this. There's no peek. There's no peek. Oh my God, he's going to go for the full plant. He's going to get the plant. Oh, he's got the 1v1 now versus Luke Show. Is he going to end the game? Is the IGL going to end the game? Com already did around the world. Can he put it on his shot?
Oh my God!
Gets the 4K and 6 for the first map.
Com getting the revenge on Luke Show, beating his coach in this skirmish. But man, did that flank get so much value, and unfortunately for another time, no position to trade for the Sad and Loud. All 1v1s. But great on Com and the rest of EG for a map that they pulled.
Bro, लेकिन वो लोग का कोई गलती भी नहीं है भाई. A से कौन घूम के आएगा बे?
It's a dominating.
हाँ?
Defensive
40 seconds
by Okeanos that we just saw on the screen there.
Just exuding classes.
It was worth it. Membership adventure. So lost my physics and all my chemistry, but you kept me entertained. Love you, yaar. मेरे जान के रोटे. Love you, yaar.
They're looking dangerous right now in this series, but thankfully going into that second map, it's Abyss. We talked
I
about
hope you are all fine now.
Switch things up and right their wrongs. Abyss have had so many reps for both of these teams in the past few weeks, so this should be the cleanest Valorant.
I'm ready for it. We're stepping away, but up next, GB and the analyst desk will break down map number 1.
Binks दादा SG सर्वर में practice कर रहा हूँ, but ping diff हो रहा है like 90 ping. So should I continue playing SG? बस काफी कुछ सीखने मिल रहा है. हाँ obviously. और तेरे को खुद लग रहा है तेरे को सीखने मिल रहा है, तो obviously continue. उसके बाद खेलो मुंबई. मुंबई सर्वर तुम लोग कभी भी खेल सकते हो बे.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good.
किलो भी तेरा बहुत बढ़ेगा मुंबई सर्वर में. एक मॉनिटर इन्वेस्ट करो.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilish.
वैसे जरूरत नहीं, मोबाइल में भी देख ही सकते हो.
Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
तोरा माइक.
I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings?
कॉम्पिटी ना भाई, हाँ कॉम्पिटी है.
Not in my position.
अभी तो फिर भी ठीक है रे. लास्ट ईयर भाई सिर्फ फ्लैंक आया वो बंदा. कभी मेरा भी एप्रिसिएशन चैट पढ़ लिया करो. लव यू आयुष भाई. बिंग भाई सिंह आज किसी से एक्सट्रैक्शन नहीं हो रहा आपके बिना. हाँ क्या ऐसे होना चाहिए उसका. One more week of better back to grand. W मेरे जान. तारा भाई आज कोल्हापुर तारा भाई आज कोल्हापुर जा रहा बिकॉज प्रोफेसर काम चालू हो रहा फ्रॉम मंडे एंड ट्रैवल कर रहा है इसलिए अभी देख रहा हूँ स्ट्रीम. प्रोफेसर W मेरे जान कर रहे W, you are doing a very good thing. हाँ, क्या मैं एक दिन आ सकता हूँ सिखाने? और वीडियो लोग होमवर्क कर रहे हो कि नहीं दल्लो? एक दिन तेरी गुड मॉर्निंग ब्रो, गुड मॉर्निंग. नाइट सर, टेक केयर, सी यू सून. See you soon, see you soon. Rukaro, chali karo. Bye.
Infelizmente ele é muito bom, mas o pancada é melhor. Pancada leva mais 2 kills pra ele no round, 2 pedradas de xerife.
Looks to challenge. John had to get off the spike, but time is short, and Com has done this many times before. Cool, calm, collected is Com.
Looks like you guys had a really good showing this map. Obviously a lot of changes. Looks like a really good fast pace, a lot of proactivity. Did you guys change that up just for Haven, or do you think there's like a big talk that happened for that?
It's been a lot of growing pains this year. You know, I'm glad that we were decisive in this map 1. A little bit like the first week versus Envy as well. So we've got to stay strong and stay confident and finish strong. So that's going to be our focus going through. This last clutch from Corbin, that 3v1, I felt like I was watching Ascent back in 2023 again. I was talking to my assistant coach saying, there's no way this works, right? There's no, they know. But Corbin calmly just rolling back the years. It's looking good.
Hell yeah, I love to hear that. All right, good luck going forward. Thank you.
Evil Geniuses picks up the win against Loud, 13-5, and now we start to see whether or not EG can, they can lock it down with a 2-0, or does history repeat itself? Because this is kind of a little similar, as you heard Potter talk about from before. Now, let's talk about what we just saw on that stage, because there's one thing that we know definitively, guys, is whether you want to get into the heads of your opponent, you got to talk a lot of crap. Okay, and that's exactly what Evil Genius is doing. Dryad, they were all up in that business, letting them know exactly who was giving it to them.
We already knew that he was the guy for this, but the fact that we've seen Val in the last couple of matches that they played, and now in this one too, just bringing the vibes out. I love to see it. This is the AG. I feel like we've been waiting to see it when they get the chance to do so, when they look so comfortable in Haven. It just makes sense.
Yeah, you can hear it. I mean, just the energy, Jonah, coming from Okeanos. I mean, not a shocker, right? You know the kid, he's a ball of energy, but it does go to show you, right, like how much that does matter in the server.
Yeah, it does, and it's, you know, obviously like Loud can't hear him, but it's not for Loud, it's for his team, you know. Even you know, elimination game, it doesn't matter. I like that he keeps it up. Got to make his team laugh, and you know, I think it helped a lot.
The Oki stand, it's great. You know, love to see it there. Of course, though, EG opened up the match with big rounds, several rounds as a matter of fact, where they were able to get that numbers advantage, and it does feel like this Evil Geniuses team, every single time there was an opportunity, Jonah, for that retake, for those pushes, EG, they looked immaculate.
Yeah, I think a big thing about their defense is they had a lot of their killjoy util up the whole game. Something Loud needs to, you know, focus on is, you know, they're pretty telegraphed, and you know, when you're telegraphed, EG just enters flow state, and they're able to just, you know, string like 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them do the same thing against C9, and EG obviously kind of saw the similar thing happening in this game, right? It felt like they were prepared. And yeah, wherever Loud kind of had presence on the map, you'd see them kind of take that space. But one thing I really want to highlight is that I really felt like I saw the chemistry here coming in from EG.
Yeah, you saw it.
Yeah, there was literally never a time where it felt like we were getting split up, we were taking 1v1s. It always felt like we were going as a duo, moving as a pack, and winning those team fights.
हमें देखने में always मजा आता है. हाँ. Crazy game
like every single chance. In the first couple of rounds, that first half for Loud, where you think they're going to get something going, it was shut down every single time. And then you go into that second half, and instead of having to convert those disadvantages, it was all about was getting so many of those openings. Verdi was with this Neon, trying to get some space, going for different approaches, going for those pinches as well with the Neon. And I mean, he just knew exactly where he was.
पढ़ाई के लिए influence करूँगा, उनको बोलूँगा.
They never
मेरे
let
जैसे
Loud
5-5
get
6-6 डिग्री रखो
You
करके
saw they
उनको
never
कौन सा
got
मालूम
sight
है
for free. There was always some sort of brawl there. Even
समझ
in
रहे
their
हो?
post plants, they never had time to set up. We saw them kind of pushing through, walking down, getting space as a team, and kind of just going for flanks round after round.
Well, let's actually see what's going on the Loud camp here. We got the coach standing by with Athena. Let's get some thoughts.
I'm here with Coach Romanilli. Obviously,
Professor
this
by
map didn't go your way, but
analysis
this is EG's
में आ
pick.
गए।
We're good. You're going into the next map. How do you feel? How's the morale going into it? And how do you think kind of you're going to play against EG's creative comps?
Okay. Kinda on the next map, we just need to play your game. If you don't
पूरा दिन में
think
4
or
का।
comfortable with a few things, we just need to try to be the most simple as we can. Trust on our game plan and just play the game. If we do that, I think we can sweep the series.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good luck.
दोनों की मेंबरशिप ली
That is one of
लव
the things
यू
that we
मेरी जान
talked
कटे
about,
लव
just
यू
being
यार
able to control the game, to execute your own game plan that we haven't been able to see from Loud, even
बराबर
if
के लोग
it's in
एक्स्ट्रा
competition.
करिकुलर के
And
लिए
I
ट्राई
like that
कर रहे
Athena
हैं
also brought
तो
up those
उनको उसके
creative
लिए
comps
इन्फ्लुएंस
because
करना
we
इसलिए
just talked
पढ़ाई
about
के लिए
that veto
हमें
that we've been
नहीं
seeing
भाई
2
गेमिंग
times
ऐसा
now
चीज है भाई
on
दोनों
Abyss
चीज
versus
नहीं होता
EG. But also when Loud played this
बहुत
map,
कम लोग
they
हैं
were
जो
playing
दोनों
a
चीज
harbor,
करते
they
हैं
were playing a chamber as well. So both of them kind of like a lot of question marks of how this is going to play out.
Yeah.
और
Well,
जो
one thing
दोनों
is for
चीज
certain,
करते हैं ना
though,
वो
right,
लोग
for
बाद
this
में
particular
गेमिंग छोड़
team,
देते हैं
what they're going to be leaning on are going to be some of these younger players to step up and be the ones to kind of be those playmakers in that moment, right? You go out there, show all the confidence, and we
Basic
think about
पढ़ाई
that,
के बाद
Darker, Luck Show,
try
those are the
करना
names that
चाहिए।
pop up.
You
Jonah,
never know. Like
we're really going to be
12th खत्म
turning
हो
to
गया
those gentlemen to see what they can provide going into this next one because a lot
और
of
तेरे को
pressure on
मालूम है
these
तू
guys.
Yeah, and
अच्छा
I
है
hope
कोई
this
गेम
game
में
Loud creates more
तो
question marks
फैमिली को
for
कन्विंस
EG
करने का वो
than
सब
it did
ट्राई
on
कर
Haven
सकते
because you know
12th
as
के
an
पहले
extremely
तो
player for Darker and Luxo, like they might feel under pressure to play more passive instead of trying to take these aggro lurks, and yeah, basically it's up to the team and the rest of the IGL to make these question marks across the map.
मेंबर गेम्स में कल ही हुआ रात को
make them overthink on Haven.
मुझे लव यू ने बोला मैंने भी ली है दोनों की मैं लव यू यार वलिन भाई
It's a big challenge as well for
बस एक जान के टोटे सुनना था दिल से लव यू बोल जाएगा कबल
and that is a problem that Loud has had since we started seeing them play this year. They're struggling to get that map control, and in Abyss is a big concern because we see how many times teams are trying to snake, get some space as well towards mid, and it can really become a nightmare. We just saw it yesterday when MIBR and Energy were playing against each other, and it can definitely happen today because there's a little bit of odds for both of these teams.
All right, folks. Well, here's the deal. Riven Van Silly, they're going to catch you guys on the
prime
other side.
example
Can
दोनों कर पाया मैं तो
EG
मटके में
close
पास
it
हुआ
out
भाई
2-0, or does
पढ़ाई
Loud
मैंने
fight
नहीं
back
किया
and force that map 3? We'll find out after this short break.
ना डिस्को टॉक शो ना मेंबर गेम ना गिव अवे इसलिए मेंबरशिप नहीं ले रहे अच्छा है दूर रहो तुम रोमन रेजीना जीत गया लॉयल लंबल वो क्या है अभी Guess my age, Mango Bhai, 24.
We are back here at VCT Americas to bring you the second map and another series after this, but we got to get through this one, and EG looks like they are trying to do that like they have a date tonight. First game in their favor so fast on their pick of Haven, and now we're on Abyss. We're
WWE event है नहीं बचपन में देखता था जब मेरे को मालूम पड़ता था कि स्क्रिप्टेड नहीं है
and they have an idea of how to do it.
And the idea is switching things out once again, just to underline that story that Verdi mentioned, where compositions weren't really fitting their playstyle. Now he's switching out to this Wele, trying to activate himself a little bit more. And the beauty now with Darker going
अभी इसके बाद पैसिफिक भी करेगा बट ये बोल रहा है कि थोड़ा सो के आना था पहले मैं सोया यार 11 से 2 बजे तक सोया बस है अभी फुल डे एनर्जी बिना सो के भी पैसिफिक कर सकता हूं
synergy is going to help out for Loud in this second
बस एक चीज ना हो
into not necessarily uncharted territory
क्योंकि
because
वो
if you're
ब्रो
looking at
ओ
EG
माय
side, there's no
गॉड
changes there.
ड्रेन करता है
So then you already know this type of playstyle that you already played against C9 on your first week on your debut game. The only difference though is the duelist that you had to play against. And what does that mean? You know, when EG or when C9 are trying to play these retakes, their breach is trying to find some right moments to get the fault lines out into, for example, spawn side security over all the way towards that back of the site. So if Loud with the Waylay could close that space and really punish Okeanos on these rotates or on the flood.
Let's go!
This is gonna look good for Loud.
We still have that breach in here.
Step back to avoid the flash. Language.
So effectively
By the way, membership look app already ho.
You'll see Okeanos
I'm
a lot
turning
of time
23 hours
with
close.
that
I
towards
close.
the back
Started
side
teaching from
of
third year.
defender
W
area,
मेरी जान.
left to
W मेरी
right
जान.
with the fault line, so he can affect
G20
both
or
sides.
30,
Here we'll see
I
off from the
think
attack
4.5.0.
side is going to be Loud on defense to start, and EG attacking with a death ball force here towards the B site.
Luke Show doing a little bit of Bao cosplay, walking all the way
आ गया,
down
KO
towards
पहुंच
middle.
गया, बाकी लोग भी
Not
पहुंच
necessarily
रहे
in
हैं.
range of the TP anymore, but has so much information that EG's going to hit somewhere, and it's B.
Trying to go for the safety smoke. Pencado working
अरे
around his
रे,
own
कौन
utility
से
here, giving the
dodge
team
करके
time to get back in.
TP में
Darker
pick
staying
करके
silent.
मारा.
He just wants to creep out of the woodwork when he's necessary. And all this util grabbed by Pencada, and they still can't figure out where he is. He doesn't get another one. He doesn't get another one. Nobody is the bait. He is such good bait for the rest of the team, and it looks like Loud's now able to close in on EG for the last few kills.
Yeah, finally, at least he's able to get Superman, who jumped out the window and even got a
खेला
pick in the first place. But that is confidence out from Loud, some studying being made. When EG goes for these Loud pops into the B site, the lineup that you have from Bao is just to
marathon के लिए बिस्मिल्लाह, all the best मेरी जान.
his trip or his C's right at the bend. So now Luke Show knows that
Seven
he
आपको replace किया, ऐसे position में feeling sad for a
there's
कोई
going
नहीं
to be a gap that nobody's going to pay attention to, and he gets the
Loud है,
backstab
अच्छा
into
team
the
में
window
पे.
and kicks things
ये
off
अभी
here
वो
for
लोग के
Loud
मैप पे कहना वो
to
लगा
get
अच्छा
his teammates.
खेलेंगे. सारे players है.
Give me your money. Let's see if they play towards A to start this one off. Loud.
भाई लेकिन थोड़ा favor EG की तरफ जा रहे वीटो के वजह से भाई.
Not as
अच्छा
deep
लग
and
रहा है.
aggressive though as the
नया
previous
नया
round. It's
सब
just gonna
try
break the
कर रहे हैं
timeout
ना.
as now they hear the orb being picked up. So Lucio wants to activate a little bit more. Clears that bend, so for them, the check mark is on the A side, and at least on mid. Yeah, Com's gonna fake this B side.
Go towards the other side for sure. Gonna dart for himself. Maybe they have a lot of time, so you know, wait towards 45, go at this timing, etc., etc.
Tough part right now though is that it's a dart that you throw into the B site. That means that you don't have anything else to get into A. You're just hoping that the smoke comes up. That's why it's being pinged out, so they could hopefully maybe flash through that, plow into the site, and then plant. But it's an attack site smoke cut down instead.
Hello. The fault line comes through. Doesn't Birdie, but or the rest of the team, I should say, but Birdie and Loud are able to clean this up.
30 seconds left.
And just chasing. There it is. It was an eventual. Verdi picks up the 3K with the Bulldog on site. They're coming through this one quite clean as well, only losing that one.
last season सिर्फ एक मैच जीता था. अभी top पर है.
Yourself to block any vision yet. That's why they're not smoking up towards the A side first. So if you're forcing the
इसमें वो वाला फंडा नहीं है
to put their own smoke down, well, that's already going to tell that the hit's coming through. They just break the interceptor, they can use their util, and then
वो टीम इससे ज़्यादा better है क्योंकि तुमने उस पर है वो वाला फंडा नहीं.
That's been a problem as
All
well
you need is
Loud when they're playing
good
their attack
mindset
side against their opponents in previous
good
games
day
on Abyss, where you're playing a Yoru. It's hard for you to really get into
तुझे
sight
ऐसे
hits because
करो
it's hard to get
language.
space. There's no dash, there's no Omen TP to get that space for the side of Loud, which is why they're changing once again to the Waylay.
The dismiss line here for Luke Show. Still waiting. Figure somebody might be holding on the other side of that trip. Oh, Calm playing with fire here. His Darker looks for the pop flash, for a self flash rather. He is confidently waiting.
मर गया.
Teammate just on the other side. Oh, gets Calm.
Good morning, Motato.
Tricks being played here, and they're just reading how EG want to get off the attack side on that A side of the map. The question is B ready? Here's Bao opens up the site. And cover Bao in the situation.
Superman the savior for sure. Covering his teammates back, and that actually gives you
that
advantage back for EG. It's hard for you to scale back in right now with Ghost, Bulldog, and Stinger.
Mid देख रहे लोग, mid खाली है.
Hopefully on middle.
Shot.
And as the upgrade, Darker gets surprised again by Superman. Now gives the advantage for EG.
Superman was somebody, took a while to heat up in their first series.
Oh
but
my
by the
God.
end, and picks up another 4K for the squad here in this round.
Superman towards his exit
Lean
interview
taps,
with
bae.
Actually, no, it was Shatween was saying, you know what, they're playing 4v5. They're playing with
Jar
that
headshots.
first map of Abyss, but this time, man, he's activated for sure on Abyss.
Jara wo eliminate na 2026 नहीं lower bracket नहीं चालू हुआ.
Destroying people.
Yep.
And still bringing that into this game now. Superman starting off
इसके
clean
बाद है
there.
ना
Cosmic Divide ready here if they need to do anything crazy.
Look at the brackets.
And they've used Calm now for 2 fakes.
Oh
on either
fuck,
side.
हाँ जो हरा वो बाहर है, खत्म.
So we'll keep an eye on
ये lower
that
bracket
as
है.
that goes on.
Oh, आज से lower bracket चालू.
Opts out for Luke Show though, and they continue to take advantage of this. Why the hell not? There's been zero presence of EG in the last few
जो हरा वो
rounds.
बाहर.
That
Felix
drone
बाहर हो
probably
गया
is gonna
नहीं
force him to TP out.
अपने bracket में आ
It's a
गया.
little bit of space taken, but there's still a lot of players for Loud looking to answer back. Drone back from Kawadzine, and then also the support from Darker in the back. But as it keeps everybody towards middle, it gives a chance right now for the weak
Retake
side
वाला
A
scene है.
to be taken by EG.
Screaming in, Pancata gets
Oh,
flash
flash recon.
secret. Not too much util being used other than that flash to get in here. They feel like they've
तो
actually
left
worked the
right
map
हुआ है.
enough. Luke
Oh,
Show
flash
with the
recon.
off coming in is going to have a hard time finding a line if EG keep these angles. Oh, actually, Digizine is just in there now.
I got info.
Yeah. What was the game? Not even for the alt point, really, to get him to dimensional
कैसे
drift.
को मार के मरा.
Just feeling like he was in that play and couldn't get out altogether. Show now putting the op. Oh my God! Snap to Okeanos. Hits him right in the teeth. There's a little bouncer dart coming in, layering the utility to deny the defuse. It's still getting tapped. That's going to be Kawadzine that tries to hold the rest of the team huddle around him. And they're all going to be able to high five out of this one. 3-1 now.
Well, I feel Breach को तो जिंदा रहना था.
For EG to play the pulse plant and delay
Aftershock
so that Superman
blind
can get the late lurk onto
बहुत ज़्यादा
this
help
Cosmic
करता.
Divide. I'm not too sure about this right here.
Yeah.
From that flash to swing towards security. You already know they've been playing soft side and all that util thrown from Calm. At the beginning of middle, again, spotted and heard 3 players. These guys have no choice but to play retake. And you're not going to be retaking 4 players from heaven.
ठीक है. First में कौन जीता? EG.
So he's hoping he found a timing, but Pancata that takes him down is also going to be the game changer too, putting that
There is
smoke
out
up
of
for
again,
Loud to get the defuse. Now EG's back into a half buy, a couple of Sheriffs and 2 Spectres. And even the 9th
Next round ulti आ रहा है.
that's not too bad. Kung already gave his hand and showed his hand on the previous round when he rolled up on that sign, so EG can still continue to default and work around the map silently.
They look to condition this gate crash mid over the next few rounds here with a dismiss. But Verdi, 7-1 right now, looking to get active in mid, moving around with Darker to keep him safe. And definitely somebody to watch with convergence paths up here for that retake they're going to be hitting EG with if these stingers do damage.
उनका मैं बैच से तो खेल रहा. सारे मोड्स सोए हुए हैं क्या? क्यों? क्या होगा?
Safe by Pancata, denies the drone for now, but he is going to play it a lot safer and just get out of there. They say full retake. They know the ults that they have. Going to have to work on that interceptor first.
Actually, कितना बाप है ना
They saved onto the dart though for Kawadzine.
Oh,
wait, what a shot by Superman.
Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Convergence pass comes through. The follow-up is there. Darker with 2 from security.
Right here.
Yeah, they move very quick from the side of Loud on defense. Calm 1 to alt if he can actually get this, and he'll be all right. Suppress for now, though. Oh, getting pulled around. Oh, that would have been Hunter's Fury. The double jump back and probably an alt. 1 shot is going to be tough. Got to rack another one. Oh, the diffuse. Oh my gosh. Just Darker, staying steady there, knowing the team.
No team has one chance and masters both. No matter how
Loved his rotate back towards main though, and if only he peeked a little bit more, that would have been a collat and then the 1v1
नहीं करते ना उसका मेन रीजन है कि प्लेयर्स स्टेप अप करते हैं, कोच काउंटर शॉट्स बनाते हैं, नया शॉट्स बनाते हैं, गेम का मेटा चेंज होता रहता है, कैसे डोमिनेट करेगा? अगर दो एजेंट बाप है, तुम लोग ने वो बाप एजेंट को अच्छी तरह से खेला, तुम लोग जीत गए चांस। जरूरी थोड़ी है कि नेक्स्ट टाइम वो एजेंट सेम रहे, नर्फ हो जाएगा, दूसरा एजेंट बाप हो जाएगा।
Keep an eye on that.
Dart up on the pipe. Bit of a fake, triple swing. Delay layering coming now from the side of Loud. They have the site stacked with 3, so not feeling too bad about this. Quick high flash that goes behind.
Ready था बे,
light up the kill feed here with Digizin and Bao.
वेल अच्छी बात ये है कि वो लोग को दोनों अल्ट यूज नहीं करना पड़ा, 100 अल्ट में कर दिया। अभी वो लोग अभी भी ब्रीच और यूरो अल्ट है फॉर नेक्स्ट
this with dimensional drift into another one. Bow's right next to evolution. It's looking good for EG to make a comeback.
That's right. Snowballing ults here good on their side.
जी को कितना मैचेस जीतने का है? 3 और सॉरी गटे अरे चिल रे बाबा।
The damage you get from Lucia with the tour de force, and then Kawadzine, Hunter's Fury, but EG's second phase for that re-hit on that A side, they were stalled by so much in the very beginning, so that they can't really get Interceptor in, or they're trying to bait out the Interceptor in the first place. And as they move through, though, the drones scaling towards that left
exposing
side.
neon mains का एक
Not
वीडियो
only
में
Owl
बना
drones, but let's say Tejo drones as well, getting tremendous value by moving over towards that left side and finding some people in the back that allowed here Digizine to scale in, get some openings, and for EG to close in their second round.
It seems so important, right? On the left side, you might get someone already to peek on the right. A lot of the util they have fault line back there and start to deny it if the drone does catch.
Yeah, and the reason why it's nice to scale on that left side is because that's how it allows for you to get the best value of fighting towards that back of the site when you don't have any dashes to move on the top of that default box. Because if you try to move towards that bridge and that smoke's gone, that's free kills from heaven. So you're trying to play as safe as possible to be out of range from the verticality of the match against punishment.
Yes, sir.
Scaling. So a lot of teams are adopting into that right now. You see
बाप agent कौन सा top पे
बताओ?
वेले बहुत बाप है.
Wait, what? Oh, okay, he went dimensional drift.
Omen is still
they see this.
One of the best controllers.
B now is the hit right past the eyes of Loud on this one.
जिस हिसाब से अभी टीम्स एस्ट्रा खेल रही है ना और प्लेस बना रही है,
and they'll stay on site. They want to delay as much as they can. They have that holding thunder you talked about before.
Astra.
They got some smokes to play in still. No,
Sentinel में
these are all for just
Vice
denial
कोई
on
ले
the
नहीं रहा है.
spike. A close play from Digizin to try to delay
But if
even
not Vice,
more.
then Vito.
Hunter's Fury, a few things trying to come out here. Digizin and the rest of the team are using this util to support him in sight.
Bro, look at breach chat अभी तक use नहीं हुआ है.
For Digizin peeking back and forth and taking the
Remember
eyes.
who?
Wow.
Please no roast.
No
say
choice
good
but to
thing.
save now for Loud, and to be able to move on to that site and not use the rolling thunder to delay on that pulse plan was very nice. But you have to talk about the first layer to get into the B side in the first place. You talked about the surprise dimensional drift from Digizin. But as they scale through and get the information, that allows Okeanos to save a lot more of his util in the post plan.
Yeah.
So he delays with the fault line, delays with the flash, scales it up with Digizin.
Your dedication is insane, Bugs Bhai. Also, do you remember me? Kaise spawn Bob?
By holding out towards that Ivy. Look at these flashes and these swings. Look at the util support. As people are falling back from the aftershock, he finds that timing for these picks.
These guys are getting a util because they're scared of my trophy now.
तो वो ऐसा एजेंट है जो हर मैप में नहीं चलता है, स्प्लिट में सवा नहीं चलता है.
Is the trophy gone? Is then that Loud is probably thinking that's
Heaven में most likely लोग फेड लेते हैं.
It's a different state of the game to figure out where you gotta go, what you have to do first, or everything gets fizzled out. Tough at the moment to figure that out here. Luso's going to try to figure this out by just putting his foot down and standing at the front door. Oh, gets the TP out to heaven. Should be safe. Is there a follow-up, though? Who climbs the rope quickest is the question. Doesn't seem like they want to go up. And just a normal front sight take, but they still have a bit of
Initiator में अगर second initiator best कोई है तो I think
rope. This gives a chance now for Loud to really to rotate back.
कोई भी मैप में चलता है.
Use towards that spawn. You already see Kawadzine now setting up for it.
कुछ भी कर सकते हो, टाइमिंग खराब कर सकते हो सप्रेस के साथ. अरे बाप रे,
fearless in the evolution. Gets a quick TP back as he dives to safety. Oh, another one. It's just so hard to shoot this team once you see them. That's so annoying to have to deal with as Loud enters the site again. Everybody's doing a little bit of square dance on the back of the gravity wells. Pancata does start it. Securing the round is going to be the Rolling Thunder as they send Loud scurrying to the back and defensive side of the map.
Yeah, when Banbao eats up 2 players like that towards security, you're not going to use a Hunter's Fury from Kawadzin in the end when you have to retake at low numbers. Because you already know for the rest of EG, they're leveraging Superman and Calm one more time to play the post-plant util. That's very nice by Bao.
Okay.
Phew. Because I was going to... actually, you know what? Let's not talk about it because I don't want to jinx it.
Coming through, this is for Loud to sort things out. It has been just the 3 rounds. It was 2-1 rounds for Loud. And then EG has found
लेकिन वेले एक ऐसा डुएलिस्ट है जो अकेले खेल सकता है, घुस के बाहर आ सकता है.
So EG is getting with enough strength to still take down members of Loud and be strong enough to keep that push. So no site retake can
अच्छे नियॉन प्लेयर्स को मारना इजी नहीं है. अगर तुम लोग ने गलती से नियॉन को मार भी देखना, दूसरा बंदा क्लोज रहेगा ट्रेड के लिए.
A lot of people maxing out right now.
You're right. In the last few rounds, there's always been a post-plant.
Mod, please ban him. Neon and Odin nerf will be good balance, I guess, to the game. Do you agree? Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree.
Starting to brush things up a bit. It looks a lot
Absolutely
better.
agree.
It looks a lot more composed too when it comes down to their hits. Because even when you're looking at the conversation and what has been drilled time and time for
Neon का ऐसा होना चाहिए कि slide मार रहा है लेकिन slide के end में auto jump.
By Ponder is to stay calm within the chaos.
समझ रहे हो?
To make sure that the communication stays clean.
मजा भी आएगा देखने में.
Especially when you have a player coming in that doesn't really speak the language. You can't really create too much of a diversion when this guy needs to be on point to op.
I mean, if you need any more proof in the pudding, you just see Calm's last clutch, right?
Yeah.
Calm in the chaos.
Leading by example definitely is the IGL for EG. Tying up the game now.
You
have, I mean, a timeout that is going to be important for Loud. They invested into this one because they saved 2 rifles in that previous round, including the op, as being one of them.
Drone, big check. Actually, big find. As they start to just separate into a default 2-1-2. And EG, we're trying to read the map a little bit, but they're getting a lot of motion for a lot of nothing.
Yeah.
Loud just feeling comfortable in their movements too. It's not like they're being thrown off particularly.
This is a little bit of a chokehold, better placed now by.
Who do you think is the weakest player in VCT America's academy?
Too much inside towards that pin, which allowed that lurk.
ना मैं कभी सोचूंगा ना कभी बताऊंगा.
So now they can actually focus on a full slap and a big
nobody to judge who is weak.
Another round they use Calm for a fake.
Yeah, but that's 3 times, right? You would think they'd be red by now. So this is why you're looking for the sign of Loud. Nobody's rotating. Everybody's chilling on the top of heaven in a double new box.
All right, well, let's see how a round that's read like an open book works here for Loud. After the timeout, they should be able to clean this one up. Verdi gets another one for the squad, but Digizine's able to trade back and try to even things out, and he will do exactly that with 2 of his own. With a swing, but Superman gonna be on it.
Oh yeah!
Shot miss right between the leg. Quick nutmeg from the operator as Calm finds another one. We know him as well to be able to grab that and make it work. And now it's up to Darker, just as Sheriff. And even with this stacked site, Loud cannot put a stop to EG.
No, dude, even caught him with his pants down. It looked like Darker didn't even react on that kill from Digizine.
Autopilot for a moment. Some of us fall asleep at the wheel. We're like, I gotta watch this angle. I gotta watch this. Oh, he peeked the angle. Dang it.
You have to look at where all those X's were, though. All on the top of the goal. So after this beautiful first kill from Luke Show, and the read was perfect for Loud, look how they all die. 1 by 1, trying to regain space, trying to prevent that plant. Not being together in these fights, and that has been so costly. So costly for Loud throughout this kickoff. And yeah, maybe that's why we weren't moving. Darker took a step back on that chair as we were switching through cameras, and we'll have to see what will be the result going into this one. At this point, I'm assuming some damage has been done, but we'll let the people on the stage here talking with Darker to decide what will be the outcome after the results that we just witnessed here from EG, because despite Darker, you know, still dying, maybe that's why too, they don't have any more flashes, so they can't really flit out the way that they wanted to Heaven, right? So we'll have to see.
Get some more oil.
A
little creaky.
Nonetheless, that's another post
part of the game. It's part of the game.
Yeah, and quickly in. And one we identified as well, you know, they had the operator up top from Luke. They were pretty identified on the strategy that was going to happen. And still Digizine just clear. Opens up the site with 2. Says, don't worry, just give me a little bit of utility, and I will do everything I need to with that space.
Deadlock.
He's pretty consistent with it now. Digi up at 9-5-1. I'm so happy we're getting this too, because Verdi is on the other side, 8-5-2, and this is such an iconic matchup for those two.
That's definitely the thing, right? When you're looking at Verdi playing to his comfort pick, the numbers are starting to come up. Maybe a little bit less going into Haven in the first place, but you know, it's a stressful game. It is elimination.
Warming up.
All
right, as we get the tech pause handled.
Pepsi करो ना 160 रुपीस का membership लूँगा तो 40 का समोसा खाऊंगा सुबह उठ के. Pepsi para
Pancada, eu já sabia que ele era um bom GL. A única parte que realmente eu desconfiava é se ele ia conseguir ser um bom líder e ensinar a gente nas coisas que a gente tá fazendo errado. Nesses últimos treinos a gente errou em bastante coisas e ele apresentou uma postura muito boa dentro do time. Obviamente ele é um pouco grosso com as palavras, mas ele sabe como fazer um time melhorar, sabe? E era mais esquisito que eu desconfiava do Pancada, se ele ia conseguir ajudar a gente a melhorar como um todo, né? Não só ele e o jeito dele de calar. E ele tá mandando bem nisso e eu confio muito nele. Acho que ele é um cara que tem um potencial absurdo pra ser GL. Fora o potencial individual dele, que todo mundo já sabe, o cara é insano. O cara foi campeão mundial, então não tem como falar que o cara não sabe do game ou que ele é ruim.
Gaming section.
And it takes that kind of criticism that comes with a solution as well is something you take dearly, right? You're not like, oh my God, they're criticizing me. It's to improve, and that's what everybody knows. Maybe speculating on what the bluntly means, right? But sometimes you just need to tell it how it is. Sugarcoating things just kind of lets the problem linger.
Yeah, straight to the point. So like, you know what is the actual mistake.
Yeah.
Sandwich everything. Sometimes that sandwich could expire. It's going to taste bad. Oh my God. You don't want it.
Of course, it's about food.
But it's the same thing. I think I had the conversation with Tom too in the past in terms of like his leadership going in right now. He's like, funny enough, like when he first joined EG and they won champs together, he wasn't really that leader position here for the side of EG, right? But now he comes back as the IGL for Evil Geniuses. You have a bunch of players that he has to lead, but at the same time has a lot to prove. Digizine, Dendrite mentioned at the desk, got cut by Loud, played tier 2 for a bit with Team Solid, now gets the opportunity as he couldn't qualify for Ascension.
And now he's one of the best players I have in tier 2, right?
Exactly.
Hands down.
Especially with his op.
Yeah.
Then you have Superman, who's had, you know, a good run with Rise back in like 2020, 2021.
Heck yeah.
Played with FaZe.
Rapid Rise.
And then is able to join another Vietnamese roster now along with Bao and Okeanos. And, you know, despite Bao and Okeanos being fairly newer to the team and also fairly newer to the scene, well, they need that guidance, which is now
been here forever.
You had to grow up very quickly for Calm to be able to start, you know, helping out the youngins, but also making sure that he's able to support those that have something to prove. So you'll have that tough love at the same time for something like Calm.
Absolutely. A lot of
veterans here.
Talking about Oki there, it's good to see that he's also got a personality where he can play everything.
बस ओवर इज और डेडलॉक कौन सा मैच चलेगा कोई भी नहीं
डेडलॉक लैंड है fragging on the Omen in the previous map here for this series. So yeah, and he gets in his opponent's head. I think that's one of his favorite things. He'll shout your name until you recognize that he's shouting your name.
उधर जो खेल रहे from any region.
He wants it to stick.
As we still have time though, I'd like to talk about Loud a bit into this change going into today, right? With Verdi going into this Waylay. Even if you look at the composition across the board, if you don't remember what it is here, chat, it's Waylay, Chamber, KO, Astra, and Sova, as you can see right now.
NH Dumby का नियन देख के लगा कि
assist a Waylay to gain that space. You're almost going to ask Verdi
अच्छा लेकिन वो लोग को पड़ रही है ना नियॉन से मजा आ रहा है देख के.
Try to zone in on one
We are
player,
not the
maybe
only
get a
ones.
shotgun kill, TP out, play your numbers after, and that's what they've been good at
India
the same time here for
से
Loud.
कब ऐसे
When you're able
player
to play
जाएंगे
as a group, move in into that player's advantage,
G
then at
को
least you're able
छोड़
to take
के
site control and
भाई
then
मेरे
hopefully bring those numbers and the rounds to your side. So
give it 10 years.
if Verdi was able to have a conversation with the coaching staff and they're like, you know what, let's try that. Let's try what we're requesting right now to play to our strengths, and Verdi's able to have a little bit more free reign into what
Very
he
nice
wants to
lineup,
play.
Rashid.
Yeah.
It's a big responsibility for him going into
क्या
this,
बंग भाई
this
मैच
series.
स्टार्ट नहीं हो रहा
There's a lot of pressure on
है
your
एंड होने वाला
shoulders.
था
We
ये
kind of talked about earlier how losing Verdi in their previous matches kind of stalled the team out. They're like, wait, they were actually kind of lost. That fog of war hit them very hard. And here they somewhat have a solution to that. We haven't really gotten a window into it, but yeah, you're
तो
right.
जब वापस टेक पास आ गया नहीं नहीं आज अच्छा 2 घंटा सोया ना तो फिर
for what they want to bring to the
एनर्जी
table
है
here in the
एनर्जी इज
timeout
क्वाइट
was
हाई
pretty effective for those two, but now EG has come back to just find a way to swarm these rounds here. We're looking to get an update for you on the tech pause gear shortly here.
मिड राउंड में कुछ लफड़े तो वो नहीं होता
Big and important elimination game as well for Loud and EG. And I think let's just call it as it is as well. As you're starting out this kickoff and you have a team that's fully rebuilt with EG, and then Loud not only maybe only brought in one player, but still had a revolving doors of IGLs, right? When Digizine was last playing for Loud, I think Vinny was trying out IGLing for the team coming from Tier 2, and then you had Robbie PK come in at BK come in as well, and now you have this man right here, Penkata,
कोई career
taking that
option
responsibility, the
related
years that he's
gaming
put into
बहुत कुछ
playing
है
with Loud in the first place, winning a
Analyst
champ
का
for this
job
roster,
अच्छा है
then going into
manager का
Sentinels
job
because
अच्छा
they
है
wanted to build that second super team on that
rookie
side, joining
scouting
with
का रहता है I
Zasi.
think
He's
so
also trying to find his redemption
तुम लोग
now,
एक percentage
and hopefully with
लेते
the
हो
years that he's played throughout this game, now he has that experience to be able to call the same
फिर तुम
way,
लोग
or at least experience to be
backend में
comfortable
जा
to
सकते हो
call,
यहाँ पे तुम
just
लोग
like
stat
Tom is
sets
right now.
बना
And
के
there's an
help करते हो
interesting
management
difference
में
between kind of Penkata. You have all this veteran status.
Coach
You're coming in
बन
as an
सकते हो
IGL, and you
caster
think
बन
that
सकते हो
just works as it should. Oh my God, you should be able to call.
And sometimes it doesn't translate to
It
that, right?
doesn't translate to that because you see Verno, who's been calling for a long time, building that craft, understanding that craft, is somebody you're like, oh my God, yeah. So it's still going to take some time. I
ये
think
आज पैसिफिक में क्या हो गया अब भी देख के मैं आरआर की आरआर के एक्चुअल में अच्छा
खेला. It is there. Earlier we spoke with Cowan Zine about Loud struggles to get a win on the board. Check it out.
कुछ तो आप भी बन सकते हो लेकिन मैं जॉब ढूंढ नहीं रहा हूँ ना.
Na verdade, eu tô bem triste. Acho que a gente perdeu já 6 seguidas e acho que não teve nenhuma partida que eu realmente não dei o meu melhor, então fico muito triste porque a gente cria muito uma esperança muito grande. Tipo, meio que tipo que vamos calar a boca do pessoal, que o pessoal tá meio que falando muito mal da gente. Calar a boca de quem não tá acreditando na gente, porque realmente a gente dá o nosso melhor nos treinos, a gente arruma os nossos problemas, arruma erros. E toda partida a gente fica com mais esperança e mais confiança. E infelizmente perder a partida assim
कुछ चीजों को 1 साल लगते हैं कुछ को 2 साल 5 साल
os nossos sentimentos.
बाद में तू सोचेगा मैं 4 साल से स्टक हूँ खुद लो फील करेगा.
Only to come back and work harder.
Yeah, definitely still a tough pill to swallow, right? And you've rolled so far down that hill when you've reached the top with this organization, right? And
love it, bye.
And after winning champs in 2022, when you're seeing that your teammates are slowly
caps off
drifting to different
caps
organizations,
off कर दो.
You had Les move in over to EMEA, you had Sadat going to EMEA, you had Sasi joining over on the side of Sentinels with Penkata. You're kind of just left stranded there. You're hoping here that Loud rebuilds around you, and they kind of did. Is he's the
ऐसा होगा नहीं लेकिन अगर मिड गेम टेक पर सॉल ने हो सकता है देन जो लीड होगा वो जीता है दोनों टीम पे ड्रॉ होगा नहीं अगर बहुत लंबा टेक पॉज है अगर कल खेलेंगे तो अगर ऐसा कुछ होगा तो शायद फुल रीसेट होता है सीधा वहां से कंटिन्यू नहीं होता है मोस्टली तो फुल रीसेट होता है. आई एम नॉट श्योर लेकिन ड्रॉ वो वाला सिस्टम नहीं है
of how they want to approach the game with this new meta, and it's going to take some time, and hopefully patience is going to continue forward for these
It's true, and it's fast, and there's still a lot of it being learned, right? You know, Jet still has a place, Raze still has a place, but the Neon, the Waylays, the Yorus that make such a fast game start to break your crosshairs. People are still kind of learning the slides, the half slides, how far Neon slide in situations.
क्या हो रहा है उसका पीछे तो दिखाओ.
Tripping people up, so you know the answers are still coming, things are changing, but right now
मेरा शादी अगला मंथ
It's always going to
आपका
be
अहमदाबाद वाला पेंटस मिल जाता लैंग्वेज
As the years progress and the meta changes, you're also going to have a bunch of cracked aimers coming into the play as well, right? Gunning for your spot. So it's definitely difficult to stay on your toes and to stay on top of your game.
आगे बढ़ रहे हैं
is the tier 2 coming up with cracked shots right now from everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, just to think about the DCL, for example, in North America, as we're able to cover it for our side, you have like a couple of super teams, or at least some big signatures that came in here for example, for the side of M80, or for the side of Shop Rebellion Black, everything being built around Exa, that had a short stint in T1 Academy over in Korea and came back. But now you also have the sleepers that nobody is really talking about yet, except for a certain few, but they're getting themselves known where they're kind of like the next phase of envy, playing in the same type of style and trying to find their timings, rushing through mollies to fight against you. You don't really see that at this stage yet.
Absolutely.
So it's again, it's one of those moments where you have to think on your toes and try to evolve as a game in the meta.
Now we do have an update for you. We are rolling back the round due to a major hardware malfunction. We should be in game shortly, so we will be resetting back at 4-4.
Oh, we're still talking?
I think so. I think that's on us.
No, so yeah, definitely going back into the 4-4. That means what happens there, though, is that the scenario for the guns continues to come back to the reset. So it was a full gun round for pretty much everybody at this point. The op, I think, that was saved from that previous round from Superman was given a calm towards the end of the round, now given back to Digizine going into the game. But there's still a lack of money. Kawadzine only with a sheriff in this round.
Oh
and
shit!
Going for the way that they played for AG, a fake towards the A side to finish towards B. Will it be the same thing? So far, just a default. Right? You have the same type of double lurks trying to look for these pushes.
I love you.
In Bao and Superman, while you're focusing on a heavy rush and a push into A main.
Oh. Ulti comes out already, this time from Kawadzine, and that is going to take down Calm.
Bichare yaar.
A little back and forth for them. And now it looks like they slow down. Loud says we are good, just back up. 5v3 right now.
That's the mind games there. To have a fake towards the A side, finish B, and technically win the round for EG.
Yeah.
Like, they're probably going to go, yeah, at this point, let's just call for the audible for the Hunter's Fury
Unfair.
trap. And instantly,
जब players को
plays with the
छीले
team advantage.
अपने को क्या?
No. Not too much.
वो पता ना सब लोग agree करते तो ही होता है.
You want Bao
करना नहीं
trying
होता.
to lead. Give him the upper hand in one of these fights, or at least a trade. The full retake from Loud. They're happy to even hear the spike get plant start, and then they'll move.
They've given up a lot of space for the side of Loud, despite that trap play that they did in the very beginning. You don't have another ult or big ults to play the retake. This is maybe an advantage for EG, with the high heaven hold from Bao in the first place.
Concuss up towards the top side. Nice shot by Digizine. Tries to shoot that out. Safe. For now.
Oh my
god. He was looking for previously. Oh my god.
Vandal
this time to make sure the round is capitalized on. A fifth for Loud here.
Bhai,
Go back in.
That was such a nice shot. To see here that Bao drop down towards the heaven, his responsibility was just not to let himself get shown, to give his life away, because they're looking to just trap and go for something out towards security for EG.
उसको drop down छोड़, उसको reposition करना पड़ा क्योंकि suppress तोड़ा
उसमें. It almost worked out. 3 op kills from Digizine, but they saved the round now for Loud, and it's them that takes the attack. And this, I think, is a great call by Potter in the first place, because we just talked about new positions and how new, for example, Bao and Okeanos are onto the stage. If you're in a scenario right now where it's 4-4, you just won 5-4, unfortunately everything gets reset and you lose the round, that's got to get to your head. That's got to get to your head. So you cool that down right away and make sure that EG maintain their composure so they can close out the series, just like Potter mentioned with Myrna in that first map.
Just a situation, your timeout, feels like you're controlling the game. Yeah, it gives the other team a chance to talk, but it's going to feel more natural for the players now coming out of this. And resetting on that, get a fresh look on things, especially with Potter's voice. So we will see now with
क्यों important match नहीं अच्छे matches हैं?
Luxo still has his op. Loud sit pretty on that round, and we're actually maybe going to see them start to approach that for the ops a little bit more in the extremities, and then just peel back. They have to like how that played and how much EG was struggling to find more kills after being down numbers. Yeah, here goes Luxo over towards the A side. Will he push? No, looks like he's going to stay safe.
Or combine.
Back in with Digizine on the operator once more.
So
that was a win con for Digizine when he was playing with Loud before, a win con for him with EG now. So you can expect here that Loud understands and knows how to play around their ex-opponent here, but man, has he found some good value so far in these fast reaction shots in these post-plant scenarios.
He's missing the full smoke. Oh, okay. Kawazine drops calm inside the smoke. Assistance from everybody. You can see the utilities coming through there. And they make it even harder for EG to gain and hold that A space, but DGZ is going to stay there, close with the op. Who's going to be the first to find out that this push is going through? For EG, this is usually a gate crash mid into a dismiss, and then Digizine's followed up with the operator changing the way this plays and really allowing Bao
to
So you have to wait probably another 10 seconds here before the smoke comes out from the A main side, but Digizine is going to look for that play. Opening up the front sight to allow the double lurk from mid could cause to be troublesome for Loud's defensive round here.
They split the map, so any rotations are just shut down. What a shot from Superman from the vent door. All the way out of that. They're still kind of hesitating to get into sight. Bao's going to take this time to creep in. Peek on two. Very well read by Loud.
10 seconds left.
Just to get a plant down right now, but they are encroaching on top of heaven for Loud. Double play, maybe looking for... Nah, I thought it was going to be a double swing to the wall. Actually, it does. A ping-pong swing.
Oh, my gosh. Huge info from Oki. Still a fault line.
Big flank.
Still a flash.
Oh,
take that away. Pancata says none of those will be available to you. And yeah, now Loud giving out free hugs to Superman from both sides. That's going to be him going down. Another round for Loud.
It's a nice first pick coming out from Superman to allow for them to engage into the A side, but Bao swinging
language.
You have to respect that play. It's been so quiet for the other two players in the back of that A side that you still think that they're anchoring at that back. And as you see here, the fallback from Darker, he's out with the Nova Man, so the Pulse probably still had one or two more before it went back towards security, so that should have been seen there.
That's a good point.
Riman जैसा player अगर chill कर सकता है.
Give you an idea of where that agent is.
Esports is tough.
The ult from. Back towards A. They've kind of gone away from the fakes here for EG.
That was the win con for C9 when they were playing against Loud. Just Flyman hit, and eventually they came back and won that game.
The fall line into the hello. Oh, Kawazine tucks in and gets the kill. Coming out with 29 HP, actually still stays to be a forefront of the fight. A little help from Darker now. The rotation through the back is going to be on the shoulders of Supermen here as the three in the sight vans. EG really need this round. Another one. Almost plays in Superman's favor, but Luxo gets the sidestep off there. Nicely jiggling out. It's getting a little messy here from EG as they're trying to strafe back in and cover ground they don't really have control over. It's only calm. And is it too much to ask? That's the shot from Luxo. 7. Now 3 in a row for Loud.
And that definitely looks like a momentum breaker for the side of EG.
Public ने पूछ के दिमाग की माँ को दी क्या चीज? बिंका कब खेलेंगे हम साथ में? हम दोनों की लड़ाई खत्म होगी कब कंट्रोवर्सी खत्म करेंगे? मैं अभी बिजी हूँ भाई. मैं अभी बिजी हूँ. हाँ और उस दिन जो तूने मेरे को बोला था ना मैं तेरा मेंबर नहीं हूँ कांड मरा करके आज तक याद है मेरे को.
Yeah, I saw that
we just talked about the 3 rounds in a row, right? We talked about the amount of plants that happened. we've had like, what, 9 plants so far in this half? Could be mistaken on that quick count. But that means that at the same time, with the 3 rounds won in a row by Loud, they're just going to play double op. KRU probably has a rifle or an Odin or whatever left behind on the other side. But they're making sure here that they're locking down middle.
We'll get to see what he has hidden maybe towards the beginning of the round. Watch out for Digizine in a very scary spot. Shoulder of Darker. And here's the play we were looking for from EG that really allows Digizine to be a
views on Autumn G.
Now Luke shows the problem front sight. They do find that mid kill and one in the sight. It doesn't seem like they are sure what they want to do with all this information.
Because they know about the pressure from KRU on top of mid. That's why it's being pinged at the same
वो
time.
जो बंदा टीम के लिए कर रहा है ना, ऐसा लग रहा है बहुत सारे लोग,
So that's an open A site.
वो एक बंदे की वजह से बहुत सारे लोग शाइन हो
on the B side hit.
एकदम next level.
Quite a bit of time here, but it's like you said, still
एकदम next
the
level.
choice.
30 seconds left.
Flash on flash. Still a great position.
बाकी सब भी अच्छे खेल
रहे. Can he do it? Called upon by Loud to be the duelist knee. Drop by Digizine, but
next level. Oh fuck.
The safe hands.
तंद में मारा one tap.
Tape flowing in the wind as he gets a 5th round for EG.
Autumn अच्छा pick था
For the
G के
second
लिए.
time too goes
G का इस बार का लाइनअप अच्छा
saving his teammates there. And he was actually saturated at that one too. It was a beautiful one to take down and slow down that last second push from EG at the top.
एक टाइम पे वेल्टे का भी अच्छा लाइनअप था. फिर बाद में काली थोड़ा पार्टी करने गया था.
Flicked on top of that. That was insane.
कौन बोला बे?
Crazy stuff coming out of Loud to start, but EG fight back at the break. Can they come back after this commercial?
बकचोदी ने रुकती ले लाला. काली भी ये टाइम पे आता रहता है. आज पता नहीं किधर है.
Esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴피티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까
कलोडो ऑटम दोनों चल गए तो जीत गए रहे. PRX के सामने भी अच्छे खेला. सब लोग अच्छे खेल रहे हैं.
그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
लेकिन Udo is him. इतना तो मैं समझ गया. Udo is him. बैटमैन के बारे में तो ऑब्वियसली कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे क्योंकि वो है. उसके बारे में बोलना मतलब अपने को शर्म आना चाहिए. कल किसके साथ अपना मैच है जी का? कल इजी है. कल इजी है. व्यूज ऑन T9 सेकंड मैच विदाउट साई. बेशरम विद बिंक्स. ये लोग 13-3 सब जीते. नंबर 1 थे हम लोग. नंबर 1. तेरे आईजीएल के अंडर नंबर 2 हुए हम लोग. और तेरे जाने के बाद पता नहीं नंबर 3 या 4. एक दिन क्या ने खेला यार. जस्ट सो गेटा मजा आ रहा था. टाइम पास है लेकिन प्रीमियर खेलना टाइम पास लगता है.
Back and ready to see Loud take
गाली
it
भरा
to
कि
a
नहीं
map
किसको?
3. That's the way we want to see it.
क्या
Let's
इजी
see
है
how
भाई. DFM
fans
अच्छा टीम में
want
वैसे भी
EG
मत
at
बोलना.
5-7
पागल हो गए
here
क्या
as
भाई.
they take
अच्छा टीम DFM
last
बाकी
2
लोगों के
rounds
सामने ब्रो.
of that first half in their favor before EG battling one back in their favor. Let's see how this starts for the second half.
Again, I talked about big responsibility here from Verdi on the attack side, playing into this melee. They're starting with a 5-man hit on B. Just doing again what they've learned from their matches. Ripping off a little bit from C9's playbook. Although, albeit very slow. Splitting off.
चाहे लेकिन एक चीज मेरे को अच्छा लगा रे.
Oh my god.
भाई genuinely मजाक से कर humble इंसान तो है रे.
Just hunted. Many shots for Bao.
हाँ.
Gets the return, no. And
एक
still
चीज genuinely अच्छा लगा. एकदम humble इंसान.
allow EG to know they can
साहिब भाई के लिए
here,
हार्ड
but it is
स्पैम
gonna
कर दो
be a
भाई.
tough
genuinely
stop
अच्छा
on
इंसान है.
this Loud offense.
साहिब भाई ने एक esports का tier list बनाया और उसको पता है वो खुद कितना गंदा खेलता है. उसने खुद का फोटो डाले नहीं उठे.
Wait for everybody. It's going to be a while before we get Digizine over here, so we'll see how EG sets up and if they decide to push forward.
Humble Pro Max. Love you, yaar, Saib bhai.
I mean, pushing that far forward seems to be enough for Okeanos and squad to get a few back in their favor. Luke Shaw is actually quite hurt too.
डाले तो मैंने वो पार्ट स्किप किया
making sure that they have numbers
तो फिर मैंने वही पार्ट स्किप किया था फिर
another body shot down to 17 for Luke Shaw.
वो मेरा humbleness था. Love you.
Pancada's in the back, got his star out so they can play it very, very slow. Wait, they're actually missing timings here. Darker was just looking by himself, didn't realize somebody had gotten to the site. They're going to start throwing util back.
And it's not planted for them. Already used the suck. You have to wide swing for the two players now.
This is a head scratcher, Van Silly. Luke Shaw coming around the corner. He's already wasted most of the head. Hunters throughout the round, and it's a 4K for
Oh my God.
for Digizen.
Okeanos gets it back, turns around and waves to the
भाई वो
crowd.
क्रॉस करके कैसे जाके मार के आया?
That was a 2v3, I think, towards the end.
प्री फंड में मारा वो बेचारा. ये देखो.
2v4.
Yeah, no. The first kill in mid, the second kill from Luke Shaw.
ये Loud जीतना तो चाहिए. ये Loud
the problem after that, and they lose the round.
I mean, 45 seconds before that happened, I was just about to mention. Oh,
Binks भाई से तारीफ not possible. Obviously, आपकी तारीफ not possible. साहिब भाई का मैं कर सकता हूँ. खेल चुका है Esports.
For somebody like Verdi to get a little bit of a cushion so they can get comfortable on how he wants
सही
to
तेरे को क्या लगता है इंडिया का बेस्ट नियॉन ऐसा जो लोग टाइटल डालते हैं और कुछ नहीं किया Esports में. What are your thoughts on that?
Impact frags coming through. But yeah, at least what I like before everything unfolded, not for the best for Loud, was that they actually kept Darker and Verdi hip to hip. We just talked about that that synergy that.
बाकी इसमें देख रहे हो बेस्ट यूरो टीम में, बेस्ट सेज टीम में वैसा सारे बेस्ट Esports खेल चुके हैं.
And then you dash from the cliffs so that you get full map control. Everything was perfect for them to scale on that side, but the solution that they had towards the end.
अपने इधर एक बेस्ट लोल ब्लॉक्स प्लेयर भी Esports खेल रहा है. सनक.
Again, it wasn't really planted for them, so they should have stayed on.
I mean, जब तक Esports नहीं खेला बेस्ट नियॉन टाइटल डजंट मैटर. हाँ ना, एक बार ऐसे लोगों को एक्सपोज वीडियो नेक्स्ट पार्ट 2.
That inexperience with, you know, the new system that they're trying to build here for Loud.
It makes sense too because that's the
हो जाए
that's the part where things
सारे एजेंट्स के मेन लोग देखते कौन कौन है जो लोग Esports में खेलते हैं. सबको एक्सपोज मार्क ऑल सेंड ऑन.
That's when you kind of have to remember how to play around each other. The early part where they
तो वो मेन खेल चुका है Esports.
Great homework.
Ace by Raise men खेल चुका है मैं obviously. गांजली सो में Ace by बोला तो साई की वो बात अलग है. Phoenix में अनुज भाई. तीन एजेंट चले गए. बाकी लोगों को इसकी तो पकड़ो. जेटमैन रॉसी भाई पकड़ो पकड़ो.
The first shot that came from Luke Shaw in the first place was on comp. Instantly right at that angle, right? So he knew the crosshair placement for the first one and then could go into that read of Val walking down.
So good.
Again, we talked about the consistency of that player of Luke Shaw. Throughout kickoff so far, despite the losses in the series for
बोलता आपको मॉर्निंग में ठीक है. मॉर्निंग में बोलो ठीक है.
Were able to at least get one map out on Breeze when they were playing against 100 Thieves, and it's still 100 Thieves that's red hot so far. And
Breach man बोल गया beach man है तू. You're a beach.
Yeah, a lot of eyes are turning towards that direction of being like, oh crap. Ever since like the 2020.
यार Hellranger आपको कैसा लग रहा है? जी अच्छा कर रहा है. इस बार मेरा माइक आपके मुंह में. कैसे लग रहा है भविन भाई? माँ कसम इतने प्लेयर्स दल्ले है. लूसिड ने तेरी फोटो नहीं डाली वीडियो बनाने के बाद रियलाइज हुआ. ओ नो, तेरा नसीब अच्छा है कि अभी स्ट्रीम वीम नहीं करते. हाँ, वरना ऐसा फेस कैम पे गाली पड़ती थी ना तेरे को. वही चैट में लिखता था एल रेंजर के इसमें वो ऐसा बोलता था, कौन है साई भाई टीयर बनाने वाला. ऐसा बच गया तू भाई. राइट टाइम पे फोटो नहीं डाला है. हाँ, देखा नहीं है तूने औरा भाई का. मेरे खुशी हो रही है. जी जीत रही है. झूठ बोलो तो ऐसे में क्या चल रहा है? लैंग्वेज लैंग्वेज लैंग्वेज. Language. सोच रहे एक टूर्नामेंट में खुद ही ऑर्गेनाइज करूं और खुद ही खेलूं। यही बचा है इधर भाविन भाई। खुद ही फर्स्ट प्राइज टूर्नामेंट डालूंगा 5 लाख का, और रजिस्ट्रेशन मैं रजिस्टर करने के बाद रजिस्ट्रेशन एंड। #OP। कुछ तो देखने मिले ऑडियंस को। हाँ भाई तो लेकिन राइट टाइम से निकला बेसीज में। आजकल भाई मुंबई सर्वर में इतना प्यार मिल रहा है ना मेरे को। ओ फक नशा वाला प्यार मिल रहा है बे। जितना मॉनिटर यहाँ पे स्टेज पे नहीं है उतना लोगों के घर में। हाँ भाइन भाई हेटर भाई आज मालूम पड़ गया सारे बड़े लोग नॉन मेंबर्स है। दैट्स वाई रिच आर गेटिंग रिचर। हाँ सिंपल बात है। मैच चलो।
And he's already online here as they approach.
तू नीचे से चाय भी नहीं देगा बना के तो और क्या मिलेगा। लैंग्वेज
Thing is right now it's going to be up to Lucio one more time. And instead of being that late lurk and being that
By the way मेरे पास तेरे ही जर्सी जो मैं पहन रहा हूँ। पीछे 52 लिखा है।
Get that reload. Oh my headhunter.
जी वाली जर्सी मेरे वाली किधर है पता नहीं।
Opener right there that could help here a little bit. Loud to get an opening here.
How's his Mamba? How's his?
Get a spike down, but honestly, they're a little too antsy on that A side.
Teleport's ready.
Do you want some Pokeballs?
Play again. Let's see if we can open up another one. 3 headhunters left, and they're going to be given the site for now.
कहता 3-4 रैंक ऊपर है तेरे से। SK3 पे झूल रहा था।
Sometimes you can just approach a site, and we see on Corrode that they'll put it forward a lot of times on that B site. Make teams clear the back ends there. Cleared now by Loud. They don't care. They're just going to go in. They know they have sites themselves.
Recruitment चल रहा है chat में. Language.
Something they have to cover because of the odd defense.
ए कभी भाविन वापस आएगा तो बता रहे इंडिया में मिलते रहे.
Everything was set up for EG, but unfortunately this is an eco.
Obviously इस बार तू पार्टी देगा.
But that
डॉलर्स में कमा रहा है.
Thank you. On the top.
भले पढ़ाई के लिए जा रहा है.
Dashes. It'll stop the jump up. It'll feel the walk up so that you could actually start fighting in that spot.
पहला कोना.
Do a mental check.
Vance?
No, it's not happening. It's not gonna happen. It's not happening.
Okay.
Everything's good.
Okay.
Look,
this is on you.
Everything's good. It's all fine. It's all good.
He can't go around the world from here. He's got to just do it right now. Does that take away his efficiency? You don't know. Half HP. He goes to half. He gets off. Oh,
hey, time.
Why do we even question it? It's
Bro, what the fuck?
Oh my gosh.
इतना जल्दी स्विंग मारा वो?
Talk your talk. Talk your talk, kid. Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Huh?
Calm rolling back the years. Not only did he do the
Binks के लिए
that
new
second mention as you saw on the tag board,
never improve.
He is now back into the clutch as well.
Best बात ये है कि never improve करके भी employment में ही दे रहा हूँ साई भाई को. 2 बार टी सिस्टम में खेल चुके. Huh?
That's the thing. You ever see a comment 0 kills, you just remember he's a world champion.
I've only noticed that now, though. He was
full support.
Oh my
Bana.
God.
Roast ready है दल्ले बना.
You know it's real.
That is jokes.
Good push. EG getting aggressive off of this hype from the round. And they know they need to go with the throw it loud if they want to stave off the pressure they're bringing.
And the difference that comes out now from what they've learned.
They get first blood on that
side. They've already dropped that spike, but they're not staying in that scenario where they want to continue fighting and overheat. Even on top of that, Digizine goes for an instant TP out. That will hopefully allow EG to play power numbers. Look at that buy. Absolutely nothing despite that clutch that came out from Calm. Got pistols here on that defense.
Yeah.
क्या वो लोग जाएंगे ऑफिस भी पे? That is the question. नहीं.
For real though.
Commit हो गया.
Util still good though.
Oh, choosing. Waiting for the
अरे
snowball
मार
to
सकता
clear.
था यार
Oh
वर्ती.
my gosh, this bulldog is biting.
Bro, मार
He
सकता
goes for
था.
the Vandal pickup though, a quick upgrade, and it's just going to be
Toxic बन रहा है chat भी. Gold पे को बताना पड़ेगा. अरे language.
As they lock down the spike. Vicious timing by EG here as they just find perfect windows
पूरा पैसा
to
दे
get back
दिया.
into the site.
ऊपर से
flash blinding
party
defenders and
में दूँ.
attackers in that back of that A site,
मतलब?
putting that Loud
Imperial
player
कौन है?
into a moment where of pure chaos and panic.
Yeah.
So as the rest of the teammates of Loud
Imperial
have
कौन
to
है?
pull up and try to hop out, Comp just drops down and surprises players again. Just
Imperial
like he did,
blue.
I think that was that piss round of Haven when he dropped down with the Sheriff.
Like an orb
तेरा?
kills,
Yeah, I mean, why not?
University अच्छा अच्छा.
A thrifty round for EG.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा.
So they win pistol, Comp clutches going
W.
into the anti-eco. And then they have no money to work with in their bonus round, yet they still convert that
They
as a
still
thrifty.
convert it.
मेरे को कैसे मालूम भाई बाहर के
That's going to
यूनिवर्सिटी
boost wild confidence though
यार
for
घर
the
से
side
बाहर
of
नहीं
EG
जा पा रहा हूँ मैं
going into this next round and potentially in the rest of this map.
भाई अभी हेवी लीड है जी के पास
And it's all downhill from here.
ऐसा स्टार्ट के बाद
Here's the thing too. I mean, like
ऐसा
as I was
स्टार्ट के बाद कौन भाई
trying
Did
to
it to
mention,
yourself.
as you have that confidence now with whatever just happened in the last few rounds, you now
बताओ मुझे
know this
मादर
conversation
लैंग्वेज
you can really close this out because you're just diffing your opponents.
Oh yeah.
But that's where
निफ्ट
mistakes
के
start
बाजू में है
happening, and that's
बिंकिया
where it also started happening against Envy in that opening
हाँ?
series.
Yep.
So an early timeout
अबे
coming out as
हरामी
well,
वर्ल्ड में नंबर
allowing
2
Potter to
यूनिवर्सिटी है
have that conversation with her team.
इधर
A
तेरे को
timeout that's
इंपीरियल
taken by
ब्लू
Loud, by the way.
लैंग्वेज
Because
लैंग्वेज
of the results that shouldn't have gone.
भाई वर्ल्ड में बाप यूनिवर्सिटी उनको मालूम रहता है जो पढ़ाई करते हाँ है कि नहीं अभी वर्ल्ड में बेस्ट हॉस्पिटल दो ही जन को पता है एक डॉक्टर या फिर जो पेशेंट है बस नॉर्मल को नहीं मालूम रे बाबा वही फंडा है मेरे साथ समझ रहे हो अभी देख मेरे को कोई पूछेगा मैं गेमर हूं मेरे को कोई पूछेगा वर्ल्ड्स बेस्ट आईजीएल कौन रहा है वैलोरेंट ऑफ द ई-स्पोर्ट्स में समझ रहे हो सीधा अनुज भाई समझ रहे हो समझा तू
Round at the conversation with their coach up to the IGLing into veterancy of Pankata. It starts off well. You're seeing
भी
so
मेरे
far
बाद
EG setup.
ये मेन है
Keep
उस पे
putting that
ज्यादा फोकस
interceptor at
करना
the same
थैंक
spot,
यू
so it gets broken out by the shock dart.
Locked up. Nice take. Loud perfectly getting into position now. No mistakes to be made. Decide to push through the smoke as it goes away. I like the timing there. Trying to create a few more options for themselves. We see that kill go down towards heaven actually. The drone was being, or clone was being
Thank you
put
for the $100 मेरी जान
down. Everybody looking around there. Looks like
Love
there's a fire
you.
on their head. Possibly.
my only
Nobody's
achievement
able to
hashtag
encroach
OP
on
baby
this Ivy area just yet. Bao's going to be the first. Oh, what a slice of the pie there. Can he eat
language
more? No,
language
now is the
language
second one.
language
As EG start to control
आप
that
पढ़ाई
kill
पे फोकस
feed.
करो रोस्ट पे मेरे को करने दो ना ये क्या है ये दोनों काम कर रहे हो
Three
बीच
very fast kills as they pop out of the
अबे ये लोग
woodwork to
निकाल लिए
claim that one for
thirsty
themselves.
Wow, makes it work on the half by two, and
Yeah.
हाँ
really maybe just a conversation to have that shotgun inserted. We just talked about the whaley with the shotgun, right?
साहिब भाई मेरे को एक बात बोलो आप क्यों हंस रहे हो आईजीएल में मैं और वो बकचोदी कर रहे सीसी में मैं और टिबोन बकचोदी कर रहे आप क्या बीच में लटक रहे हो भैया जी आपका तो नाम ही नहीं है किधर हेलो
Gonna just TP out and they kind of play the flood retake. So Loud just understood that from watching the past games, and they're like, well, let's just move in. This is a casual execution, and we'll get to.
बच्चे इसकी बात सुन के समझ लो रात की नींद इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाए लैंग्वेज शिवम भाई लैंग्वेज अरे बाप रे खुद की टीम को मार दिया ऐसा कैसा रैंडम मल्टी में मारते बे लोग बेस में मारे चेंबर को बेस में
where he wasn't going to fully reach. Verdi grabbing ult.
सीधा स्टन ult बंदा गया
No command to basically rip open sight if they want to get in ability free from the defensive side as they start to test the waters and see what kind of util and vision they can get at these sites.
This is going to be smart. I was just about to mention Calm will probably
रेटिंग वालों में अकेले बादशाह मेरा सिमर भाई अभी नेक्स्ट वीडियो उसने बोला है मोस्ट सिंगलेस्ट ऑफ सिंगल्स का रेटिंग करने वाला है उसमें मोस्ट डेस्परेट करके कैटेगरी है
An idea someone's lurking, but they're not confirmed there as you see Okeanos Since we're not too sure, somebody might have
S
slipped
tier,
by, so
S golden tier.
good hold here on that defensive side. Okeanos has to go to commit to a site, though. 30 seconds left to get into anchor position here. And that means Darker might be free to wreak havoc in mid. Gravity well delay. And a little bit of a pause here, Vance.
Just trying to delay as much as they can.
कैसे खेलेगा ये smoke के around? ओह पकड़ा.
Superman with the surprise.
Kills there from Superman.
मेरे को सच्ची लगा वर्ती देखेगा इसको. लेकिन वर्ती नीचे देख रहा था. अगर वर्ती देखता था ना तो कोई था नहीं ऊपर. समझ रहे तुम लोग? सिंगल वॉच तो एक ही रहेगा. लव यू यार. मामा मैं कौन सी रेटिंग की बात कर रहे हो? मुझे बता. बच्चे लोग को वोटिंग अलाउ किया है. मुझे पता नहीं था बच्चे लोग को वोटिंग.
Come here. Stop playing on the rope.
Sai versus Bhavin, new matchmaking.
He didn't have to really use his dimensional drift to look down towards that long B side because he just stayed on top and had an aggressive line. So as you see that smoke about to dissipate towards that A main, they just started cycling util to delay.
वैसे भी पढ़ाई के लिए गया है. हो जाए. What are your views?
Forcing pressure of that time.
What are your views on Sai Bhai?
Mistakes, dimensional drift then used for the retake.
हो जाए Bhavin.
So that the other two
अपन भी एक
players sprayed down their
unfiltered.
opponents.
पहले बता देने का स्टार्टिंग में अनफिल्टर्ड करके ताकि किसको बुरा ना लगे. समझ रहे हो?
We have lots of ults available for
so
हो जाए.
Well, this could be a noisy round, that's for sure. And it depends, are they separated or multiple ults used just for space?
कोई मैच देख भी रहा है किसी बख्शुदी कर रहे हैं अपन. बख्शुदी चलेगा. एक दिन चलेगा. वैसे भी इजी जीतेगा. Next map लेके.
You want to play? Let's play.
Already. We're ready to play. We've been here. Luke show up on top, supported by the team down low as they take that mid control to start.
इसको कंटेंट चाहिए. देखो बड़े को. एटलीस्ट मैं कंटेंट लेता हूँ भाई. प्लेयर तो नहीं लेता सीधा.
DG set up. You have the evolution for Bao that plays where he loves to play. He's not getting hit by any
Professional और personal दोनों मैं publicly नहीं बोल सकता.
They play a very passive mill for EG. They're playing a little bit more turtled up and they're watching the aggressive angles towards people lurking into the back extremities of middle. If it actually comes down to Loud just going for a last minute exec with all of the utils that they have, well, at least the interceptor is going to break the other type of util that would keep Superman give him a chance to anchor up towards the safe side.
किसी का नहीं सुना अकेले रेटिंग फिर.
Pop flash into drone.
जो गॉडफिट भाई बोलेंगे वही मेरा रेटिंग है. लेकिन वीडियो मेरे चैनल पे आएगी. वो भी गॉडफिट भाई के चैनल पे डाल देते.
Still realizing the hit was only to take the front side of A. Nobody's actually encroaching into the site. Diz is in, tries to get back in quick, but they oh no, they actually are going straight in.
अरे बाप रे.
Seen there on the refract, no abilities, no people, just the terrain. But
क्या
still
कुछ नहीं कर
safe
सकते.
play for Verdi now from the end. Wait, there's parallel convergence to be used. Still trying to jump into the side here to get that control back.
हाँ ये कहाँ से आया?
Bombs able to stick it. Superman from
वो लोग खुद सोच रहे रहेंगे ये अल्ट कहाँ से आया करके.
Quick cleanup.
दो वॉल में कुछ समझा भी नहीं रहेगा वो लोग को.
Back into the site past that cosmic divide.
Com launches opponents. Sorry.
साहब आप तो डिनर मत करो. काफी साल हो गए हैं.
With that rolling thunder, but at the same time, it was looking quite weird with Bao just letting the planner get the planner at the default spot, not even checking it. At least they still had a game plan for EG to pinch.
I'm killing your whole team!
ऐसे टाइम पे ऐसे प्लेयर्स हुए करते थे अपने.
He does play fearless on Vito. It's kind of crazy the way he does.
फिर बाद में कुछ आइजिल्स आए अपने सीन में.
गलत इन्फ्लुएंस. When you're going to the ult.
उसने न्यूज़ कैम ढूंढ लिया है. हाँ क्या?
Had this for last round. Oh wow, they just start off the rip. 10 seconds into the round, we are into the B site here. And a quick kill from Superman. They're already starting to retaliate, and Loud doesn't even have any ground here. Shots from heaven soaring down towards that bottom part of the site before Loud can enter in.
और spam मार दिया डिफॉल्ट वाले को. तो समझा भी नहीं रहेगा कहाँ से बड़ी.
Money's not the best.
मैं actually 2-0 हो रहा है क्या?
It'll be a minute save, but I doubt it at this point. Looks kind of desperate here.
ये तो साहिब है कि esports करियर हो गया जी के सामने में.
Save a couple of ults. maybe even one from Verdi to try to cycle them to try to get some rounds. Great job for EG to stop all of those. All the ults were used, but EG stays on top when they're at a disadvantaged position in terms of ult equations. And even if Carlosine stays back towards that spawn, Pankata is just trying to find an opening. Potentially.
पोस्टमार्टम वीडियो देखी है कच्चे खिलाड़ी
I doubt at first, but
नहीं लग रहे थे कौन सा वाला रे
20 seconds left. Carlosine's low on HP. Got to focus on it to the next round.
This round, or map, I should say, has been inching
वो
back
मरने का
and
एक्टिंग
forth
वाला वो वाला
between the rounds with EG now taking
भाई रीलर है आजकल
that
बोलने का नहीं
3-round lead
इसको
over Loud, 2 away from the elimination.
The thing is too is I was just looking at
यार को मुंबई आ रहा सीधा लैंडिंग नवी मुंबई W मेरी जान W मेरी जान
or maybe he is and I can't really see the lips, but this type of save usually going into like
ये चार को ना अभी चार दिन
1 minute to
डन
save,
से
right?
मिलता है
Your weapons. This is a perfect opportunity for the IGL to start talking within the next round, especially when you don't have any timeouts to work with left on your side, right? You're only allowed 2 per map.
भाई वीटो मेटा अच्छा लग रहा है ना लेकिन अभी
So that's the type of play that usually in those moments is right over here at that minute mark, or sorry, at the minute save, or even on just
माता
full
रेंट पे
ecos,
दो
to just build out a plan for the next few rounds
लैंडिंग
for
का टेंशन है
your team to try to get back into this game. Because you're now trailing by 3.
पैसे लगते हैं मेंबरशिप लो पहले फ्री में नहीं होता काश 10 वाला लेना थैंक यू
Easily destroying all these sensors. Bow doesn't even give Luke Shaw a chance. And they still identify more, so EG is sitting pretty on this round.
कैसे चला long distance?
Pressuring Loud in their most dire moment here in the lower bracket. Elimination on the line, and everything needs to go right for Loud. Slowly pushing in, the pop flash comes in, a turn is there, but Kalenzi can't find the right one. There's just too many targets, but it's going to be up to Superman.
ये कौन सा स्प्रे बे?
Pankata starts to answer back with the rest of Loud. Verdi, a sliver of health limping around the map.
करना wrongly तो बता. Sorry. I would like to apologize.
Who's been good for it every time, and you ask again.
साई कुछ तो बोल रहा था तेरे बारे में. बिट जा उसको.
And it starts off with a surprise kill, a blind trap play to really take down Luke Show. The round previously, or a couple of rounds ago, you saw Hunter's Fury back towards that spawn as well. So
गिर रहा हूँ. टांग किसने मजा तो आएगा. नहीं मेरा उल्टा है. मेरा रिवर्स व्यूअरशिप है. मेरा जितना गांड मारता है मेरे ही चैट को मजा आता है. पता नहीं क्यों. मेरा थोड़ा अलग है चैट.
Teamwork makes the dream work. That's all there is to it.
But yeah, just a surprise at the timing to fault line right into where Lucia liked to scale from that first round, second round. Coming in from that bend, Bao was able to swing out perfectly off that fault line for Okeanos to give EG a player advantage within the last round, and now setting themselves up for series point.
And what a back and forth too. Every round these teams have got has been hard fought for, pulling it back in their favor. A timeout call
पहले दिन टीम डिस्पॉइंट हो जाएगी. अगर सच्ची में तेरे को लिया तो ना.
And EG has found a string of
चैट
rounds
पढ़ के
here
समझा नहीं वो मजाक कर रहा था.
with a chance to move forward in the lower bracket. Luke Show, a lot going to be on his shoulders here as he creeps up mid by himself to listen and look for that cutoff.
मार्जिल कंटेंट देख रहा बिंके को. है किधर हो? खेल आएगा अभी भी.
Desperate now. Try to have to drone a little bit close here, so you don't really give your position, or sorry, to get surprised, but they just gamble for the group up contact play to peek.
B split, लेकिन
that gives a little bit more space there for a little bit more that the drone could get as it scales up on that B side.
Luke Show's known he's got to make that fight happen on one or the side of the other. Kalenzi helps to open the side. EG looks like they're scrambling a bit here, and that's exactly what Loud wanted into this one. Looks like it could even be a flawless.
Hello?
I take that back. Dijazine says no. A curse indeed lays itself on the map as Luke Show gets one.
Binks भाई 6 बार इंटरनेशनल जाने का वादा किया था. Last time finally जाके कैसे लगा?
And they keep themselves on this one in the series and ready for another one.
Yeah, he's just trying to close that gap as well from the TP, knowing that his opponents was dropping back, but TP went a little bit too far out and he gate crashes out in the open.
Nakar Lala.
Nice recon dart too. Calm was trying to find a surprise angle on the top of the jump up.
Nice.
Lucio still being annoying after even being seen. Like, knowing
punished. Yeah.
they have to deal with him. He's still able to punish. It's crazy.
Brown ho gaya tha to language.
First Odin coming out.
Kya ho gaya Bohin bhai aaj?
Calm watching it towards the A main, and they're trying to play the back and forth. So the first one will be Digizine to bait it out with the op. Actually, as they recon, and they haven't really seen too much pressure coming through. Calm is going to look back to help out, maybe drone middle to see if Lucio's still lurking on that side, lurking on that mid control.
But se marega 3 tak ginne diya lekin marega. Main wo
Trying
tha.
to play the most off angle he can, or just keep crouched down and able to get that gate.
Bhavin lekin mazak se hatkar
up by
love you
one
meri
now
jaan
in this
rote.
round.
बहुत कुछ किया है तूने community के
Going for a
लिए.
little bit.
I hope you do well in life.
Oh, no, they're just
और जल्दी से आ जाओ वापस ताकि अपन chill कर सके साथ में. Love you यार मेरी जान. Love you.
Lucio wants to shoot this up to have the players rotate across.
के साथ अपना भी नाता है. इतना तो बनता है.
They've been good at this as well. Finding
साय
success
का भी हो
out of these
सकता था
pushes
एक time
against
पे.
C9 for Loud.
नाता.
Oh, Kianos.
साय पे थोड़ा सा जाटा निकला था लेकिन.
He's going along with Spike.
He goes in, yeah, with his spread. They didn't have any communication on that one. Okeanos finds two. The spike is down at his feet. He's going to be pinched from both sides, but he's still creating trouble for these two. And now it is just the waiting game for Digizine.
job se nikal diya. Yay!
Set up where possible. Calm's going to be
new job na, matlab double salary.
with the Odin here from the
Bhaiya, tum
backside
thoda
as
badh
he
rahe
meets
ho.
up with Superman. Oh, another dimensional drift,
full.
a secure round. It seems like it's always up with Digizine. Lucio
4 years 8 orcs वो on paper 8 है off the record जाएगा तो शायद 10-11 हो जाएगा bro निकाल लिया बे लोग ने round.
The quick switch to the headhunter to keep Loud in the game, continuing to be a pain point. 19-10 right now for Lucio. Unfortunately, the gate crash coming out here once again out in the open. That catch, Digizine gets caught off guard.
ताई भाई कभी आपने ये सोचा है कभी एक बार सोच के देखो कभी आपको ये सोचा है कि यहाँ पे जो थोड़ा बहुत ऑर्क्स था वो लोग प्लेयर्स के साथ पैसा स्कैम क्यों करते थे कभी ये सोचा है कहाँ से वो स्कैम करने का वो ऑर्क को वो आइडिया मिला रहेगा मतलब ऐसा कोई रहेगा ना जो ऑर्क को भी स्कैम करता था कभी एक बार बैठ के कभी ऐसा सोच के देखो कब स्टार्ट हुआ ये चीज करके समझ रहे हो वो एक बार वो तार मिला के देखो एक बार
And if it wasn't for these hero plays coming out from Lucio, it would have been over. So now it forces a timeout from Potter, and it gives a chance right now for Loud to recompose. Now that the coach was able to say a couple rounds against Al, the defensive half has been held by EG. The money is not looking.
Skyby, are you making a org tier list video next time? Huh? प्लेयर्स से ज्यादा आप ऑर्ग्स में गए हो ऐसे देखा जाए तो तमीज से भाई लैंग्वेज एसएडएल का मेंबर हो तुम तमीज से थर्ड पार्टी टूर्नामेंट खेलने वाले थर्ड पार्टी प्लेयर
To anchor up on that B site.
हाँ
Something you sometimes see, they put their TPs on top of each other.
Back there में भी था language bamba language
so they can reappear together.
Language
Just make that double swing instant. So pretty neat if that comes into play. But Loud's going to go ahead and default this one. Not even really moving the spike too much.
Technically देखा जाए तो technically देखा जाए तो
radar. It definitely looks like you're looking for a sliver angle down.
लेकिन in depth देखना पड़ेगा in
depth. A little bit of double trap potentially here by both the Astra Util and Okeanos as that breach because he's probably waiting with a fault line in his hands because he's pretty much. They're trying to fight that down.
नहीं expose बाद में
mid, 0 point towards mid, dismiss smoke as they also give a little bit of love here towards the right with utility.
This is working out for them though, because right now you're utilizing a lot of early utility for EG to try to push them back towards that B side.
ये बावी ने पार्टी बदल दी है.
They were falling back here for the side of Loud, but They decide to cut noise and re-hit Tay, so it turns out to be advantage for
सिमर
Loud
में मूड
to
में
take
हूँ
this round.
जब मौका मिलेगा दमरे तो बजेगा ही अभी कुछ वो है ना नथिंग टू लूज पढ़ाई करने गया है ना
quick on this, even with a true God Dart going out. They cannot find the kills quick enough. Loud will put up another round here, adding the
भाई ओटी जा रहा है क्या
and one away
सही तेरे
from
एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से बता ओटी जा रहा है कि नहीं क्योंकि मेरे को वहाँ पे 4
There's the
अल्टी दिख
trade
रहे हैं
out. We expected it to happen, and the team is ready. Loud is ready to keep us going.
दो साल
Almost like
मैं गेम के बाहर गाली आई है बढ़ने की वजह से
unfortunately could connect a couple of these shots.
क्या दिन थे नथिंग टू लूज होता है बिंग्स भाई बहुत लोग काफी कुछ लूज कर देते हैं बट छोड़ो मैं अच्छा आदमी हूँ लव यू यार मेरे साथ भी वही प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है अभी मैं अच्छा आदमी हूँ वाला
Evolution to hold up towards that
वो अभी
B-side
लाइफ
for
के
EG.
एंड स्टेज में मालूम पड़ेगा वाज इट वर्थ इट कि लोगों की गांड मार देनी चाहिए थी तभी के तभी ना अभी नहीं पता चलेगा वो
Just a little cosmic divide to make you sweat. Verdi drops calm. It's looking good. OT on the horizon for Loud. If they can keep the pressure off. Luxio already in position here and says goodbye to Okeanos. Ultimate comes out and he still gets out of a situation, identifying two. Superman insight. They're trying to hold it down from anchor positions to at least get one or two before they go down in these tight moments. Oh my gosh, the action doesn't end. Hunter's Fury to distract a bit. A flawless final round of regulation. We're going to OT.
तो स्ट्रीम देख के रोज से तो लगता है आप स्ट्रीम में नहीं आ रहे बंग भाई कर मैं रोज अरे तो 2 बार क्यों लिख रहे थे ले नहीं मैं बायोग्राफी में सब लिख के रखूंगा उनके बच्चों को भी पता लगे पापा क्या करते हैं लैंग्वेज
Awesome stuff.
It's just some great conversations from the timeouts.
एक सीरीज चाहिए ना नेटफ्लिक्स पे इंडियन गेमिंग
to stay within this game.
रिवाइंड राउंड नहीं होता तो जीजी था मगर वो सब पार्ट ऑफ द गेम ही है यार कुछ नहीं कर सकता
And it begins.
Yeah, and another moment where EG felt like they could
मेन ये है कि वो सब दिमाग में नहीं रखने का और आगे बढ़ते हैं.
have to make sure going into this first round of overtime that you don't let that fluster. Don't let that. What, raffle your
आज रेगुलर को
Ruffle.
कोक से याद आया यार.
It's got to be flawless.
ये मैच लंबा चला कि
starts off well though.
मेरा चाय पी के खत्म हो
Luxio
गया
going with the piss around strat and instantly punished here by Bao.
Okay. Superman, little silent jump.
ना कर भावेन
Get themselves back into a walk towards A.
ना कर लाला.
The drone didn't see anything, but they keep 3A for Loud actually. So this should benefit the side of EG.
Now what forced the drone to come out was the orb, if I'm not mistaken, picked up on the A sign. So you're right to stay 3 towards the A site.
Pop flash
is interesting.
सब बड़े हैं और नहीं भी है पढ़ाई बर्तन सफाई कपड़े होमवर्क सब करना पड़ता है
My God. I didn't even see everybody that he shot as fast as he shot them. What the hell, Verdi coming out so big, but
लेकिन डिजीजी है जब तक डिजीजी है ना
to be able to control sight and one of that those positions is Digizine pushing forward to catch someone off guard.
होमवर्क कौन करता है बे कुछ बाप रे क्या मारा बे
and they have sight controlled and the TP out for the post
crazy player है बे डिजीजी.
I was just about to say, Riv. Heroic plays, but it's never over.
इसको भी लेने का
pushing it too. You think they recognize it, but his timing is too good, and Superman gets picked out on the
round निकाला बे जी ने.
Just too loud.
क्या round निकाला बे?
One v ones for himself with a shorty, and they're already ahead.
I know मेरी बात.
Game point, series point for Evil Geniuses.
That's got her
बहुत मेहनत है.
That was so beautiful.
सबर का फल मिठा होता है.
But right there as they scale back. You're just trying to clear the.
अरे मेरा भाई जब भी गया था ना बाहर पढ़ाई करने के लिए तभी एक अच्छा था कि वो क्या बोलते हैं वहाँ पे वो पैसा बहुत मिलता है बे साइड में काम करने का पता है मेरा भाई स्कैमर ना उसको पेपर बांटने के उसको पैसे मिलते थे डॉलर्स में, और वो स्टेशन पे रख के आ जाता था। बॉस को बोलता था सारे पेपर्स दे दिए,
to win, but being very cautious.
फट से $10।
An opportunity for DigiZine to do a lot of damage here with this operator.
Part time.
Yeah. Doesn't want to play on that line if 3 people are going to be looking at him.
The knife didn't hit him too, so he could re-peek. He does get one, and that's Luke Show at least.
Trades in.
Plus info.
Verdi still got
Entry plus
speed for the
info.
team, the ability to go in,
Naya
find,
job
and
का
get out, a
application
little bit
भेज
of
दे, wish me
safety.
good luck. All the best,
Really want
Shimbai.
the lead on
All
these.
the best.
It's AI. They're gonna.
Scammer था मेरा भाई, scammer था मेरा ही भाई है ना.
Wait, they're backing up just in time. Just in time.
They heard the rope. There was one that tried to silent jump here for the side of Loud, and they made some noise, so you got to give that up.
Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. A big factor in the round, just a bit of audio to give EG the sense to play back in sight, pulling the drone in so it doesn't see anybody else. Bao's happy to take that. And they still have an anchor on the other side. Comms happy to stay.
लेकिन मेन क्या मालूम है, वो कन्वर्जन में ऐसा दिखता है, लेकिन वहाँ पे खर्चा उसको कुछ भागन को मालूम पड़ गया रहेगा अभी तक.
Flash goes out. That gets just about everybody to turn around. Spams through the smoke here, and they still have control of the backside. It has to be taken twice
almost.
now, and it may be 2 times too many.
My
Okeanos gets 2
God.
for himself, and now it's Darker alive. The newest of the team to keep them in overtime, to keep Cloud alive in kickoff. He aims high, and it's going to be Calm to do the deed.
2-0 मारा.
That's Evil Geniuses sending Loud home, and Evil Geniuses moving on in kickoff.
DCC भाई ना करो, DCC भाई ना करो.
Given faith now for Darker to be able to clutch that, but
आपके friends हैं ना करो.
plays the flash, couldn't get the recon, and the IGL Silver Lining 2 is the one that gets the final kill to knock out Loud. EG finding good form in this series and good vibes as you can see.
Be like मेरा हो गया, yeah.
Definitely inject a lot of hope and confidence moving on into this gauntlet of a lower bracket.
Excellent
for the Evil Geniuses.
And the vibes moved across Evil Geniuses like a wave, right? We saw Okeanos at first, and then there was
हमारे कॉलेज में पार्ट टाइम करने का टाइम ही नहीं है. आज बोला ना बहुत बाप है कॉलेज.
Calm with all of his plays and that bow, lots of bow at the end, towards the end of the game, really being hyped for each other. So just about everybody took a position in that voice.
Ranger, what course are you studying, bro? Inter college. Inter college.
Site and doing a lot of hero plays from players getting clutches, but also at the same time, when they do have the opportunity to play off each other, they did, and they played it very cleanly. So to see the evolution, how it's changed from that first week to that third week, you see how much work has been put into EG so far to make sure that they continue to have clean maps and maintain the lead throughout the series. Of course, it almost didn't going into the second map here of Abyss, but at least they're able to close it out in OT.
One of the teams believing in Vito and the power of the Vito
Rent
here.
plus compulsory health insurance plus
we had
electricity
Corrode,
plus water
didn't even
blitz
get a
plus
chance to get to it here.
only part time allowed plus
were able to
normal cost मतलब जैसे चल जाता है उतना हो जाता है plus मेरा membership
what's
वो
going
भी
to happen in the bonus rounds and making them so much more fruitful for how they would move forward with their game. Potter as well with the calm down timeouts. Super big.
MBA का full form बता?
In that sense.
Masters of Bachelors of Arts.
This should make the next matchup quite interesting and spicy.
What do we got?
Because they move forward here against Loud and are about to face off against Envy again, which is a
तेरा
team
भाई
that
artistic
down
person है
when they
घर
had such a good
जाएगा.
start at the very
Mother
beginning.
game, just rush them over and
This
over.
is going to be an insane matchup for sure.
We love it. All right, well, with one winner, we do have to have one team we have to say goodbye to here in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, we are now saying goodbye to Loud here in kickoff.
One thing that I'd like to say, at least in terms of the positives for Loud,
Can we
is
keep
that, yes,
Masters
they got
or
map
Bachelors
despite like
as
all these new
barabar?
systems that they're trying to rebuild for their side in kickoff, they're still able to have good
एक है.
firepower to fight against the best of the best.
And they're not opposed to switching it up and looking for the different agents for their players.
That's the thing, unfortunately, though, right? You're open to try new things, but unfortunately, it didn't really work out on your side.
It's not
so
there yet.
There's still a lot of work to do, but to be
Business
open in that scenario, to
administration
try
होता है.
new things, if they're able to work that out and get more
तो
practice.
Bachelor वाला भी कौन सा इसमें होता है?
Right, let's send it down to Athena on stage for the
4 साल
Horizon
से
post-match
इंडिया में
interview
का
with
इधर मैंने
Superman.
life is tough. Love you यार.
Hey, I'm here with EG Superman. Can we make some noise for EG,
Tough तो होता है बे, tough तो होता है, easy कुछ नहीं है. चलो guys, मैं जा रहा हूँ गांड मारने.
Of course, course,
Bye,
really
Bhavin babes.
amazing.
Bye,
You've
Mama
been
babes.
really solid as
Love
a
you,
rock
Binka.
kind
You
of
are a very
player,
nice
controller player
person.
for
मैं ही
this team.
चूते हूँ.
But today
Love you,
kind of played
Sai.
lights
Love you.
out.
Take it
Was there something
cares.
that changed individually, or was it just
Good
the
night.
team clicking?
Honestly, if I gotta be honest, if the team was playing 5v5 this last 2 weeks, we'll be 3-0 right now. I had to step it up for the team, so.
I love that. That's awesome. No, because you played actually crazy. Like, you were getting multi-frag after multi-frag. It was really sick. Before I talked to Potter, and she was talking about how, as a team, you guys had a lot of improvements, especially over this past week. And so, what do you feel the decision-making, and how do you feel a lot of it changed now coming in from the last loss?
Honestly, after the last loss, you know, I look at about myself and I made a lot of mistakes I usually don't make.
Yeah.
You know, and like you said, I'm the rock of this team. If I'm making those mistakes, we're gonna suffer. So.
I mean, obviously, you fixed it up
so
for
going into this game, you know, no mistakes.
No mistakes.
There was no room for mistakes.
Dude, I love that. And obviously, since last
Confident
year,
लग
you
रहा
were
है
the last remaining member on this
6 years still
roster.
working.
What do you think the biggest
butt off.
differences within
Needed
this
to
team's
survive
roster and last year's, especially
anywhere.
with the vibes?
Honestly, Bao and Oki brings insane
चलो
energy.
बंस भाई मूवी
That
चला
Zoomer
सोने
energy
मिलते
that we've
डन
been
से
missing all
बाविन
along.
आते रहे बीच बीच में
Shout out to those guys.
लव यू
But
मेरे
yeah,
जान
that's the main thing,
करोटे
I'll
डू
say.
वेल इन लाइफ यार
Perfect. Well, thank you
चैट
so much
बाविन भाई
for
को
this
प्यार दो
interview.
साहब को
And
गाली
of course, after this, we have LEV versus KRU, so don't miss out.
I'm telling you, FIRA wins 2026 champs and possible. 6 बज गया. अगर नेक्स्ट मैप बेस्ट ऑफ 3 भी होता तो 9 बजे. कंसिडरिंग मैं 1.5 घंटे बाद सोता हूँ 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. 2.5 hours? Well, next watch party KRU. उनका मेन रोस्टर नहीं है लेकिन मजा आ रहा है मेरे को देख के KRU को. नेक्स्ट टाइम एसिडल का VCT के लिए फॉर्म फिल करना मत भूलना प्लीज. वैसा नहीं होता है. एक ही स्लॉट इंडिया है बस. आपके मैथ सुन के अरे बट्टा भी सो गए. क्यों 10:30 बजे मैं सोऊंगा? 11:30, 12:30.
KRU is playing with a sub team.
2.5 hour ही मेरे को नींद मिलेगा. 1 बजे उठता हूँ मैं. 1:30 वॉच पार्टी के लिए. कभी कभी तो 12:30 बजे उठता हूँ.
Mechanically and has been showing up very well.
जोकता बट नेवर माइंड. अच्छा ठीक है.
The LEV roster is all
भाई सारे
you know,
जोक्स
Sato.
आफ्टरनून और इवनिंग स्ट्रीम्स के लिए रखो. ये मैंने कल बोल के रखा था. रात को थोड़ा प्रोसेस मेरा स्लो चल रहा है जोक्स अंडरस्टैंड करने का. AWC का ये साल का कुछ सीन है क्या बंक्स भाई? कोई इन्फो? सच्ची नहीं मालूम यार मेरे को. सच्ची मेरे को नहीं मालूम. AWC में क्या होने वाला है मेरे को सच कोई आइडिया नहीं है. अपना वैलो टीम में भी क्या होने वाला है ना. जीरो आइडिया. आज
Welcome back to
नियॉन
VCT
का
America's Kickoff and
डिबेट
our
है बाय द
second
वे.
elimination
नियॉन
match
का
of
डिबेट
the
है.
tournament. It's
Oh
KRU
my
Visa
God,
going
का
up against
डिबेट हो
Leviathan.
गया.
Golden
Oh
Moore here
my
once again,
God.
joined by Dryad Emily as well as Jonah P. All right. So before we move forward, though, I do want to say, EG, holy moly, congrats to those guys. 2-0. They did it. Jonah, you kind of are a bit of a wizard. You were talking about Super delivered.
Yeah, I just had a feeling. I know he wants this. He wants his revenge for him personally, and I know he's the type of player to not listen to the noise from the public view, just focus on himself. And I knew that's what was going to happen. Even though I predicted Loud to win today, I did that before. I knew that Supo, had a rough couple weeks. So
no, he put in the work, and it proved, and rather it paid off. And of course, congratulations to EG. But let's go ahead and move on to this matchup, because we have two LATAM orgs fighting to make it to be the first LATAM team. Of course, words are difficult for me to say, even though it's my job. The first LATAM team to Masters. Who would it be? We would normally call this matchup the El Clasico, or El Clasico, because the El Clasico is redundant. But it's not really the same thing this year, because Dryad, I think the players are a little different, right?
Things have changed throughout the years, but this year more than ever for LEV and KRU. They've always been that representation, especially for Chile. The most Latin American players that we have are Chilean, and this time around, that representation is relying, yes, on that academy team for KRU, but also on the other side for King, who has been a part of this team for so long. So when you talk about that representation that you're going to be seeing the most, is maybe not in the way that we were expecting coming into this match. Having this academy team having to play, having Nayak said from one day to another, get the call of, you need to come to LA, you need to play, and he was ready for it.
Yeah, but we did hear Sato before the match started that, hey, even though this KRU team, they're subs, you gotta, or well, rather, this was Infiltrator saying this, but it's still like Sato putting the respect on his opponent, but also Infiltrator saying like, hey, listen, like, we're subs, but we're gonna be here to perform, right?
Yeah, I mean, the last thing you want to do, especially on kind of this last shot in the lower bracket, is underestimate who you're going up against. Like, as a player, you always want to keep in mind trying to just put your best foot forward and not let any mistakes or any like egos kind of get in the way of underestimating your opponent.
Now, of course, we did talk about this before, but KRU, they are going to be playing with a sub roster this time around once again. And the question is, can they hold down the fort and stay alive in this lower bracket? It's going to be a challenge without a doubt. But Jonah, what have you seen from this KRU team that is stuck out to you that maybe it could be a thing that KRU fans can lean on to?
The thing that sticks out to me is they have, obviously this match they have everything to lose, but at the same time they have nothing to lose, They're playing with stand-ins. They're very confident. I know Infiltrator, Governor, they're very respected in the tier 2 scene. Even Governor, he's played tier 1 before. And, I think they're just having the freedom to do whatever they want. And, unfortunately, like they're in the lower bracket, but, I can see their confidence.
Yeah, and they really didn't go down without a fight. We saw them take maps off of all these different teams, right? And one thing when I'm looking at KRU specifically is that they have 5 really good star players that we've seen shine in different maps and different matches. And when I'm thinking in my head, like, I don't love relying on like a star player or hero plays to win a game, but when you have 5 players that are all capable of doing that, it doesn't look so bad.
Yeah, no, but let's talk about these 5, right? Because, for a lot of folks, some names are going to be familiar, right? MTA, Nagzet, we've seen these guys before. Governor, he's been around, right, here and there. But Infiltrator, Benji, like, these are names that are still relatively fresh to a lot of people, especially myself.
Especially for that challenger scene, this year we have so many players that have gotten the chance to step up and play for VCT in one way or another. For Benji, you always saw him playing for that Oxen team in tier 2 and having incredible performances like he continues to do, even IGLing as we see him. I feel like the Astra is insane and one of the best that we've seen so far in Americas. But also on the other side for Infiltrator and Governor, they were most recently playing for Winthrop University, and Infiltrator, it started as a university team competing in that way, and they kept winning, and they just went to challenges, got top 3 in one of the stages last year, and that's when we started noticing, hey, Infiltrator and Governor, they're pretty good.
Oh yeah, most definitely, of course. Let's check in though on the KRU side. We got MTA standing by with Athena to get his thoughts earlier on today.
Obviously, I'm here with MTA. You've played so many roles over this period of time. How has learning all these different roles helped you, and how confident do you feel changing up your roles and learning what you need for the rest of your team?
Te ayuda mucho en general tener tantos roles como a tomar decisiones, a saber qué hacer en cada momento y bueno, lo de jugar lo que necesita el equipo es algo indispensable si uno está jugando flex, que como el rol que hemos estado jugando este último tiempo, de que poder ser capaz de poder jugar lo que el equipo necesita.
Being able to play all these roles helps a lot because I'm able to play and bring different playstyles depending on the situation. And also being able to play all these agents is great, and it's kind of what I need to because right now I'm pretty much playing that flex role. So it is what is expected and what is working.
Perfect. Thank you so
much. Good luck.
बैन आएगा लेकिन आगे इन फ्यूचर
Metropolitan Transit Authority did not have a
Agent
great
bans
run
आएंगे
with KRU in 2024. That's a New York MTA joke, by the way, for you guys.
गौतम भाई एक ही चीज 10 बार लिखा जो मैंने इग्नोर किया
a second chance here in 2026, and you're hearing what he talked about there, Emily. He's filling all these different roles.
Thanks, Archie. ये कौन सा लाइक नहीं किया था
It does feel like that's going to be a thing that KRU are going to continuously need to rely on. You need that flexibility.
Yeah, and we saw him switch it up, right? From week 1, he was playing mostly KO, mostly kind of there supporting his team, and then week 2, he came out with this Yoru, started kind of being super aggro and switching up his playstyle, but what the team needed, and the
Good
fact
morning,
that he's able to do
good
that
morning.
flawlessly, might I say, is really insane to see.
And even going way back in the 2024 when he got picked up, he got picked up because he was an incredible duelist player, but then he was forced into roles that he wasn't comfortable playing, forced into a Cypher where he was still not comfortable with how the script was going to work, forced into also Initiator that didn't really quite get that synergy with Kesnet right away, and now the more that you get to see him, he turns into this
Underdogs
player out of
karen
nowhere, playing in that academy team all of last year and now coming back for VCT. I just feel like he's had such an incredible journey.
Yeah, well, look, that's one half of El Clasico. Let's talk about the other half because we have Leviathan, all right? Now, this is a team that on paper should be winning, right? I mean, heck, you got King on the team. You got Spike there as well. You got some damn good players here, Jonah. This should be a team that should not be in a lower bracket situation.
Yeah, and it really sucks because, you know, last year with Sato having one of the best rookie years we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Probably. And, you know, my experience is playing against him in IGL. It's very difficult to play against, you know, his leadership and his play style. So
Apex का फंडा ऐसा है कि
struggling, but, you know, hopefully they
लोग खेलोगे ना मजा आएगा देखने में नहीं आता कि बहुत फास्ट लगता है खेलने में इतना फास्ट नहीं लगेगा
that they're able to kind of overwhelm whoever they're going against, whether that's on the defense, whether that's on the attack. A big part of that does go to Sato. We've seen him been dropping insane numbers.
इसमें
even
कोई
in
भी
the
कुछ
matches
भी
that
आएगा
don't
मेन
look
वही
so
है ना कि
close.
2
I don't know
मिनट
how
का
he
एक
does it,
राउंड
but
है
it's really cool to see. But the thing
अगर
about
वो हटा के वो
that kind of just
45 seconds का एक राउंड किया तो लग
they
जाएंगे
have that experience and they're good at kind of splitting up your game plan and just
मैं
splitting
आपके
you guys
बॉइन भाई
apart
और
into
साइबर और
1v1,
मम्बा
just
भाई
picking
की
apart execs, for
बकचोदी
example. It gets
देख
really
के
hard
बहुत
for them
ऐसे
to kind
है
of bounce back in the
थैंक यू
round.
लव यू
Now, of course, let's actually talk about the coaching staff too, because Coach Owner had something to say
अच्छा
about
लगता है
his
कम्युनिटी में
team's
सारे
performance.
दोस्त लोग
As a
हैं
matter of fact, I believe we do have a quote. I think I want to say it is. Yeah, I want to check that out. But you know, because there is a lot here to be said about Leviathan. To Jonah's point, right? Like this is a team with just so King.
पढ़ाई करने के लिए
so
पीसी
much
बिल्ड
history
करना है
in
एनी
this
पीसी
sport.
सेशन
So
पढ़ाई
for him
करने
to
के
have
लिए
this
पीसी बिल्ड करना
opportunity
है
now with great
सिर्फ
players,
पढ़ाई
and I
करने का
also
तो
see that
लैपटॉप
guy
ले लो
right there
ट्रैवल
at
भी
the
कर
end,
सकते हो
Neon. He's here. He's ready to play. Could be the game changer for this team.
Especially because Owner is here, and we always talked about the journey that he's had with this team. And
ये
even
prodigy है क्या?
before he started playing for KRU, he was the reason why KRU had that journey. Then he went into playing for LEV, had that run in top 8 back in Istanbul, and then we didn't get to hear much from him in the past couple of years, but he was still coaching this academy. He was recognizing that even coming back to his roster, his approach was a bit different to what other coaches would do, and is that they were splitting that scrim time between Neon, that
अब भी हुआ क्या 18
to play, and also PXS. So now it's, you know, no more excuses. Now it's time to show it.
Yeah, for sure. It
अगर
definitely
भाई
is.
का
Well,
मेंबरशिप लिया है अभी
before we
हर
do that,
मंथ
though,
डिफरेंट
you know, we
ऐसा
gotta do the
मेंबरशिप लिया
skirmish
है
first and
आपकी 3
foremost
बार
for
लिए
side
पहले
selection.
लव यू
So
यार
let's see what's going on. We got Benji and King facing off against each other here. So no coach shenanigans.
मोबाइल का कोई सीन है आगे
this
तक क्या
time
होएगा
around, you know, maybe we get a
कब
good
वो
honest
देखने का
skirmish between these two gentlemen, or not. You know, I mean, it could depend. Maybe we
Eagle round.
Okay, we got
right away.
Eagle skirmish.
That was clean.
Okay. All right, so Benji as Gecko and King as Clove.
Wait, Loki, this is kind of smart so that they're more of a battle round.
That actually is.
That's kind of a strat.
Would you do it with the Sheriff or would you do it with the better gun, the Bandit?
Ooh, that's tough. I mean, better. Probably Bandit.
I said that just to aggravate Dan. I know she does not like the Bandit. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Whoa, Raggy.
भाई ऐसा लग रहा है उसको 100 बुलेट मारा है बेकिंग ने
Gets on the board there.
मरी दे रहे हो
You know, it don't matter. You just gotta get the job done. Shoot the toes if you have to.
Whatever it takes.
That's what I say. All right, on board here with King is
हाँ
Clove.
बक्सत कास्टर से भाई
Easy buddy.
Oh, nice
He's
shot.
warmed up now.
shot
2-2 in the count.
Manifesting the win.
Okay, on board now with Benji.
Oh God, wall bang.
Yeah, he got hit down
ये
to
को
40.
जीतेगा जिसको स्पेक्टेट करेगा वो जीतेगा ऐसा वाला सीन है
shift walking is a little
so
crazy.
Sneaky, yeah.
They need this side choice.
Never mind.
This is intense.
It really is. It's a different flavor from the Potter Luck Show match.
But you know, the complete opposite.
Yeah.
And I love it. You know, these two players, they haven't gotten the chance to play against each other, but I feel like they're vibing right away.
I think, yeah, we should definitely, what we should do for the next skirmish, just all buckets.
I know there's a skirmish, but King's movement too, it's annoying to play against.
Yeah.
And watching his POV right there against him, it's
all right.
looking good.
Well done. All right, so Leviathan gets the win, 5-2 in the count, so they will have that side selection. I'm curious, you know, what we're...
Pre-recorded language.
What did you guys go with? Do you remember?
I picked KRU. I was under the impression Neon was easier. That's my fault for not doing that research, checking his birthday again.
Yeah.
But also I picked KRU because, you know, I kind of like an underdog story with the two stand-ins.
You know, I totally hear that. What about for you, Em?
I picked KRU, I believe, just because I feel like they have the potential to kind of close out these maps. It just hasn't gone their way towards the end. Like, we've seen them take it to almost every
Dan, you know, everyone on this desk and everyone in our community knows that you are the queen of Latam.
Right.
So please, what is your prediction?
And you know what I did?
What did you do?
KRU पसंद है लेकिन
in English,
अगर तुम लोग
I
बोल रहे हो
put
नियॉन
Lev, and then for my
बहुत बाप
predictions
प्लेयर है
in
और स्टार्टअप
Latam,
भी है
so
मेरे
I
को
win
लग रहा है
no
लेव
matter what.
लग रहा है
I win no matter what.
That is actual like demon behavior.
But I love KRU.
That's crazy.
Fair. I have to win somehow.
We don't have that
जब
advantage.
से लोग आए
I
VCT
can
में
just go to the arcade.
इतने सारे प्लेयर
on the thing. Yeah, I know, right?
टेक्निक को जब पहली बार देखा था मजा आ गया था
Dan's got the reads here. All right, well, you can see the players, they're getting ready to go on stage. We'll see what we're playing in a moment for map select, and then actually ask and you shall receive. Look at that. Wow. The timing. All right, here we go. Bind, split, and Abyss. Battlegrounds, Abyss if necessary. How are you feeling about this one, Emily?
I'm actually really excited because looking at the first two maps, Bind and Split, these are very brawly maps, right? And when I see them play, they love to run like double controller, double duelist. They love to fight. And when I look at KRU, they love having that loose kind of playstyle, whatever works for them. And we see them fight as well. So I don't even know who can come out on top of these maps, but it will not be going down without a fight. I'm really interested to see this map of Bind as well because we haven't seen it for KRU. In that first week, we saw Naxid playing this champion that we know him for. And then second week, he decided to stay away from this a little bit more that Viper plays something else. So I'm really curious about how this composition should be, Jonah.
Yeah.
20th को था birthday का
second, but in my opinion, I think for KRU to win this series, it has to be a 2-0.
जिससे birthday होता है direct VCT.
Those are two maps you can easily pug on. You know, it's just simple execs. And if it goes to the
third map, it's more
tactical. That's more King's playground.
Currently, Fnatic
का push pulling,
possible
and you know, having a bunch of stand-ins.
Possible to hai.
And he's gonna have a good time with that kind of play style with the double duelist setup that he has there, Jaya. We saw Waylay as well as Yoru get locked up here on the other side. Oh,
but कितने सारे players देखे बे अपन
I really like to see this, and it answers our questions. We're seeing Neon on the other side, and the composition change because now you have these double duelists that we saw in the offseason when they were playing in that Chinese offseason tournament. It was this double duelist that you're probably going to continue to see Sato and Neon running, making that play a little bit faster. That was one of the comments that we always had about LEV in the past couple of matches that felt like it was really slow, but it feels like this should change it a little bit.
Yeah, and we haven't really dived into it, but yeah, I mean, Neon's in this squad now, and that does change the dynamic, Emily, of how this should play out for LEV, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what else he brings to the team besides firepower because I think LEV have plenty. I think LEV have plenty of firepower. So
good morning, जो लोग अभी good morning. क्या हाल है बढ़िया हाल है मेरी जान.
Maybe even a little bit of mid-round calling. I don't know what to expect.
Could be. I will say though, Jonah.
Yeah.
उससे मिलने जा रहा हूँ क्या present लेके जाओ? Flower या chocolate? कुछ मत लेके जाओ.
And you know, look, Neon, he's been in the scene for a while. You know, tier 2. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he's incredibly smart because he's been under coaches for since he was 14.
Wow.
And coming into his debut match today, I can see him bringing
generating
ideas, being a hype guy, and on top of
18 होते VCT.
What makes it interesting though is just how much King
मेरे हिसाब से 14, 15 में
Especially because you have all these players that are, last year we saw playing on that duelist role. You look at this left squad, 4 of the 5 players that you have right now have played duelists at some point in their careers, and that is pretty recent. The only one that hasn't played it is Zin, because when he was playing that Challengers team, you already had Neo playing that duelist. So he's the only one that is a little bit of a difference maker. And when we talk about that pressure that Neon has to be feeling, he honestly seems to be pretty chill. He knows that the entire team and honestly the community is relying on him, but he knows how to deal with that pressure. He has been coached by Owner and Jane for quite some time, so he's ready for this debut.
All right, well, let's see if he in fact is ready, because we are ready for the match. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's do or die, so who better on the call than Uber and Wyatt?
Thank you very much, Alex. And not just the stakes, of course, of this match. Like you mentioned, the loser is out of kickoff and out of contention for Santiago, which for some of these Chilean players in the game, there might be something online there. But also on the topic of Neon, it's funny that it's his debut is 18 years, 2 days old, and he's going to go up against a bunch of players he played when he was at LEV Academy in his first game on stage.
Definitely some comfort there for your debut match to go up against guys that you've been competing against within your region, within challengers, within that time on LEV Academy before being promoted. And I will say, there's definitely a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and that is just coming off the fact that they're in the lower bracket. This is do or die. And the narrative has basically become,
I think आज ये में नहीं है तो mostly मैं
Pacific Watch Party के बाद सोऊंगा. And everything will be fine. We'll go on a run. We won't lose a single other game, and we will qualify for Masters.
Yep. Listen,
no pressure to the newcomer, Mitch.
If the Chinese Mega Awesome Super Esports Festival Cup was anything to go by, then Levitano.
Was that the correct name?
Yeah, definitely.
That tournament
Chamber का bullets थोड़ा अलग
but the Headhunter's already struck in this round. It's going to be hit over towards the B side. It blows. They've got the stopping power. Oh, they're just a light breeze. This guy knocks them flat. Now, KRU in shambles. The Infiltrator inside Hookah and Nagzin sheepishly leaving back down B long. They are going to need to pivot.
Coincidentally, 4 shots left in that Headhunter and 4 players on LEV left alive. Well, 3.
How fortuitous.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, babe.
Bro still has a bandit, so chill him.
Spike, though, who will be back on the Viper now that Neon is in the roster. Spike's intended role, actually. He'll have lurked down short. We'll get the 1 traded by Nags, but now rest of LEV on the rotate to clean up this round with ease.
Nagzet's someone who we identified as being a real, he still got it, I think is the best way to put it. Like a real shooter in KRU's previous series.
पहले contact में कूद के जा रहे हैं
enough to get them out of the lower bracket. Still promising signs. Sato steps up.
फिर जब भी वेले पहले contact हो वो भी कूद के pick कर रहा है. अच्छा बे.
Signaling to Luke Show and Shaw sitting up there. So he's, I don't know if he's fully locked in yet, but he's enjoying himself out there.
Already on display from this round 1. This LEV team.
What the?
ये कितने साल का है?
Cracked out Gen Alpha players. They're just going to never miss shots. I mean, this team is just 4 of the upcoming youngest players in the league, all with insane aim that were in Tier 2 in Brazil or in LATAM Challengers, and then King and Owner. And they are trying to guide them to the promised land.
KRU's not so different. I mean, that's the whole premise of the KRU Academy system, that Nagzet would be joined by 4 of these young and upcoming players. A couple of them obviously have found their way into this roster. Then you throw Infiltrator and Governor in. But I wonder if LEV have, we wondered, did they over-index in this youth? Did they go for like a really risky play with like a really young roster alongside King? But it's too early to say, I think. Obviously not where they want to find themselves in kickoff so far, but KRU have already found themselves well and truly on this A site. That's short wall from Viper. Sato, though, now freed up after dealing with Infiltrator.
While engaged in a 30-second minigame towards Showers, the rest of KRU just slowly walk down into the site, put down some smokes. Now, finally trying to get the spike down. I mean, they are really expecting some aggression to come out from LEV or trying to bait someone into doing something here. I mean, they could have planted this spike rounds ago.
They're out of util. That's the problem. I think they realized that and they were hoping to draw Levitan out of position, but we never got a spike plant in the end. And like, there is a lot of that cringe post-plant capacity to this setup, but for whatever reason, KRU can never actually get in there and find an early plant.
Yoru were just hoping they would tap and then someone would do something, reveal themselves, but
bounce nahi hai wo, blow hai.
Winning showers could have been the issue there.
One enemy
but
remaining.
nice shots from King. All right, well, round 3, first buy round for this KRU team. Let's see what they've got in store for us. First time on this map for them in Kickoff.
It's honestly a weird map pool for KRU, considering what they've mostly been trying to play. Abyss, Pearl, and Breeze. Only one of those.
ये board में आता तो मैं भी stage पे दिखता अभी. Language.
So what are they picking split for? That's something to look forward to in the second map.
The LEV have gone back
Default
to
भी
the
अच्छा
bind
LEV
pick,
का.
which they picked into 100 Thieves and then lost. So. But of course, they didn't have Neon then, and all hopes for this team riding on him, it feels like.
And if you want to look at a team who are really bought into the Yoru Waylay comps on as many maps as they can be, it is these guys. Owner really has them trying to drill down on this comp. Pearl, they got the Chamber instead, but outside of that, yeah.
Wanted to make some use of that refract. Was MTA, so he jumped in for info. Opposite side of the map again. Sato is just fighting 1v1s towards Shower, gets the kill. After KRU had made some noise over on that B side, they feel like it's time to get on over to short, try and work into this site. No wall up, just straight contact right now.
Infiltrator got healed up, but it's still a one-shot to this Outlaw now. The rest of the KRU, though, with full armor.
And there they are, baiting out some of the util with the tap first. Molly gone from King.
और क्या util है? हो
This
गया
is the second time, but it looks like they have intentions of trying to find a kill first. Do something proactive to even up the numbers.
It's dangerous, but Neon still needs 2 shots to take any of those down, and he actually misses both of them. 19 seconds. Where's the plant going to be? I think KRU realize they've got to go for it now. Sato has a saturate. That's something that could interact with them effectively. Hibity goes down. Poison Orb in the way. MTA's also been able to deal with blows. That's pretty close up on that A site. Now Neon as well, not with the best weapon for the situation. Has to consider the Sheriff, but now it's him and Spike V3.
Spike pretty far away, just arriving at the scene. Looks like Neon wants to try and throw a flashbang. He's going to throw it for Spike to get into Lamps.
I don't think there's much to find here, Wyatt. Not the bonus round that Leviathan were looking for. Another kill or so. I might have been a bit happy about it. Neon looking for something now on the exit. So he'll be buying. Yeah, I guess absolutely nothing. KRU plays safe. This time a slightly quicker punt to respect the stall util that gets thrown up by Leviathan, but still, job done.
I do want to see what happened with the kills that they actually got there on the replay. It might have just been straight up spam through the smokes.
Perhaps the one towards triple was.
Well, that was the Sato minigame.
नहीं guns नहीं थे, guns रहते तो फिर वो लोग भी counter spam मारते थे, guns नहीं थे.
King just kind of they're trying to retrieve the gun because he just had the Sheriff.
Good composure, nice. Keep it calm.
They are calm. They are composed. Neon is picking
आज
up
का
the
prediction दे दो.
operator now.
Excuse me.
After that last round with the Outlaw. Wasn't hitting a lot of shots, so maybe he can heat up here.
Yeah, did hit the first shot, but obviously it was a fully
I like KRU, लेकिन I think LEV जीतेगा.
A Sky.
Toxins going up.
What is the move? Neon is pushed down short with that off. In the meantime, Snakebite, Smoke, KRU want to take that control
first में
of
था, विश्ले होते रहे.
Against the Chamber, so Chamber does have to push
ऐसे
himself
यार
on
फिर
the
से
line.
custom है नहीं. बार-बार content नहीं यार. मैं बोला ना मेरे को दोस्त
way to do that.
ज़्यादा पसंद है.
Neon is forced away just because of that wall going up.
Now Neon has to decide if he actually really wants to be here at B, while the rest of his team actually make it very obvious they've made a rotation. That makes sense.
आज ही मैंने सन को मैसेज किया था.
Yeah, I mean, pretty funny playing to double TP and it's
manager by RRQ win के लिए.
Going all the way back there.
उसका reply आया.
Yeah, now
Thanks a lot, Binks. Bye.
His gate crashed all the way over towards A heaven.
मैं बोला बे.
KRU very slow to just wander their way back to the B side where they have control of Octagon, and Neon is in the right area of the map. Will they get an opportunity to get a shot off there before MTA just dashes right in?
Oh, unlucky timing. Neon gets out without the weapon in hand, but this spot has been very good for blows so far. And he delivers another nice little two-piece. Yeah, he's low, but this swing off for Neon is a free kill virtually. Oh, Nagzed pinned to the wall with that one. Neon is online.
Starting to feel it with that second shot. See a bit of the confidence on his face there too when he hit it. KRU are definitely struggling getting into this B side at the moment. He called it, but it's this spot for blows, just waiting in the smoke, and then as soon as the timing is right and there's action being taken and attention from KRU being drawn elsewhere, he just pops out, gets another couple easy kills.
It's been straightforward stuff for Leviathan here. some early, mid-round movements, taking TPs, and then
guys in the king sare youngsters hai na baki.
KRU really weren't sure what was the safest site to hit with all that noise being made. Yoru was always causing problems like that. He could always imply the presence of more people with the clone in a certain spot than otherwise would be true. Owner sort of said, on social media recently that he's really just being very results-oriented about this run for Leviathan here. Feels like there's a lot of ways that people develop their opinions.
Young blood, cute dikh raha hai. Start to buy.
Kind of had to just divest himself of that and focus on getting the dub here. This is the last chance in kickoff.
How's use me Gucci?
For either of these teams, who by the way have played each other in like
if you're happy
6 matches with international qualification implications. Not finals, not qualifiers necessarily.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, मैं देख रहा हूँ कि अपना फेवरेट जो अनिम्स है नारुतो भाई, उसका भी आया कार्ड्स.
It still matters. The stakes are still high. KRU got a bit of catching up to do here on Bind though.
Different rosters aside from Nags and King with a lot of history against each other.
And they have the same role in their respective rosters too. Shepherding the next generation.
Both trying to make that lower bracket run to be able to compete on home soil at Masters. MTA is in very quickly right into the backside. Oh my god, Spike gets that ball saturated.
The 1B?
Sure.
I guess that's what happens when you get close to the Phantom.
He's kind of just like that.
Either way, this is, again, KRU being really slowed up. What does the next wave of their util look like? They're honestly down to very little.
ये एक दर्द है अगर वेले अंदर घुसा और नहीं टिकाना थोड़ी देर बहुत स्लो खेलना पड़ता है.
You really just hate to take a duel against any player on LEV. That's sort of the roster that they.
सोच रहा था कि कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप ले लो फिर रियलाइज हुआ कुछ क्या रियलाइज हुआ यार.
On the right day or wrong day, depending on your point of view, you could just get steamrolled by virtue of never winning a single aim fight the entire time.
आ गया already नारुतो का.
Infiltrator is doing all the right things.
Cards आ गया. क्या मार्केट है पता नहीं.
Exposing himself over much.
सबसे खतरनाक पोकेमोन का है.
This Leviathan roster
feels like it's got a bunch of
primarily duelists on the roster. Essentially like it's like taking 5 strikers and trying to turn them into the world's best soccer team, right?
Yes.
Definitely an anime plot.
That's the plot of Blue Lock. I know a lot about it.
इसको भी बाहर आना ही पड़ेगा.
Definitely didn't just tell me that earlier. All right, LEV are just right back in on this.
You could have got so much street cred, man, if you just gone with it. I wouldn't have said anything, dude.
Too honest.
देव भाई, thank you so much for the membership. मेरी जान गिर उठे. सोना नहीं है नहीं आज नहीं सोने वाला हूँ.
Probably not.
No.
Probably not. In fact,
specific के बाद.
Or no.
Now he's busy.
LEV looking strong ना.
Unfortunate for him. Yeah, that's just way too easy for
LEV.
LEV.
कौन सी API? I think मैंने last
/retake and yeah, it all started there where MTA had a nice dash right into the brim smoke, instant saturate, placed well, but Spike is just a little bit too good.
थोड़ा मेरे को घर में गाली बड़ा करके थोड़ा pause लिया मैंने.
Well, we have the buy for KRU now, and Infiltrator has picked up the AWP for the chamber on attack. And LEV have no hesitation against that. They are going right in.
कोई मार के आएगा उसको?
Shot then throws the saturate. I don't think there was any follow-up on the position there of the Sky Governor.
अयो.
He was definitely impacted by that deployment.
हाँ. मेरे को लगा कोई मार के आएगा. I think बाकी लोग spam दे रहे थे smoke.
Insane. He was still in that smoke by Market, but does teleport back to B.
Re-clear shower here.
Is that? No, not going to see Infiltrator. So.
He's just going to walk up. Are you kidding me? Okay, dude. So, behind the ring clear, the player opts to walk up onto the line.
Yeah, just with that Prowler not actually spotting Infiltrator, and they don't know that there was an AWP. That was pretty free for him.
Yep.
So KRU, who have been struggling in the first kill department in the last few rounds,
bro, 40 seconds.
Opportunity now to get a second round.
वो लोग A पे जा रहे
हैं. Back towards this A side.
जहाँ पे fade ulti है.
This nightfall is going to cause some serious issues.
Well, that's here for MTA, and Saturate got their hard fights to lose. Those ones aren't they? It's Infiltrator seeing Spike come through the TP and found him with a Headhunter.
30 seconds left.
Oh,
it's up to King, who is simply trying to ferry the AWP to safety. The transport.
Round निकाला.
Neon tried to take a little timing out of heaven there as well. KRU really, they're having problems planting the Spike on this A side.
Slight mechanical.
Even with
mechanical jitter,
that's fine. Having problems with that. Now, Neon trying to take that time, he got caught as well. That's good awareness from Infiltrator. He's really impressed me on this little mini crew run where him and Governor have been taking a break from Winthrop to commit to this team, trying to make it happen during kickoff. And
good morning.
I think he's put himself on the map with what he's shown so far. Like I'm sure he was a consideration for some teams. There must have been some coaches and GMs
good morning.
coming into this year, but I think he's definitely solidifying for himself that he's got a future in the league ahead of him.
Yeah, with that, we had a bit of turnover, I want to say, like more seasoned talent. And maybe just some prospects that didn't work out this year.
rounds enough
So there were plenty of coaches and teams that went to the well of challengers. But I want to suggest that teams like MIBR and NRG really led the way in this regard and helped everyone wake up last year just to how much talent there is in Tier 2 in America.
This was about
and then I feel like the year before that,
Love Crew, but
people realized how much talent there is in LATAM and Brazil.
Love
Tier 2. We're still seeing these two
I believe in Lev.
So AWP being purchased again for Neon.
Yo.
Posting up. Ultimate's going to be in play here as well. Spike, Sato, Benji, they're all just one orb away. Down short of the intentions from Neon. Lev hoping to maybe funnel someone into him by making an aggro play right out of B. You don't want to go there. Look at how many players we have. You just want to go walk down short.
We're rattling our sabers at you menacingly. But there's been these early pops from Leviathan last couple rounds now. One in up short A, that one obviously towards that hookah and ramp direction. So
ये देखा उसने B वाला नहीं डाला, A पे reposition का उसने
still
वो
sitting on
डाला.
the weaker side towards A. Crew starting to circle. Blows is on his way over. This might be a slightly awkward position. Note, of course, the gate crash in vent for Neon. There it is. Easy pick. Infiltrator shows himself. Now, Leviathan play that sort of post-plant, that retake scenario with a player advantage.
I mean, look at the minimap right now for Crew. This is crazy. They have dragged everyone
full fake
from left
करके
over
भी
towards
गए.
this A side. Now they're going back as
लेकिन
one player
Spice
teleports
season
him
बाद
away.
split है.
And FTA is able to get out of there. So the B hit is on, but Lever's so fast to get in here. The pace from Crew doesn't seem like it was enough.
वो heavy reveal.
It was a refractor, I think, from Sato. He's going to be a little bit later getting
Bro,
here.
sexy reveal था ना वो.
It was a refracting in Swarm. Either way, here's the Viper's Pit now as MTA keeps his eyes trained on that elbow direction, and Sato is just obscured by the Viper's Pit. Orbital strike thrown down. Obviously, now this one from Crew is going to make hard to get into the site whatsoever. 9 seconds left in the round. There's going to be a part at some point. Nagset would have been the one, but he's brought down.
Yeah.
King and blows. Get there before Crew can actually make something happen. Crew are just too slow in some of these rounds.
Yeah, it really was just a lack of pace. They actually had the right idea there. They were set up for a nice little foray into that B side, dragging all the rotates to A. But it was just a few seconds, it felt, of hesitation getting in that allowed the Lev rotates to get back. Sato goes all the way through elbow. And Lev, they're just throwing playmakers at them. Just keep sending in.
जब भी लो फील करता हो आप स्ट्रीम करता है कि मैं love you मेरी जान के होते love you
Just go make plays, man.
There's like 5 chuckles out there. Or like the baby zombies from Minecraft. You know, the ones that run really fast at you. Yeah. All right. The Trailblazer up B long. This time to early pop from Leviathan. Respecting maybe the better weapons of Crew at their disposal now.
So Crew are able to take some control of Octagon. This is a similar setup to Lev that we've seen them have. Just completely brick wall Crew on the B hits. Pay attention to blows here.
Oh my
MTM was trying to pre-aim that spot from blows. He knew it'd be sat there, but Sato's the one that swings out. Well, at least Crew being faster about it this time. Unfortunately, that spike is on the wrong side of that doorway. Benji now with a sky smoke on top of him has to puzzle away to retrieve it.
भाई belong का राजा देख रहा हूँ मैं.
Over towards this B side, save for Spike, who's just watching for the potential of a long A lurk. And really, so long as Lev just don't give anything away here and play with discipline, Crew have 0 options, and this round is good.
Crazy उसका util usage.
You're going to see in the next 5 to 10 seconds
crazy
about whether they go for it or not be decided. I think this orb take tells you everything you need to hear, especially with a molly thrown in front of Octagon to bleed the clock further.
Yeah, at this point it is just going to be a save from KRU,
10
and
seconds
have
left.
to respect that play from them. It would be genuinely hopeless if they tried to jump out into this site right now. They know there's no chance.
It's a deflating round, though, for KRU. I mean, they finally get those guns back to hand.
अभी भी वो लोग 3 राउंड तो निकाल सकते हैं.
Behind the Trailblazers. It's not overly
3 राउंड
intricate,
तो
I think,
निकाल
on that
सकते
B
हैं.
side of the map, but they definitely feel like they've got something going. But it's that same spot. It's that B side container and this spot that Blows is playing from. This is half the issue there as well. Yeah, look at the C's, man.
Yeah, that's so good. MTA
tries
cashed
to
in
dash
and then,
out.
yeah, just dragged right back into the smoke. Yeah, Blows there not getting kills as he did on the previous rounds, but that C's just as impactful, setting up for.
Well, Sato is happy.
For the site anchors.
Sato just illustrating, yeah, his head went that way and his legs went that way.
हाँ मैं खिलवाता हूँ
MP
बन के members of the SMP बनाते हैं.
And here's a push up. Active. They are active. Both extremities. They're pushed up into shower.
मेरे को अभी फिलहाल ये भी एक्स खेलने का कुछ लिया. Watch parties के बाद.
Sato going for it. It's hard to get confirmation on whether that saturate hits, but Sato knows his advantage there against Infiltrator. Oh man, King is locking it down here at the A side. Governor trying to be cute about it. Does find some success in that engagement, but he's knocked to 85. And it's only him and Nagset left with
बाप रे क्या मार रहे हैं?
Yeah, that was awkward. It looked like the flashed up. Nags tries for a little bit of pre-fire, but
I am two-dimensional presently. I am Paper Mario. That is a flattening round.
It is.
I can see the unemployment in the chat.
I mean,
lol.
I don't know what you can do against LEV sometimes, man. I mean, I do think if this team reaches
Speaks the
their
non-member
potential, that is scary. That's frightening.
Well, he's such a fun agent. Yep, yep.
And that fright scales the older you are.
Like the older you get, the more scary.
Yep, yep.
But then Nagset is feeling like he's positively 200.
मस्ती कर रहा था.
Yeah, rough round. It does feel like LEV
Is
resembles Satos in that same desire to like go
Member
pretty
होना
heavy
जरूरी है.
and maybe take a step back briefly to raise their ceiling much higher, potentially have that clean slate.
Look at all these aggro plays that LEV are just throwing at KRU, like these fake TPs. That time going through with the AWP and then teleporting back to V. They're everywhere. And Sato just picks up right back into a deep line on showers. He's ready to fight, sure.
भाई Sato मार रहा, King मार रहा. I'm happy. Neon भी अच्छा shot मारा तो था.
I mean, the fundamentals aren't there in that kind of situation. Blows
भाई ये बिलोंग का राजा तो है
They're
भाई.
double stacked and
जितना
it's
अभी तक
supposed to be
देखा
a double swing for KRU that just ends up being 2 players fed into the wood chipper.
Yeah, it is just free. I mean, unfortunately, look, we are
Very
looking at
plus Neon, very balanced.
Have had a couple weeks to play
सबसे
together.
best is
You're
very
not going
plus
to get
Euro.
around to refining your entire map pool. It's just not possible. They have won some maps already, and they've looked good on, like, for instance, like Abyss, like the last map in this pool, right? But how much can you realistically work on? So
Unemployed होना बुरा
this is a
कैसे है?
situation where it
बुरा
does
नहीं
feel
है
like they've
पागल.
had to leave this one in the
18 साल में
pool,
job work
haven't
थोड़ी
been
करेंगे
able
20
to
साल
play
में.
it all that much. And they're suffering
I mean,
the
it's just,
consequences
yeah.
of it, right?
And LEV got to play in the Chinese Esports Festival Super
We
Champions.
had A-Shot का राजा, now we have Belong का राजा.
It's
Actual में.
unbelievable that you can remember the name of that
Actual में Belong का राजा है bro.
It's unbelievable.
But again, I mean,
unemployed हो क्या करूँ?
Experiences and starts in the
शिवम भाई
season
भी
3
है अभी.
squads.
आपके
Infiltrator
साथ
and
टेंशन
Benji
ना लो.
now, 11 seconds remain. I didn't write that down, bro. You mad?
Let me double check.
Oh, okay, yeah. Only confirmation. Chat, how'd I do?
Actually, you
इग्नोर
were
करो फालतू लोग. अरे
That's
वो
great. All right, let's see if
कितने
Benji
वेली
can
लोग हैं उसका
make a
point
miracle
होता रे
happen
बाबा.
Okay, Metro Drift obviously in effect allows them to stick
इसका
out
मतलब
pretty
वो था,
quickly
तुम लोग
now.
गलत
The
ले
game
रहे
is to
हो.
snuff out Infiltrator. 3 on the round for King.
He's in out
Maybe
की
it's
बहुत
making
वेली लोग
short
हैं
work of
करके.
this crew outfit here in our first half.
Rishabh भाई didn't mean any
King is also
harm.
just
Chill
been
करो.
kind of casually putting up some numbers in this game.
जब मैं हो जाऊंगा तब सबसे पहले तेरे मेंबरशिप लूंगा. ले अभी मेरी जान कर दे.
Orbital strike.
Maybe God main.
We only see it from one POV there, but
yes, not great. I mean,
सब मस्ती में चिल्ले चिल्ले.
if they were going into one player, the jump is fine to break the crosshair, but it's just Spike being ready to help. What?
Mood में बे.
I miss Sato's energy.
हाँ बे. Actual में W बंदा.
yeah, I hear a lot more Portuguese from the void at the moment.
भाई लेकिन एक बात बताओ.
Very animated. All right.
क्रू अच्छा तो खेल रही थी बे. कैसे सफा? Thank you for the 29 मेरी जान कर दे.
And you can almost bank on some kind of early aggression now. This is a carbon copy of I think one of the first gun
भाई
rounds.
जो भी 18, 19 ये लोग सब है जो VCT खेल रहे हैं. कितना bright future है ना भाई. सीखने मिल रहा है, खेलने मिल रहा है. वो लोग के आसपास लोग भी ऐसे जो उनको help करेंगे.
How much they are mixing up these opening round setups.
इंसान भी अच्छे हैं सारे. जितने भी नए बंदे लोग देख रहे हैं अपन.
Positioning to the ideal sightlines.
Right, off we go. C's also an issue, man. It's too much. Blows catching him out every single time. Orbital strike there, intended for Hookah, which is going to force Crew away. And once again, the spike
9-2
is on the wrong side of that lanced strike.
Environment में अच्छा. सबको जॉब मिलेगी कल. इसकॉन जाके प्रे करता.
Spike, which has been dropped right into the middle of the site.
सबको जॉब के साथ थोड़ा मेंबरशिप भी प्रे हो जाती तो काश तो.
I mean, these seasons have been so on point for Blows. As soon as he feels like there's a timing where they're gonna see
टेंशन ना लो. एम्प्लॉयड होगा तो आपको मेंबरशिप पुश करूंगा. लव यू मेरी जान.
the only player, and surprisingly not punished for this, by the way.
Crew is having visa issues.
Hit the side
1972 का जोक है वो. Good morning dude. Ignoring नहीं रे.
Or anything like that. And he's trying to dash into a sky smoke on the side, like we've seen from many teams on this map. He's getting nowhere.
10 seconds
effortlessly
left.
being shut down by the Fade.
+1 after Esports, they can still read his score.
Gotta say as well, this is just going to be an insane confidence boost to LEV. That they get their starter back and they're just frying the other team immediately.
This is resembling
this is dangerous.
Life material
I don't want to get ahead of
to.
myself, but this is like the makings of a dangerous run right now. Seriously, this is the birthplace of a dangerous lower bracket run. It has all the makings of it. You have we didn't have our starting five. He comes back, and then you start playing in God mode right away. That's
is it winner here?
मैं सब देख रहा था रे. मैं बीच में काम कर रहा था. वो करते करते देख रहा था और जब भी Valo 5v5 हो रहा था ना तब मैं सोते सोते देख रहा था.
Exactly. Later in the bracket. Yeah. But again, getting ahead of ourselves just because this map is clearly not one in Crew's pool. And LEV are just totally different tier, but
yeah, I mean setting expectations.
I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Yeah, this is definitely not a map where Crew look like they have
protocols.
Expect
ना करो भाई
the next map to look differently.
shot मारा बे.
shows just a pixel.
Sexy shot मारा bro.
Way too swift on these reaction shots.
Not Neon, Yoru.
The guy is
angle, you are gone.
He is on the information superhighway. It's all happening too quick for Crew to deal with right now. They've got to go for it somehow. There's going to be stall util in their way, even yet. And Neon's going to be able to catch Infiltrator out. That one was obviously at the top. Hookah. They're on side. They've got a plant.
If Benji could get a kill, we'll have the orbital strike. That's a potential win on, but this conversion path from Sato will probably be enough to lock up the round.
Banks is going to be in trouble in that corner, but Sato is not actually going to check it. Naxa can actually shrug this hindrance off and go for it. They have not looked in this corner. Blows out of the game. Sato revealed to Naxa. Easy kills, but now King has a chance to avenge him. Nicely done by Naxa, though. He wants to get close. He knows he's done a decent amount of damage, but Neon also presents a clock for him. That is sick from Nags. Unreal.
Yeah, that's nice from Nags. And just a little mistake there from perhaps an overconfident LEV just trying to get right back into the site, not clearing a corner that's standard to clear. And because of that, Nags gets some free kills. Sick shot from Neon.
Just a bit of elbow, about as early as it possibly could have been.
That was a good kill from Neon.
One enemy remaining.
कभी क्लियर नहीं हुआ. मोस्ट लाइकली वो लोग ने सोचा रहेगा कि वहाँ पे कोई नहीं है क्योंकि अल्ट वर्ल्ड देख के थोड़ा वो लोग सोचते हैं कि वो लोग फॉरवर्ड खेलेगा या पीछे खेलेगा करके. हो सकता है कि वो लोग ने सोचा रहेगा कि पहले अल्ट पोस्ट प्लांट खेले रहेंगे करके.
Second half has in store.
Hey guys, I'm here with Koala Noob.
The goat of the goaters.
You guys finally beat the Titans of America G2 yesterday. Now that it's been a day, yeah, I love that. Now there's been a day, how is it settling in?
Koala bolte hai, Koala bolte hai.
It feels great. We got 2 weeks now to prepare for MIBR, and you know the stress of like having 3 chances. Like I feel like we're just stress-free and we're just gonna have fun.
I love that. And now obviously into this match, LEV versus Crew. Obviously it's an elimination game.
Koala bolte,
What are you feeling so far from these teams?
LEV looked drilled. Like I remember we were scrimming them and they were playing with Neon, so it looks like they have a decent amount of time with Neon even though he wasn't 18, and like you can clearly see the difference that this guy's making.
That's really good. I mean, he's literally playing really phenomenally. I feel like, what's your #1 thing you want to look out for the second half of this map?
Just figure out ways to stop with this op. Like Neon's just gonna permanently op, and like he's just getting so much value with it. If they can like figure it out and like work the map, I think they'll be fine.
All right, perfect. Well,
thank
you so much, of course. Really glad to have you. And now we're going to be back to the casters for the second half of this map.
Bye-bye, Kaula, bye.
Great to hear there from Kuala Lumpur. The Fury boys are...
Language, language.
And I think if you're a Crew fan, you're waiting for the catharsis to kick in. It has been a very brutal first half to watch. Obviously don't win the pistol, that's fine. They do get a win in that bonus round, but from there on out, it seems slow, sluggish, and when things go wrong, there doesn't seem to be a quick enough adaptation from Crew. In these mid-rounds, when maybe their entry gets stuffed, they're not really able to look back.
Neonbai is getting high praises, huh?
Sort of make that mid-round call. Now, Benji obviously has to step up into this role. It's a huge leap for him, coming into VCT as his IGL. This is going to be a challenging matchup. Onur, of course, and the rest of Levitan. I mean, that's a veteran coach.
Well, he's 12-3, chat.
IGL. It's tough to get
12-3.
It starts here in the second half of Bind.
At least they get that last round where you actually then do believe, wait, if we win the pistol, we can't get back into this game. There's a big emotional difference when you end the half at the 2 versus the 3 count on the round wins. Let's see if Crew can make it happen over on A. Infiltrator posted up pretty good. Obviously a standout player for the team. Some info gained off that Trailblazer. Sato collects.
पहली बार कोई टीम और ले रही है. Congratulations.
That Trailblazer seeing 2 players.
भाई अपन ने लेकिन बहुत बार देखा ना VCT में.
Undoubtedly looking.
और छोड़ देते जबकि मालूम है कि वो बंदा उधर है. कुछ टाइम पे टिके अगर एग्जैक्ट कर रहे और लेने का 2-3 सेकंड तुम लोग जिगल विगल करके इन्फो लेके और ले रहे हो उतना टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करने का तो समझ में आता है डिफॉल्ट में तो ले लेना चाहिए
Just trying to pressure out some of this utility, which is
positive
for the late round hit, not having to deal with potential snake bites coming through.
And there's a consideration to drift back because Hookah gets given up there by Nagset because of the horn.
That's in real, man.
I bet you they're leaving A. Let's check it out.
Infiltrator. What a shot from Neon.
18
he might be the real
deal.
2
days old and striking fear into the hearts of anybody who's not wearing his colors. There goes Benji down in the screaming heap. Being able to make short work of the remainers of Crew, and yeah, this pistol round is
team आने से पहले ही fight ले रहे कुछ.
Unless we see something truly incredible.
Oh,
these guys are feeling it. I mean, just straight up stat padding.
ठीक है, आराम से.
I don't blame him. He is quietly just been racking up kills throughout this entire map so far.
Just
praying that one of those pre-fires will hit something.
King अकेले है ना लेव से
starting
से.
Sense is like, well, I need to look like I'm
अपने goat lineup से.
Win this round at least. I've got to get out there and have a crack at it. But you do walk into that feeling like your odds are pretty low. It can be crushing. Nicely done by Levitan. They worked the map really well.
ये के फाइनल जाने के कितने चांस है?
They force the player out of Hookah with the horn.
Yeah, get some util out.
मेरा दिल बोल रहा है जा सकते हैं यार इस बार.
I'm going forward, buddy.
और दिमाग का मैं सुनना नहीं चाहता.
Really nice.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was ridiculous. All right, basically full save.
आपको लगता है बैंडिट बहुत अच्छा करने right now? हाँ.
Want to get the bandit.
No, you might have kept track.
Weak by में तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा अच्छा.
Is there a consideration to make use of one soon?
Don't know. Oh, well, yes. I mean, I'll tell you, they got one. Yes.
Okay. This time they got that shower control. Neon almost getting a freebie. Look at the push-up coming out of the smoke. Good flash, catches on a 3. And the ensuing fight favors Crew. Sato, though, sharp shooting and beautiful transfers to take 3.
Just the human highlight reel back at it.
अच्छा play बनाया था
honestly,
bro.
Probably not good enough, though, for the montage.
Actually में अच्छा play बनाया था.
But that was a light Sato moment.
अच्छा फुल पैसा कमाया आज अभी देखता मैच इसके बाद आ रहा है क्या मैच के बाद मॉर्निंग चिलिंग
6 in the headhunter
only needs 3
he's going to hear all of this
yep yeah they just weren't expecting the speed on that rotate
now though walking to a pretty easily assembled crossfire and Neon doesn't even wait for Spikes to get in position. He'll line it up, and that takes Leviathan to 11. And some decent weapons to carry in the bonus.
Sleep, Jara is good. Hi. The automatic pistol steps up. G can actually make it towards Santiago.
Yeah, it's tough to kill the waylay, even when she's blind.
देखो अभी तक तो सब अच्छे खेल रहे
हैं. Double dashing away. That's nice.
अभी तक तो मेरे को कोई प्रॉब्लम किसी से हुआ नहीं है वैसे देखा जाए तो.
You guys can insert the vocals there, I think.
6-7, 6-7.
Trying to post up a little bit more aggro and spam through, gets caught by Neon.
This is a gun round. This is a rifle round from KRU.
Oh, no.
And that kind of kill is actually pretty absurd.
Yeah, Neon is just
technically chamber का scene था वो
mostly just
spray मार रहा था push रखने के लिए.
There is something about getting onto the VCT stage and putting up this kind of performance immediately.
हाँ बे. कितना BT है भाई.
Very ready.
Am I eligible in G now, dude? No. Not until you go Radiant back to back to back to back.
Dangerous.
And then किसी से पूछा वो लोग बोलेंगे he's a good player and a person, not toxic, no egos,
Who are you supposed
ready
to
to learn
on their team?
Sato is just not bothered by these.
The fact that you get to move Spike onto as your Viper and have that level of firepower in the role is crazy.
और उसको लगा मर गया.
Like close, Nags.
उसको लगा मर गया वो.
MTA just sprays, I think, the Viper wall off the side of the flash popping there. And then the
उसको
Viper
लगा
wall
मर
comes straight
गया.
down with the departure of Spike. The KRU here can establish a foothold. I will be honest, it is with the claws on the very edge of the cliff.
कितना पैसा बना रहे हैं समय?
They are still in this game. This round wasn't starting in a great fashion. Neon found a random shorty kill up mid.
Pinat का नहीं देखा क्या? Bird side.
Flashed out the king. That'll be KRU with 4 rounds.
The match timing, I think, if I'm
already.
not wrong, second
Doesn't
match.
feel like this is really a map that's part of KRU's pool. When you have to cobble a team together at short notice, you do not have a chance to have a deep playbook for
Never mind.
all of these possible maps.
3:30 sharp.
You should feel have some level of confidence about
3:30 sharp.
Even if this is a big even if we haven't seen them play it yet.
Yeah, interesting pick for them coming up next. A map that also I think they were banning and didn't play.
Inventory upgrade करा वो भी full हो गया.
Very least, we're not playing.
ठीक है.
Pick it into LEV, who did lose on the map, so maybe feeling like.
They're 0-2, I think, on split, yeah.
This is just fast with the conversion pass Sato all the way in, but Infiltrator's got the back of his
सब
teammate.
जगह से आ रहे भाई.
So the combat sim, they are chilling outside of shower. At some point, Neon has to try and
अरे
break this apart.
बाप रे King क्या हो रखा है भाई? Oh my God, माता रानी.
Oh, he was done either way. Between a rock and a hard
भाई
place as the orbital strike came in.
Neon
And
ने
Neon
crazy मारा लेकिन technically chamber का kill भी King के वजह से मिला.
Stranded.
अभी नहीं रहे वेलिना अभी.
Dragging his keister onto the side.
अभी मन नहीं हो गेम में.
Neon will be waiting here as well for a very nasty little crossfire. And there it is, blows. Just does not want to wait any longer. Map point here for Leviathan.
Watching Neon right now reminds me of the story of that
Scream where
Scream was playing and killing everyone, and then they didn't realize that he actually had invincibility on the whole time during the Scream. It feels like that.
You're trying to
He's
tell
just
me.
unkillable.
दूसरा shot देखना.
He's just.
Who does that look worse on? The players that didn't realize he was invincible, or the player that was invincible and didn't realize it?
He just thought he was him, man.
That level of self-belief,
17 and 5.
I don't know.
Chat
I thought I had it already unlocked.
अभी बर्थडे मनाया उसने. उसका पहला गेम है. वो भी lower bracket हारा तो बाहर.
Okay, well, you know, KRU, they're trying to go for the aggro play, but unfortunately they meet all of the LEV players with a similar idea to just triple face onto shower. And they do, in fact, get boomed. This might be all she wrote.
Yeah, there's really not much to do with this round now. You've lost both your players inside shower. Governor is functionally trapped inside this TP room. He might be able to walk out, but then what? It's a
solo player play बना रहा है. Oh
Nags just feeling like someone has to make a play. Why not me?
Oh.
Can't blame him. But
we've seen 12-4s, 12-5s so far here in the kickoff. None of them have looked probably as one-sided as this one. This is feeling like a mismatch.
Honestly, I mean this in the most respectful way possible, but I think people would be surprised if they hadn't seen a game like this with KRU. Yeah, they've actually been way more impressive than we would have assumed. But like we're saying, this is kind of just an inevitability because they have had only a couple weeks to play together. There's no way their map pool is going to be fleshed out.
It's just I thought they'd run into a game like this early rather than later, right? Against in those higher to middle brackets, but
yeah. So hey, get it out the way here first.
भाई पहला game बर्थडे के बाद सीधा VCT.
A totally different crew because we have
seen
that these guys
lower bracket.
Cobbled together sub roster with LEV Academy and Winthrop that they have been able to
take
maps off of legit America's teams in both their other series.
Yeah, and also Abyss is the floated map, right? Which is one of the ones that KRU have actually
और
been able to
बंदा
find success on.
MVP.
Yeah, so the rest of this series could look very different. They can
वैसा देखा
absolutely
जाए
start playing
genuinely
way
मेरे लिए
closer.
MVP King और
Fine,
Blow है.
just not their map.
मजाक सेट कर.
All good. GG. Time to go next.
And before you accuse us of coping about the map pool, well, you're kind of right, but there is at least some precedent to give us hope that KRU, if they get us to that third match, at least make a game of it here. All right, thanks, Neon. Put us out of our misery here.
I'll give you another takeaway, though.
Okay.
Neon, well, he's definitely good.
Yeah.
if you haven't seen him before, now you know.
Not even that.
Neon is definitely good.
It's that brand of audacity that you don't often see from rookies, you don't often see in players in their debut maps. Neon ends by with 291 ACS, very confident showing, and basically clowning on KRU on multiple occasions. You can't ask for much more than this. You've been sitting, waiting for your star player to be of age, and he looks like he has been at home the whole time.
And on top of that, as to what the team were saying after their last loss, they haven't been able to play with the actual roles that they wanted, which, hilariously is to move Spike off Duelist and get him on Viper, but this is what they're actually intending on playing with, because Spike is such a flexible player on a team of, let's just sign every cracked out Duelist in the Southern Hemisphere and get them all in one squad. But yeah, so now that they have the actual roles going, you can see it's working in that regard too.
Still more to come, of course, in this series. That is Leviathan starting strong on their map pick of mine. It's going to be split up next.
भाई अच्छा बे इतना young हो के ना वो लोग को
analyst desk are going to break down
वो fame और वो पैसा और एक नया दुनिया देख के ना वो लोग change नहीं हुए बे. बहुत खतरनाक पॉजिटिव हो रहा है. ना साटो भाई भी देखो चिलिंग एकदम.
Red Bull gives you
लो ऑफ सीजन के स्टार्ट देखो वेलर पे. कहता नियॉन.
in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. Red Bull gives you wings.
भाई लोग ने DRX को क्या रहा है ऑफ सीजन में? अच्छी गांड है बे. Oh fuck! RR के सामने भी है. मानना तो पड़ेगा है. आप नए मूवी में रहते हो ना. Will be Power is a fun chill game. I already played that game once. अभी फिलहाल मैं खेल नहीं पा रहा हूँ for obvious reasons. Good morning, good morning. बाहर कंट्रीज में ज्वाइन करने से पहले इनका साइकोलॉजी टेस्ट होता है. पता नहीं मेरे को. No idea. नींद आंखों में भारी है बट जिम भी जाना है. मेरे को जरा भी नींद आने आ रहा है. ये स्ट्रीम खत्म करूंगा फिर बाद में मैं जो वो काम कर रहा हूँ काम पे बैठ जाऊँगा, थोड़ा आर्ट शील करूँगा, फिर पैसिफिक करूँगा, फिर पैसिफिक के बाद सो जाऊँगा मेरे जान। रुका मोबाइल पे चार्ज।
En mano, Spike le pone una. Encuentra la doble Spike. Este es el Leviatán que me gusta ver.
Hi, I'm here with a coach owner. Obviously, you guys had a very dominating map there. How has the vibes changed and the playstyle changed now that Neon is able to play back on the roster?
You know, we are feeling like natural right now because the last 2 games was very strange, very weird. I think that the team is not like vibing, you know. I'm pretty happy with the performance.
All right, great. Best of luck for the next map. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. There's a lot of hype around Neon's debut, and I want to give you a little insight to understand why he's got everybody talking. So let's talk about his timeline. He started playing when he was 13, but he joined that LEV Academy when he was 14. Wow. And guess what? In his debut, not only was he 14, but his first match, he dropped 52 kills in his opening match.
Jeez.
Going into 2023, he started, being full-time in that LEV Academy roster, and always being coached by owner and Jane, who is also the assistant coach. So he always had that extra support. Then going into 2024 as well, LEV allowed Furious Gaming, a challenger squad in Latin America, to borrow this LEV squad so they had the chance to ascend if they got that opportunity. And in doing so, they got third place. They got first place going into stage 3 for challengers. Now 2025, guess what? Not only do you have Neon that is winning stage 1, 2, and 3, jeez, but also ending the year, of course, being picked up by the official LEV roster, winning against RRQ, DRX, EDG, and BLG in a Chinese tournament that we had in the off season. And if that wasn't enough as well, for 2024 and 2025, he was IGLing and playing the duelist role.
That's insane.
He was doing it all.
Wow, okay. Now I kind of understand why going into the season you had them as #1 for you, because that's crazy.
Which is insane.
Yeah, a lot of talent there, without a doubt. But of course, Neon had some help, right? Because Sato was out there doing the business on Bind. And Jonah, one thing that just stuck out to me right away was just the fact that you were seeing these guys work in tandem together, and it felt like there was nothing Crew could do to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, not only were they working incredibly together, but like just the calmness in his gameplay. Like, this is his debut game, and I've never seen a more nonchalant, confident player.
Like if you told me this was your his first game, I would have slapped you in the face. No, I'd be like, that's a lie. There's just no freaking way, right? Because this kid is too good.
Yeah, just the impact that he had, specifically using the off on Yoru. I think him and Sato had a first blood record of 9 kills here, which is kind of insane for a stomp like this, and that being such a short game. But he was getting a pick every time Crew kind of was in his line of sight. Like, he was not missing. He was picking apart their exits, making it hard for them to kind of follow up anything.
Yeah, incredible though that, to Jonah's point, right, what we're seeing is that confidence come on stage, but he's like elevating everyone else around him, and that's really dangerous because Sato, when he gets that opportunity, that kid does not let go.
Going into the match as well, Neon talked about how he didn't feel any pressure, and when we hear that, we just kind of don't believe it, because it's this 18-year-old that is playing for the first time. But once you see him on the server, you kind of understand why he's feeling so confident in the rest of the squad. You have this double duelist that can really do it all, Emily.
Yeah, no, for real. Especially like being in the lower bracket. I don't know how you don't feel pressure in that. But then when I look at not Neon, when I look at Sato being back on the Waylay, you can really see that is his comfort versus the Yoru. He was making space on defense. He was willing to take fights, especially in those retakes, using his concuss, having his team kind of play around that.
Yeah. But now, as we get ready for Split, I think it kind of brings it back to something you had said earlier, where like if Crew wants to win, right, they have to handle this in 2. So far, that's not happening, right? They have to win 2-1, right, no matter what. But you're going into Split, which is double duelist territory. So how does this shape out for Crew?
I mean, what I saw from that first game, it doesn't look good for KRU.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna doubt them, you know, just now because it's a BO3. Anything's possible. We're like MIBR yesterday.
That's very true.
But yeah, seeing Neon the first game and Sato, like I'm full confident that LEV will make this a clean 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, LEV look very, very strong right now, and there's no reason to feel like they shouldn't close this one out. But do not count out KRU. There's one thing that we've learned from KRU in the past is that team can get scrappy. But don't worry, folks. You got Mission Y meeting you guys on the other side. We'll see you after this. Oh, or an interview. That too. Sorry, Kurt.
I'm here with Coach Bayonne. Obviously, that first map didn't go your way, but you had a little bit of a comeback towards the end. What are you looking to change when it comes to this next map on Split?
Sí, la verdad es que netamente tenemos que cambiar actitud. Creo que entramos muy dormidos al juego. Así que solamente volver a los fundamentos del juego, jugar juntos, buscar buenos timings con las utilidades y eso, más que nada. Así que creo que este mapa es nuestro, así que lo vamos a hacer mucho mejor.
Yeah, we had that first map, we're kind of lacking a bit of attitude, you know, we're kind of sleeping. We really need to go back to our fundamentals, you know, with our utility and really close out this map. And we feel like we're going to close this one out.
All right, perfect. Best of luck in the next map. Thank you.
Okay, so I trolled. All right, I'm sorry, everyone. You know, sometimes, listen, you'd be surprised. I won an award for this. That's crazy. In any case, though, let's talk about what we're getting split, because we did discuss the double duelist, how that is going to shape things out. But another thing from that coach interview, Dan, that I heard was him saying, you know, we got to play our own game. We got to do. What is that? Because when I looked at that bind game, playing your own game, I don't know, man. Like, Leviathan just seemed to be on another level.
LEV do not let you do that at all. And it feels like even though it's this rivalry between the two squads, LEV has always had KRU's Visa's number now for quite some time. And you think about it not in the LATAM way, but even talking about the players and their history. Neon and Blozin back in Challengers last year, they were constantly winning against MTA and Benji. You think about Sato, and yeah, we know him from LEV last year, but even before, towards the beginning of last year when he was playing for M80, he actually took down Infiltrator in Challengers, eliminating
him. So there's a history here.
From stage 1 in Challengers as well, in a university team as well. So it's something that you wouldn't expect. And of course, King has been constantly winning against KRU. So it just feels like you do have the upper hand. And don't get me wrong, you guys know that I love KRU. But
Good morning, Binks. Bye. Exam देने जा रहा हूँ. Best of luck, Raul. Bye. Best of luck, मेरी जान के invitation. Bye. Thank you for the gifted. Love you.
The casters, right, talk about it as
किसको
well.
मिला था? छुपा दे दो.
This is wild, right? Did not expect this level of play. And look, we know what's on the line here, right? This is the lower bracket. You lose here, you're done. You don't get that opportunity to go to Masters Santiago. And what's particularly heartbreaking here, Emily, is that you have two teams that, you know, represent the LATAM community. How incredible it would have been for them to be able to, you know, represent in their region.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, a team does have to come out on top here, and
MCM,
it's gonna be close, hopefully, going into the second map. And
अगर मेरे को एक monitor मिल जाता,
अगले
साल VCT में देखूं.
Yeah, that's all we can ask for, folks. Okay, now I'm going to take you to a commercial break. When we come back, you're going to see Uber White on the other side. You're going to be treated to their amazing voices. We'll see you guys then.
दो players नहीं है ना इनमें का. What they saying? What they saying? Yep, देखा मैंने. इनमें का तो देखा मैंने.
All of my time is invested, now it's not a preface for greatness, I'm destined, okay? Can't do no minimum wage, I'm out of your league, get out of my face. I ain't out burning.
Gaming laptop versus gaming PC difference. और तू घर में रहता तो obviously PC. और तू बाहर जाता है. तेरा कॉलेज का भी काम होता है तो फिर obviously. लपथोपे.
One map into this series between Leviathan and KRU. To be forgiven for thinking this doesn't have any stakes because of how jovial and relaxed, especially the blue side of the stage, has been. But no, there is elimination on the line here from Kickoff. We are in the lower bracket. KRU Visa need to step up on their map of Split to stay alive in the series and tournament.
This is a map that KRU have not played, but are picking directly into LEV because they've played it twice
at any
and lost
time
it
when
twice.
they're free.
Now, similarly to what we've seen with their agent swaps on Bind, they're doing it again here on Split. It's the Neons here. just to add water, throw him on the duelist, and we move Spike over to playing Viper.
सुनो जाओ तब stream होती है तब भी सोचा भाई नहीं मैं भी डायरेक्ट पैसिफिक के बाद सीधा पैसिफिक के बाद.
I feel like a lot of teams in EU have been running the Raze plus Yoru on split at the moment, so a familiar look from.
Is it 2-0? अभी I think KRU का map है.
Hopefully they incredible in this series, but Blows has really impressed me. Very good composure, playing some fantastic stuff.
तुम रहता है ये साइड आओगे तो बताना meetup हो जाएगा. Done से.
Very, very, very snappy as well with you know, some of these sheriff style rounds. KRU visa, yes, it's a compromising situation. They found themselves here in Kickoff. They're in control of their own destiny. That's more than many could say in times like this.
पहले तो ऐसा था भी नहीं Radiant वाला फंड.
Step out.
अब भी है क्योंकि गेम आके बहुत टाइम हो गया है. तो Radiant एक ऐसा चीज है जो minimum consider किया जाता है.
As far as the team play, I think especially on attack, upping the pace, being more decisive. We didn't see enough of that.
No idea, Valorant bhai. That's a very deep question.
There were rounds where they were making the right decisions, getting to the right
side. कौन सा player का debut है? Neon.
Actually playing
heavy वाला debut है.
They needed to be.
Lows का भी debut ही है ना
लेकिन. It's all on the line for them right now, and I want to see them just lock in as far as, you know, playing with no fear in those moments, like just making the decision and going for it.
The Prowler does not see Neon. It runs into Sato, who quickly just refracts away.
King does see that a gate crash has passed the by. With the paranoia to delay.
Sexy blind डाला
as well, but KRU kept at bay for now. They do drag a ton of rotates, and look at this.
Look at the inserts! They're not ready! Governor, some fancy footwork to get him out. Shoots the clone straight away.
Damage already दिया.
I see damage done as far as Neon's concerned. He's happy to back up.
At the same time, Nags had worked his way all the way through A, so KRU wanted to get over towards this side of the map, but Nags is spotted now. Yeah, spotted, but it's from left towards A because surely KRU are just going to go to A to meet up with Nags, right? But no, they're outside B, and it looks like they're not being super decisive. But it's okay. But it's okay. They're going into the B side. It took a second.
Yeah. King slows
भाई लेकिन उसी retake का अच्छा है मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि सिटी कंट्रोल नहीं है वो लोग बस ऐसा कुछ क्रू के पास so एक्चुअल में रीटेक पॉसिबल है इजी
basically zero
अभी ले रहे सिटी कंट्रोल.
I like this. They want to fight for a pick.
Yeah, I like this. Sato playing off the King. Lee's got 1-for-1 here.
Oh shit.
Nicely done by KRU. That is very well put together. But it is Neon. He's up for 3. And it's Benji solo at least. Spike's already planted, but there it is. Speaking of which, its namesake whips around a corner for his finisher.
Yeah, what can you do against Neon, though? I mean, I like that maneuver from KRU. They were able to get back into the open site, and then being a man down, they push for something active to find kills. Get the advantage. That's all great, but Neon is just a phenom player.
This is just a... It's just a bunch of zoom-ins, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
That's what I'm saying.
He's like, Owner's got the button-up shirt. It looks like, yeah, what'd you say, youth soccer team?
That's what the LEV. It looks like they have soccer kits on.
What's going on?
The youth, yeah. What? I'm just out there with the youth league team.
The kids are all right, I guess.
That's my इसका debut है, heavy वाला debut है.
Despite me feeling like I'm aging more and more rapidly with every second of this game I see. Leviathan, keeping it fresh. Neon's going to be able to get out with the gate crash now. Some degree of heaven control will be contested.
Personally, I did like your comparison with the little Minecraft zombies running around. It does feel
oh my god.
It's just a bunch of ankle biters that have been given
my god.
Maybe like the kids and weapons just running around.
Spike क्या sexy.
Plenty of comparisons.
क्या sexy मारा है. उसके बाद क्या sexy वेले का backup है.
And last two players from KRU seeing if they can take on Spike and
nice
the jump shot. Sure.
Heaven का राजा क्या है अभी?
Slip through simply into another layer of the trap. Leviathan had set up. Pistol rounds few and far between for KRU in this game. Leviathan here confident. This definitely feels like another day at the office.
Except it's not been another day at the office.
Bro,
these guys could be a labor law violation.
मजाक से हटकर.
No way, I'm sending them to a cubicle.
Huh?
All right, KRU on the full buy. Money isn't there yet to get the operator, but when you're playing against LEV,
Neon Euro कैसे खेल रहा है?
You have to be aware the second that is going to be used.
मेरा एक सेकंड के लिए brain lag हो गया
know that there's an outlaw on the other side though, and so they've got a lot of full armors to make sure they don't get one shot.
Prowler doesn't see anyone close up mid, so Crew's starting to feel a bit more confident, but I wonder how much longer that'll be the case for. Spike playing around this poison orb inside the nebula, need to step up and somehow misses those shots going past him. He's not within optimal range quite yet though. He's able to transition over the ropes and get a snake bite down, so further progress. Now King's pushed up with a judge.
Will be cleared by the Prowler though. They should be able to deal with King if they just use enough util. Yeah, he's got to get out of there.
अब क्या करेंगे? Prowlers खत्म. वापस close कैसे खाली करेंगे? नहीं कर पाएंगे वो लोग.
Meantime, Nags has just been kind of contained.
Is Onuru coaching both teams?
Crew are taking this quite slow. They want to get back to Nags, hoping that using that util, taking B main would have drawn some attention, but LEV have really had no desire to make any significant movements around the map. They do have
दो बंदे हैं.
crushed all the way over a B, so it's not like Neon.
पहले rotate नहीं करना चाहिए
You just stay posted.
Mid सब था उनके पास.
Not able to connect that shot. Does have to retreat, so this is going to be blows over on A.
Oh my God! Well, 5-man C's है.
Don't think they're going far for the time being, are they? So C's wears off. The util for blows has been too good, man. Like absolutely spot on. It is a side take. They are in there without losing.
Neon रहेगा.
But they're very in this.
मेरे लिए blue है.
No control of the map elsewhere, which is going to make this really dangerous. Now that being said, LEV, they do need to close the distance with the shotguns. They have the Bucky and that Judge.
It's these three players off of A main. I think that's going to be the problematic part. Saturate catches. Daxon only needed one shot. Apparently that's the Guardian for you. Gov trying to keep it clean here with some of the shorter peaks, but will be one out by blows. Time now starting to become an issue. Spike though is going to get involved with his outlaw, but Infiltrator emerges from the corner. Ghost, not to be.
Heavy damage लेकिन.
Finally, in a meaningful way, gets onto the kill feed.
That is super
heavy damage लेकिन.
Just having no map control, they're going to get swarmed by LEV.
Bro, अगर Neon rotate नहीं करता
तो end up winning that out. Man, Nags hinted, by the way. I mean, yeah, lucky to get that shot. I mean, obviously Crosshair was well placed, but one chance
Neon बोल रहा हूँ वेले.
like that with a Guardian, just one shot you can get off. So.
Good job.
And Governor early in that first map. Definitely talking up the composure the Crew would have needed to have, especially against a team that's going to play so flagrantly in your face, so aggressively.
I mean, the problem is, though, Crew losing all of those guns they can't actually buy on this round, so it will be in the hands of Infiltrator to do something of significance with that one rifle. Neon with the Outlaw again, knowing that Crew's economy is in a terrible spot, so they can just go for one-shot kills with that.
Very well apportioned in this round.
Bro, info लेके क्या TP मारा बे.
Once more, so his first few layers of util be drawn out already and straight into the grinder. Neon waits on Governor. This is going to be a flood though on this A side, and some pressure will be on the Yoru here. The rest of the side's smoked out, so Neon has to do much of this himself, and MTA eventually is going to be able to take him to task with the classic.
Spike will go down. Nags has that rifle almost still line up.
MTA.
देख ले outlaw है.
Takes that outlaw to hand now. Paranoia will actually catch on to Benji though.
Spike one-shottable, only 125 HP.
Shows himself, blows actually going down to Benji! What is this off the Sheriff? Spike steps up and gets rid of him, but he's got to be careful. 125 against the Outlaw. It's a dangerous game to play. But MTA's down to half. He's trying to get on out. Spike wants to take the challenge, but he's dinked as he rounds the corner. Still has a couple of seconds. The regen shields might be worth their weight in gold here, but MTA will bring him down.
What a play from
LEV का round था ये.
The 1v2, close range with the Sheriff.
कैसे मारा उसने?
It's nice from him. A little quiet today, but has definitely been able to make a name for himself over the last couple games. That Crew just that super wide swing threw off the aim completely.
Just the staggered steps between those last three shots of the Sheriff. Hard to
Bro, अभी अच्छा मौका है वो लोग का स्नोबॉल करने का.
Crew have sent LEV onto the eco. All right,
next round वो लोग का ults देखो कितना आ रहा है.
Honestly, right back in the game. Though I imagine LEV are a pretty dangerous team on eco rounds when they have Sheriffs. I would take a guess. Kind of scary. All right, well, Spike is getting adventurous and
ये मेरे को नहीं पसंद.
Straight away.
भले इको है.
Committed a dimensional
लेकिन जब एक जगह play बना रहे ना दूसरी जगह play नहीं बना.
On this round with the Bucky. No opportunity to get a kill. will owner be pleased with how this round is playing out early?
Toxins going up.
Yeah, with half armor just like dry swinging mid into this round from KRU is interesting.
Yep.
Anyway, we take some B garage control.
Yeah, only King to deal with on the site.
We counter quasi one way.
He's got the bandit, but he's got no friends, no help, no armor, no paranoia. So he will be in trouble.
Dig down instantly. Infiltrator took him to task with nothing but a classic.
You see.
The showstopper will be simply a deterrent. So you've got Sheriff, Bucky, and Sato with nothing but 2 legs and a pulse.
Looks like LEV are.
Visa for all 5 main players.
They have a nice little setup going. But I don't think that is going to happen.
Visa.
Feels like LEV maybe getting a little bit overconfident in this round to some extent. I mean, the play with the dimensional drift early was kind of nuts. To just send that
it's like
basically a pure eco with the Bucky to try to get a kill.
I have to imagine he was maybe hoping to catch a rotate or play like coming to A via sewer. Yeah, I think he ended up clearing a piece of shooting at something there.
All right, well, tiniest bit of damage into the next buy round. Few ultimates for KRU. They've got a chance to keep this momentum going. Yeah, Infiltrator gets this kill, and then they're just slow losing.
वो तो गवर्नमेंट में आते होता है डिले का शायद
Infiltrator up to 6 and 3
और का सीन नहीं रहता
उसका pretty reserved
और तभी वीजा अप्लाई करते हैं जब उनको बोला जाता है.
Again, I think the shenanigans occurred much earlier in the round than the last moments. Okay, so a bit more of a slower start for Leviathan, but they're still testing the limits, I think, in a lot of these rounds. KRU, though, feels like they have a bit more of a structure, though, that allows them to have a functional game plan if things go a little bit wonky early.
There is an instant mid from Spike, but it definitely could be dealt with if KRU want to be bold and go through it with a dimensional drift, or with more of the util from the fade.
Nightfall it, even, yeah. I would never do that off the side.
Yeah, they're going to clear out right now. Dimensional drift goes to the pick, going to get the info on B. Cosmic Divide to cut it off, try and get a safe plant.
Wow, a lot thrown at this side yet. Nightfall on the back of B, and here's King, though, ready to fight for it. Oh, it's 2! Governor tries to step out, there'll be a 3rd there, but Spike steps in. An Infiltrator. The back of the B side has already seen much of this House of Cards come down. Spike, well, you can see where it is, corner of the minimap. Back over towards B garage. The Infiltrator has to flash, dash his way through, and Spike will put an end to it.
Nicely played from King, just finding that little pocket between the cloud, the one little safe space of a map available to him to catch off those players in main. The fact that he gets the second and that isn't a trade is...
Yeah, he's hit with that Nightfall.
Crazy, yeah. Adjust the crosshair back, will sidestep into the crouch.
It does feel like it was, what, just the raise deep in the side. The raise comp, by the way, something we're seeing a little bit of Europe at the moment.
Yeah, and we saw, like Osboss was playing the raise.
Language UPI.
Definitely not as, like,
I feel like I've seen it in
it's
Europe
not as in vogue as it was, obviously, maybe last year, early last year, prior to that. But
कोई भी नहीं करता रे कोई भी esports player वालों का इतना stream नहीं करता.
Duelists inserted. Well, their ults expended that last round, but if Nags maybe gets the plant, gets Norb down, they could have a pit for a post plant. That could be big.
I mean, I don't want to downplay it, but that was Dimensional Drift and Nightfall.
Must kill on a King, eh?
One round and they still lost it.
Yeah. Just all because of King. Just in that corner. Now some pressure is going to come into mid onto Neon. Can he get a kill out of here? Yes,
can.
I guess they shoot no one's there. I get it. Infiltrator hinted out. He's going to have to pull out himself.
Yeah, forced away, and a lot of intentions on this round were to have Infiltrator in a great position to be a playmaker. Now he's just been completely nullified.
There's no map control. There's a fair bit of stall util that can still come from Leviathan here. KRU want to fight out of ropes.
It looks like they still want to work into this A split with Infiltrator on that A
what
side.
Split though? They got no ramp presence yet.
Yeah, it's really just going to require Infiltrator to either get a sick opening or for the pack to draw enough attention for him to make a play like he's doing right now. Working up, should be able to get a free kill.
Nice. Infiltrator. Oh, that would have been perfect, but he's cut down by Spike. Very quick response from the young gun. But he's Benji up and over the top. Spike being caught in it. Sees he's still able to find a crucial frag.
What the fuck?
We got 13 seconds left on the round. I think King knows exactly what's coming his way.
He has had no reason to leave that B site. The other 3 players were able to leave. There's just no time for this to happen. KRU
my God,
have
bro.
to just hold on to the weapons
भाई
and go
क्या
into the
बंदा
next
है
round.
भाई?
Have sadly had a few
उसने इस
rounds
साइड
go
से
in this
फेंका
direction
ऐसी
back on buy 2 on attack where they're just put in an unwinnable position and forced to go for a multiplayer save like that.
Yep. Let's see how this plays. So first kill's in mid. This is Neon getting spammed through the boxes, and they don't fully commit to checking that corner. Sato gets out here and is covered beautifully by Spike.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really the fact that Sato gets out there is unfortunately the
टैलेंट रोप जंप सिखा सकते हो क्या भाई? बहुत इजी है भाई.
And
रोप पे जंप करेगा तो भाई
has been very good. That was a rare missed opportunity from him.
ऐसा बोल के जंप करने का.
Generally, honestly.
Sato's been very good at also getting out of danger very quickly with that melee mobility. We saw it on bind plenty as well.
Neon has
भाई sexy kill रहा है
to pick up the op, posted up towards A, and Lev can play with a multi-man setup towards mid now.
Auto comfort crying girl Binks bhai.
That pressure and
Don't let her cry.
Quite right out of it with his fract. Get back out to safety, but okay, Spike on the repick does get punished by Governor. And it's just patience from Nagzet. Doesn't want to overstep, and certainly not in a round where when you know obviously the money is out of control for Lev, they can easily buy an op, so you can't just give them any free openings by walking into sightlines.
Neon just got to blue gate pressure. Pretty big difference maker. Can't get away in time though, Governor.
Idea अच्छा था
Already deal with him.
Yeah, Neon's a little greedy there. He really wants to get a kill before the Prowler actually connects onto him. And completely obscures his vision, and he's punished for it. Governor's getting some good plays off in this round. Conversion Path's going to hit onto Nags, but not the other 2 players.
This is for Glow's benefit, I think, more than Sato's. He's going to try and get into elbow quickly.
Oh my God,
Infiltrator is spotted out.
A lot of damage onto Blows.
Man, still spotted out through those smokes. That's brutal. Now Nagzet alone. Blows might be low, yes, but King and Sato are still fighting fit. And that paranoia will affect Nagzet. Not that it matters inside that pit.
Yeah, trying to work himself into a cheeky position, but yeah, unfortunately, there's just so many Lev players. Someone's going to run into him. Someone's going to see him at some point there.
It's the loss of, I think, was it Governor there as well, who died just by screen. That little gap in the smoke.
It was a good ult from
Sato.
Set up Blows coming out of the nade. Had someone who's potentially wide open in the site.
This one.
Oh, there.
Infiltrator it was, yeah. Hate to see it.
Thinking he would have had a moment to step into the pit, but One Way was still offering just enough vision.
Sexy kill है Blows.
And now necessary.
Blows MVP बेरो मेरे लिए. मजाक सेट कर. पूरा match.
Still nowhere close to any ultimates because they lost that last round with all of them as well. 2 rounds ago, rather, for that B exec with a multi-ult hit.
It does feel like you're watching KRU trying to force things up mid quite extensively, right? And they're being interrupted. It's like Sato through smoke is spraying, or he's sitting there with a shorty playing close inside that poison orb top mid. And at best, KRU might be finding one of those mid players.
से करना होगा. Space bar baby.
Spike inside rope rim or something like that. But then how that they push off that springboard into the next phase of the game plan seems to be struggling. And Infiltrator has been pretty safe, trying to work ramp, maybe. You know, we saw that one round where he almost catches Sato. He's a little bit late on that pinch, but has a real big opening. This feels like, yeah, when things go slightly wrong
My friend has called किया crying. I don't know what to say. तेरे गलती की वजह से वो cry.
A couple of them, that's
तो फिर sorry.
Frustrating watching is that they're actually making the
और तेरा
right lead
गलती
and
नहीं है
heading
फिर
towards the
भी
right side. They're
उसको
doing the
लगता है
right
तेरा
thing. They're
गलती है
just
तो
doing
भी
it
तेरे
too
sorry.
slowly. Like there's a level of hesitation there, but they're
अगर
making the
किसी
right
और के
call.
गलती की वजह से वो crying
Needs more
तो किसी और को गाली भरने का.
Push it into overdrive.
You got to commit to the bit. Yeah. So let's see it again.
Be on our side.
Once again,
Easy.
It's a pretty standard emphasis toward mid. I like that. Poison orb lineup, nice and deep.
Prowler just to make sure that no one was hiding back box. And okay, MTA fast into the smoke. Nice kill on the King.
It's also, yeah, a lot of the stall util now for King, obviously off the table.
And they know where that op is at.
Also, the Prowler's been an issue for Neon.
Okay, and infiltrator just like, oh my god. That
is
insane.
10th floor
Cover just absolutely jumping, so the second player lower could get the kill, but Neon is just way too fast.
Now, without Prowler, with Governor down, your ability to force Neon off the line is kind of limited. The flash from Infiltrator, but it's uncomfortable playing Yoru would be, so they heading off to the A side. Out here by Leviathan. It's going to be a hot minute though before they can actually mount a response.
And just given the lay of the map right now, KRU should be able to set up a pretty good post plan.
Yeah, how much control of the map can they get off the site is my question. This is an important fight to win. Benji never stood a chance. Sato channeling is in Arsenal. Wins that out convincingly.
What is the move here? They're kind of all routed into elbow at the moment.
Infiltrator
still has one flash to play with. MGA spots the gun barrel. Danger feels like he needs to retreat, doesn't know what's happening.
I don't hate the screen's presence.
Towards main, he didn't want to expose himself too much.
They've pinged Infiltrator spot. There might be a double swing off this.
Oh
looking for it.
God.
Timing maybe. Either way, the intuition's a bit off there for Infiltrator. Here comes the play down elbow. Nags are going to go and spray away, of course, with his Guardian. MTA able to split that double face up, but he's ready. Oh my goodness! Fighting out of a corner, KRU keep it to within 1 round.
Crazy they were able to get away with that win, honestly. They were really struggling to take any map control. It was awkward in screens.
Oh my god, crazy मारा है उसने. Neon निकाल सकता था ये round.
Not really entirely sure where to
उसको
look.
पट से headshot पड़ा वरना मार देता था वो.
They got good picks early in the round, but
ये shot देखो बे. फिर एक और मारा उसने.
They have both mid players dead to right.
Nice, Max! Oh my god, you're insane.
Sick little 2K.
And good call, bounce off towards that A side after, having not a lot of information outside of the fact that there was a Yoru whopping at B, that was enough to convince them not to go there.
Bear in mind, LEV, they won the pistol round, so post
pistol have won the majority of the rounds.
Spike is lit up. Decayed down as well in some serious danger.
Just unaware, I guess, that the Boombot's got behind. Okay. Another dry peek onto a contact line that Neon was holding.
Neon is just always in a different spot, taking a different line. Little adjustments to the height, stood up there. He's just such a nuisance to deal with. Saw that the entire time on bind. He was just never opting from the same position, and then it's just so quick to teleport to pick up somewhere else.
Good patience.
Another chance. These LEV players are weak.
So, adjustment of the crosshairs, pretty good. 2 is enough, you feel? Neon is already where he needs to be. Exactly where he needs to be. And there's King. He could have pushed off that mailroom angle and took a fight there through the smokes. He doesn't. Patience pays off for the IGL.
Neon's Yoru teleport positioning and the lines that he's picking to reset up on for both maps are really top tier. Because utility usage is pretty impressive.
Oh my god.
Just having a guy like that on your team, knowing when you're playing against LEV and on defense that there will or could be an off pointed in the direction you're heading at any given moment, with a guy that's basically never missing is just a massive threat the entire time.
Yeah, player that's everywhere on the map and never misses.
Exactly. Okay. Just like this, just extremely obnoxious layer of difficulty, then you also have to put on top of everything else.
The next
it was a joke, dude. It's not a joke.
Valorant's about to change.
Cannot be a joke.
So actually some early A presence here. So KRU, given their weaponry, were hoping just to punish a push off of that part of the map, which we saw a lot on bind from LEV.
I'm surprised that everyone in team is new except King. Sato भी last season आया था. Sato को तो फिर भी देखा ही अपन ने. भाई Neon और Blow तो crazy.
Hey, but they're gonna walk into Sato, take that first shot, get away, and then after Blow's top ramp ready to peek, but he's not smoked off, so Sato's a bit isolated. Again, these seasons are so good.
The decay was good, but who's gonna be there to follow it up? Because Blows is already heading back. Maybe a call came to try and pull off that ramp area, but Sato was left stranded.
And now with that kill, with a showstopper available as well. Oh my god. well, not as available as it was when I started that sentence.
Definitely less available now. It's clinging to his cold, lifeless grip, but
the crew, they sent it on both the ults after that initial kill to win this
का एक
round.
बंदा
Can't
दिखा,
really blame them for
flank
that, right?
नहीं है,
You know,
एक
it's
इधर है.
Nico. Neon getting the information, calls out the paranoia.
That's paranoia.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया, थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया, थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया, थोड़ा
There's
ज़्यादा
that
हो
new
गया.
close range on the paranoia coming into play.
Spike down though, it's Governor and Benji. Considering how they started this round, this isn't too shabby.
By
It's
रहा
all
है वो.
jump. Here's Decade down. All one, either way.
बेचारा रे. Full बह रहा था गवर्नर.
Shorty to get the job done. That's 7-4 here for Levy attack.
God,
Crew fighting well. Hard fought rounds for Crew in this half. Make no mistake.
Bro, blows क्या
Sadly for Crew,
खेला
two of
ये
their
रे.
actual round losses post pistol have been the rounds where they used 3 ults again here, and you can't blame them for any of the ult usages, right? Sato is caught early, so they get that kill, retrieve another gun. All right, send it. Dimensional drift, get the showstopper off, but you can't predict that Blows is just gonna one-tap you while you're satcheled up with a showstopper. And
लेमंटी लेकिन एक बात बोलूं, एक्चुअली you don't care or fuck about our feelings, क्योंकि जो लोग ऑनलाइन पे बातें करते हैं ना पर्सनल लाइफ के बारे में एकदम चूते लगते हैं ब्रो. मेरे को क्या करना चाहिए ये जगह पे, अगर तू वो जगह संभाल ही नहीं सकता है किसी और को दे दे भाई, कोई और पटा लेगा. प्लीज प्लीज प्लीज
Ramp just getting
Please.
re-smoked by King.
Please, buddy.
Sato can keep watch. Benji trying to ensure
घर वालों से एडवाइस मांगना अलग है.
Push, no one walking down mid.
YouTube पे तुम पूछ रहे हो, brother.
This is very slow for Crew.
Yeah.
Obviously, Cosmic Divide gets them into A without having to worry too much about, Heaven or Screens potentially.
Yeah, they're trying to bait,
That's
something
fine.
out or get led to rotate. Maybe someone walks into them trying to get info. Neon, I mean, almost did, but now they're going to activate.
पटाने का टिप्स तुम लोग मांगोगे तो भी चलो एक टाइम पे समझ में आता है.
Oh, that's
संभालने का
pretty eliminating info. I think Crew going to bounce back now over towards A. 38 seconds left. They've got to go for it here. Hard contact on the side. Flows with big damage on MTA as he crosses over, but not enough to find a kill. Nice little short pick there from MTA. Baits out the off shot.
MTA game.
Might be alive, but he's in a bit of an awkward spot.
Huh?
Barely alive, and Cosmic Divide still not even used for Benji, who is, by the way, in market over towards B. Bro is miles away, but he does send in the wall. MTA is lights out this round.
Everyone watching that wall.
वो भी गलत है, लेकिन फिर भी ठीक ठाक गलत है वो. Okay.
And this will be the start of pretty insane ace. Cosmic Divide is obviously really going to slow up his plans of world domination.
Benji on the world's longest lurk, ready to activate.
Oh, that snappy start, but there's more where that came from. Naxet there, back behind screen on the side below. It's Gov. Spotted out. That's going to be Naxet.
Empty round था, empty round था.
Respectable 5 rounds on this attack side.
हाँ, empty round था.
And honestly, we're able to walk up inside that A side essentially for free.
Yeah, that was not bad from them at all.
मुझे भी पटाने की टिप्स दे दो. इसलिए मैं बोला कि मांग सकते हो. Single or what?
Yeah, there was that little jiggle peek you called out for the re-swing to get the first, or the second kill rather, but that first kill in
Single or what? Best पटाने का ट्रिप. मैं रेडी था टिप्स देने के लिए. इसलिए मैं बोला कि ये चलेगा. I respect your opinion, bro. I shouldn't be asking all this online, but I'm away from home. Doesn't have a lot of friends. Been here for 5 years. It feels like home. सब अपने लगते हैं, सो पूछ लिया. बराबर है, लेकिन ऑनलाइन है ये. एंड अवे फ्रॉम होम हो तो भी कॉल पे तो बात कर ही सकते हो. लॉट ऑफ फ्रेंड्स नहीं है, वो भी तुम ही सॉल्व कर सकते हो. समझ रहे हो? तेरा भाई भी इंट्रोवर्ट है, लेकिन दोस्ती यारी बनाया मैंने भी थोड़ा बहुत. वो वाला सीन है. इट्स योर लाइफ. यू हैव प्रॉब्लम्स, यू हैव टू सॉल्व. बाकी टिप तो मैंने दे दिया सिंगल और व्हाट. Thank you.
In Portuguese. The only times where that changes was when he was directly communicating with Neon, the Argentinian player, with little things that they wanted to do together with that Omen
gift
and
करने
that
के
Euro, whether it
लिए
was early in the round, whether it was
किसे
in the
पता
middle
कोई
of the round,
tips?
or when they
काश
had to
दोस्त
go in
members
those
को.
clutches. We know King for doing that before.
काश दोस्त
but that
members को
communication
छुपा लगाना
continues
पड़ेगा.
to do so.
Morning,
And for the
night,
vibes,
twice.
you guys know that the vibes have always been great for this LEV squad. You always hear it pretty often from
Aaro
Sato,
stream
always
देख रही होगी
making
तो
jokes.
लौड़े लग
Whether
गए.
a play maybe doesn't work out for him, he's making a joke about it, he's taking it easy, and everybody else is just having a good time. When it comes down to Onur and the coaching and the communication, it was very on point. He immediately recognizes what those mistakes or what those little fixes
I hope you
should
learned
be,
something
and
today.
the squad makes sure that they're able to correct it just in time. It's honestly very impressive, very clean, and these young players, you can tell that they're ready to win. This is everything that I have, and I'll send it back to you guys.
The Levy
language
machine in this series, a very one-sided bind sees this get to a bit more of a hotly contested split. It's a first half attack side for Crew that nets them 5 rounds.
Not a morning
but they
person.
were pretty slow. They were pretty ponderous at times.
Just saying, मैं दिन में 3 बार stream कर रहा हूँ.
From them on bind, and I'm looking out to see if we still see that
गलती
same
से
level
subscribe
of
किया रहेगा.
velocity from them.
It's a small world यारो.
Neon activate here, and what they have in store for us with Sato
हमला
on
अचानक
these
क्यों होता है?
executes. Crew played out a pretty good attack half though.
All day streamer बोलते हैं.
They definitely still have the energy. And they were really hyped up winning some of those rounds. And now led to just 1-3-1, working into mid a little bit, and now it looks like they want to rework B main, where Infiltrator's gotten super aggressive. Still has a little bit of time left on that gate crash.
Crew are clearing A main here quite aggressively. Spikes might actually get what he came for. No, they're going to be preempting this. Oh! 2 for 1! Oh man, Crew just ran straight into the trap, and there was a gate crash back there for Neon, so a potential inclination to ping over towards that A side of the map anyway.
My
God.
God.
From LEV. Making a decision.
शॉर्ट से ऑटो डब वाला फीचर हटा दो. मैं बोलता रिपोजी को कैसे करते हैं, मेरे खुद बोलिए. मेरे को बोला था बहुत लोगों ने. लेकिन कैसा लग रहा है अचानक से इंग्लिश सुन के शॉर्ट्स में. मैं खुद का एक बार देखा वाला ये क्या.
Doesn't have a gate crash. He's just got to hit shots. That's it.
It's a bit of an off angle, I will say, so it gives Infiltrator an opening, sure. Spike with his 3rd of the round, though.
30 seconds
Heaven and Defense spawn smoked. We're going to walk up. Kind of a very standard 4 players up in the post line.
Yeah, nearly 2 kills. Sato pretty weak. But
लेमन भाई आप जीजे के टिप्स मांग रहे हो ना.
Rotate.
आधे लोग या फिर सिंगल या फिर ब्रेकअप हुए. Just saying.
Almost all but wrapped up. Benji could.
Just saying. Just saying.
You won't check for this, no way.
आप एकदम करेक्ट जगह पे आए टिप्स के लिए.
He's going to drop down straight on top, and he's going to find out the hard way.
Sorry.
Neon was waiting for him.
है कि नहीं किल रहा है.
Yep, Crew just punished for the proactivity over towards A main.
I love you.
Spike is going to get some easy kills
Can
there.
we be friends?
Especially when you see him on the cam, he's about 2 inches away
Killer
from the monitor. You're never missing a shot that close up.
पता है mod experience अपना.
From your crosshairs staring at
मत करो. Oh, sorry.
The double headshot though is pretty.
I would like to apologize. Sorry. Apologize. मैं apologize.
You know, really wanted to get off the races early here, and it's simply them being a little starved for info on the A side of the map, pushing up. Spike got to feast on him.
5 classics. Crew want to do something adventurous. Time to go down mid, but they're going to walk into a double face.
Okay. Like that.
Wow, and they win it out. Hey.
The Clico's got some legs, bro.
Players are pretty weak.
They are coming mid again. एक अच्छा कि
have an opportunity to
गनवन नहीं मिला.
the guns though. That is a major issue.
King was poised to punish. Is Neon going to get caught? No, a bell. Okay. Oh, a lot of these 2-for-1s we've seen. Okay, so numbers are even. Now we're finally over to Crew.
King एक hit का.
They spent 3 players on this endeavor though, and MTA is definitely pretty susceptible to kind of any of the weapons remaining in the LEV arsenal. LEV don't really know where they want to end up.
क्या लगता है?
And Crew don't know where to look. These last 2 players could be basically anywhere on the map.
Pretty hard to play hide and seek if one side doesn't know where to go and the other side doesn't know where to look.
MTA's holding the spawn flank angle there for a moment. Well, that smoke going
30
down.
seconds left.
Will they get one of them, surely?
Yeah, convincing crew.
It has worked.
There's some B activity going on. That is not the case.
That is devious. And King also is going to have both his smokes up here in the post-final.
Yep, just
Entire.
Easy win in this post plant. It would definitely require crew to do something crazy because this setup is so difficult to beat.
It's
going to be a average bonus round though for Leviathan in terms of what they're probably going to be able to bring in.
King is one-shottable by the Outlaw, but Spike has the full armor as well, so
they're super relevant.
One enemy remaining.
And that was MTA already down to about 50
One
odd.
enemy remaining.
Okay, Benji. I will permit myself to believe. 35 points. Oh dear. Well, you hate to see it. You hate to see it.
No longer believing, but you know, at least he got the one kill, and they got a lot of damage done. They did do a lot of damage.
Yeah,
so.
only a guy.
ज़्यादा कुछ बोल भी नहीं सकते टमाटर हेड मिलेगा फालतू में.
Yep, that is it. So
फालतू में नहीं मिलता है. पट से मिलता है. कैसे निकुन
भाई? The winners of that.
कैसे हम क्या?
Yeah, I think if they'd overpushed, obviously,
Very important killer
they
that
might have
miss.
been in trouble, but
क्या?
They didn't go for the guns, tempting as they were.
Okay, so पहली वाली ने मना किया. अगले वाली के साथ बना नहीं तो मैं निकल गया. अभी देख रहा कुछ और. वाह बहुत सड़ी के भाई. हाँ? सब्जी लेने जा रहे हो? हाँ?
Prowler over on A cleared out main, but Nags has been very passive. So it didn't even.
Yeah, I mean Spike has been sitting in the back corner, so I don't know what that is supposed to tell you.
Yeah, they're just lobbing
how's yours?
But I think Nags has dodged it now. Or sorry, I meant
6-9 charter मिलने वाला chat ready रहो.
Playing fast. Sorry, I mixed them up in my brain. But yeah, it was Governor then on the move.
Good morning.
Okay, Neon's got himself in a rope though. He's going for it. Saturate deployed there, but Sada doesn't want to linger.
तो you know how they are now.
Shells out at least. But the extremities are still
Same
very
चीज
slow.
वो भी बोलती है तेरे बारे में पता है ना?
King though not so much.
वाइपर का पोजीशन सेक्सी है.
Oh, what? Oh, the timing.
What?
Okay, dude, really ships in the night. Okay,
but he doesn't go. That's crazy.
भाई ऐसा लगा ना नल्ली दिखी.
Well, Heaven now is where it's at. Prowler doesn't see anything as far as I can tell. Neon through smoke trying to spray down. Spotting MTA. Okay.
Pamor
a little
जीत
bit
गए.
bold with the peek, with the jump up there.
Surely this time we'll see each other, right? Well, Magzet gives it one of the easier kills of his competitive career.
इको था कोई से नहीं.
Blows has to skirt around the edge of that grav well. There's only 10 seconds left for a plant. He's trying to do some damage on the way out. Is the plan for Blows?
Currently, it's very hard to find the perfect one.
The middle. Leviathan going to concede around here to Crew.
तुम लोग को पता है ना, you can make anyone the perfect one.
And now they'll be up to full strength.
Yeah, clean though from Crew. Nice, easy round. Aggression over in Heaven was pretty mental. Not really any actual youth still coming through the smoke. Just
like-minded people doing that.
Jump up.
Spike down.
Right, let's get our bearings here now. So
round 16, not one ult to speak of.
Yeah, still none. Honestly, these
infiltrators close, but that's really it.
Like-minded
very distributed kills across both sides.
वो healthy गाना गाते मैंने कहा था.
One variation is that you'll see Neon a little bit further forward here on A.
लेकिन मेरा बकचोदी वो balance कर देता है.
So that's just another layer on top of, you know, Spike already being pretty passive on this side of the map.
See, Binks, इतना बड़ा ऐसे नहीं पड़ रहा सुबह तेरे गांड में आते कल मैच देखने दे.
Position would go a bit more unnoticed. Gate crash is going to expire soon. So how much does he want to commit to this?
Oh.
Governor jump peaks and sees it, so actually he has to renew the gate crash.
Smoke now going on mid, Prowler into vent, Lever trying to work ramp, work that mid section as well, but MTA just gets a 3 kill on Sato. I mean,
we're walking,
fellas. We're
walking.
We're really just walking into it right now. King says, my turn to walk into the
crossing a road in New York City.
Okay, but I mean, sure, but this time they killed them doing the same thing. Well, I mean,
okay, now we're over on the B side. Forget about it.
Sure, I guess.
If just walking doesn't work out, have you tried just walking?
Oh my god.
Plant here now for blows. Governor trying to get
Shot be.
Oh my god.
Beautiful little two-piece here.
I mean, he
Abba.
wins.
He's too far away. There's no way that Spike is going to get here on time.
I'd win.
Governor gets it done. What a bizarre round.
I don't know what to make of that one. All right, replay operators. Just give me the replay so I can talk over it.
Oh shit. भाई इसलिए वहाँ पे क्लोज नहीं खेलने आ रहे हैं पीछे वाला कहता है जैसे फीमेल भी दिखता है तो 21 में दोनों ने मारते थे
I don't know what bro was doing, and then
I'm looking for like the
walked into B heaven. King just walked out B main. Governor just walks out. They really, real walk round.
Okay. All right. Well, we've thrown that one in there. Now perhaps
some honest valorant.
Yeah, it was very gunplay focused kind of round, you would say. So the devs are happy to see it.
अभी एक से कर रहे लेकिन करेंगे कैसे?
Off to the races here at B. Benji is going to get caught inside their nightfall.
Straight up hit.
Oh, मिल गया side.
But they do have that dimensional drift for the eventual retake. At the moment, no one from LEV is even in a flank position. Maybe a late reflank from King. Looks like he wants to activate that. But intentions are to get it right now. That sees with the nade is perfect.
Blow's not able to get away. Great combo. Now the dimensional drift is in. Pit's still up for now, but LEV down to 3.
Down to 3. King needs to be fast on this flank as well.
Beautiful from Infiltrator. That's going to bring the Pit down. And King is going to be late to the party. We can
stick
with a
stinger at that range. That's not the ideal flanking weapon getting into heaven.
It's got to be left time out time.
That was a good round from KRU. I liked what I saw there. That was the decisiveness, the hitting the go button that I want to see from them.
Yeah, it is time out time.
Benji gets out and then they just flood right back in. No.
लेकिन बहुत कुछ होता था अगर वाइपर वो किल मार लेता था.
As the spike is going in, they get this seize nade combo. Dimensional drift is already in there, spotting players. Nags gets that kill onto Neon. They're multiplayer faced in main like that. That's what I want to see from KRU. There's the decisiveness, the aggression.
But honestly, it's been few and far between in this map and in the series in general. But it's not too late. Definitely,
no,
of course.
That's got to feel good.
Yeah.
Like to also play out a round like that, and you're like, wait a second, we could just. We're kind of like that, right, guys?
I do feel like though for Leviathan, the last couple of rounds have been a little.
अच्छा खेल रहे लेकिन रे दोनों टीम.
In terms of, I guess, how they're looking to set
not
up.
bad, not bad.
Some inspiration. I don't like they nightfall onto the B side, right? They get Sato deep. He throws the saturate
online आ गया.
MTA off.
Right.
Viper's pit in the post plant, great. They do have to deal with the dimensional drift though. Infiltrator able to find a kill as he comes out of that. Take Spike out, Pit down. That's a problem. So could you have the answers on board to answer that kind of round?
They just didn't really have anything set up after the pit. There was no play outside of really just like we're gonna hide in the pit. Neon was in main, and then King went for the super late decision to wrap into heaven and flanking. But he also had a stinger, so it's gonna be difficult for him to help win out a round from that position with a stinger. Anyway, that guy should be in the pit with the stinger, and he should have someone earlier in the round with a rifle flanking heaven. It was just, yeah, a weird situation. But anyhow, LEV gathered up entirely on the A side of the map right now. All 5 players. Couple stingers in this round. Bucky for the Waylay, who is in right now.
Oh, not
oh, मैंने मिस किया. क्या हुआ? मैंने मिस किया. Fuck, मैंने मिस किया.
Straight through the poison orb, but now.
Fuck.
An opportunity to collect
themselves. Fuck, मैंने मिस किया रे.
Resmoke to screens. Basically funnel KRU through this one entry.
MTA does have the showstopper. Maybe a free kill if he sends it towards hell.
The weapons aren't good for LEV to stop him in mid-flight, that's for sure. Okay.
That
could have been a free one, but a straight whiff from Sato. 0 damage. Now the showstopper gets an easy kill here. Surely you check this right corner.
Here it is.
Send an elbow.
And there he goes, blows instantly down. Kingno's still a problem. Up close with the stinger and Spike's down to find Nags. It's down to Benji and MTA. Oh, Neon in the swing had the weapon for it too.
Diffusing.
Benji can only tap and hope to take a fight outside the smoke, but look at King has gotten in there. And there's no time. Benji is out of time. Nice fast hit for LEV. Position under Rafter, and even the showstopper can't put a damper on the round.
And LEV hit them with the triple teleport.
Just
every all of them just teleport straight into the site.
Okay, एक ही time पे क्या?
And they actually have a dimensional drift now for a potential pit from Nagset down mid.
Fuck,
That's a crazy little Yoru play. That's what I'm saying. Neon has some tech with the Yoru. It's not just like straight raw aim, and he also has really smart teleports on defense. And there it was like, yeah,
Yoru TP, Omen
TP. A bit of a
TP.
specialist. They've got these tricks.
Silly little, you know, I say silly in that it's funny, but it's good. Like good little flash over the top, and then the triple TP, Omen into heaven. They're everywhere, man. But
Infiltrator over to an op here.
As is Neon. In these situations, it has been Neon getting the best of Infiltrator, but it's mostly been with Neon on defense and Infiltrator walking into him. So.
Gunner's played really well off this heaven position, though. Neon hasn't really been able to get in. Yeah, this round, no exception.
Completely forced away. Now trying to find some kind of angle to post up on. Playing mid, grouped up with this other duelist, Sato.
Heaven वाले को ही मारेगा
King's been
MT
playing
को
his
ही.
B side. He knows that
ये बहुत common spot है
and
इनको लेने के
Benji
लिए.
are bogged. Like they are basically just there to provide the fulcrum.
Full 1-3-1. Lev just not committing to either side, keeping their options open.
They're going to have to probably pressure this heaven spot. Get a smoke in there.
Right, King is going back
लेके अकेले बैठा है और वेंट में गया.
Drift. Going to be sent into the
एक दो तीन तीन बंदे दिखे.
Sato is in and then refracts.
तीन बंदे दिखे.
And Yoru gets out of there as well. Trying to go through towards A, but they're not that fast. KRU are getting their players back sight. They're just now getting through heaven.
Lev can watch the cross though. I think that's the issue now for KRU. They're trying to get past over towards screens, but they're being seen from heaven. And Infiltrator could be in trouble. Decay down, caught by the Z's. There's Gup though. Spike is down. Wayward spray from Sato. And it gets very, very messy. Levin are down to 2. And there's no chance to plant. That is KRU meeting Lev in the middle when it comes to pace. And they give them nothing in the early round.
Yeah, great response. They got players back sight. Infiltrator was on the cross. Lev had a pretty good fake going, but then maneuvering back through heaven were just slow to get into the site itself. The KRU were able to match and I think exceed the pace. They totally understood what the situation was.
The money is boomed. I think Neon actually has a bit of a savings to sort of leverage here, but
oh my god, I got him out.
It's a tough round for Leviathan. And again, they play a pretty default, right? 1-2-1, get up mid, and then just somewhat arbitrarily decide to side hit.
कल प्रीमियर को खेलने आए.
Rotates back from the B
कुछ
side.
मैं कर रहा हूँ रे.
Nagset also sitting on a pit, doesn't make use of it in that round, so we are going to see another round where, you know, someone like Neon is not going to have that dimensional drift anymore. It's going to be harder to clear. Neither Blows has a Nightfall either. This might be a chance to throw this down at mid and force Lev out to the extremities in that next gun round.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if we get out of this timeout another weird triple teleport kind of hit, a bunch of silly weapons, get your shotguns and stingers in the mix type thing. Again, yep, there's your Bucky for Sato. Yep, there's your stinger. It's going to be one of those kind of rounds from Lev, and then on the subsequent one, they'll have
जी वॉच बर्थडे होगा obviously होगा मेरी जान.
Up with King's ult, like use the ult to spot
बात
someone
बताओ
out
आपका
and
नाम
then hit them with
Binks
the
के
pass to get to the actual buy round.
कुछ ऐसा सोच के नहीं रखा था टाइम पास.
This time it is straight up hit B on the eco round.
Nothing in mid this time.
Prowler from KRU defensively gets no info on A, so rotate should begin.
Flash, TP in,
Actual में कितना बाप है bro.
Rifle recovered for Sato.
भाई क्या लाइनअप से उसका blinds का.
Essentially locked down. Got to be careful, of course, of paint shells over on the plant spot. I think that's something that Blows is a little scared of. MTA for now holds that in Arsenal. It's a pit to flood back into B.
At the same time, you have to keep your eyes on Sato, who could just rip the convergent paths at any given moment. And he's got the lineup for it for spawn. That'll only hit Nags, though. It won't actually be that effective.
No way! Okay. Neon trying to get something done there. Here comes a convergent path.
Spike off
a flank timing. Sees the barrel, the Infiltrator. Crucial shot miss. He's going to try and take the shorty fight. He wins it out. Now you've lost your Heaven presence. Sato, though, onto the defuser. MTA was low, of course, having to fight through.
Oh my god.
Inside the pit, they are falling one by one, and Sato is getting his pick off the ladder. He's got Blows as well to rely on here. Time not on Nagset's side. Gives it a tap. Surely not! What was that from Nagset, man? No time in the round, but jeez.
Oh my god, bro.
Keeps it tight.
Sato का ult delay देखा?
Sato just in the perfect position, actually harvesting the freest kills because they keep trying to defuse in the little section that's in the pit, so he knows exactly where they are.
Bro, flank वाले के लिए ult delay किया और वो ult में कोई peek नहीं लिया करके Yoru flank देखा.
I mean, process of elimination was pretty easy there for Sato.
One enemy remaining.
This was a crazy play from Nags, but
I concur. I couldn't agree more.
I'm with him.
That's a big round to win, though. Justice, it feels like crew are creeping back.
अरे हम चेंज गए 230 पहला तो 130 था.
Another weird concoction.
हर साल एक घंटा आगे जा रहे.
Makes use of that Viper's pit in order to get back into the site, but it's just a feature of
गलत है Viper ult.
It's laid out that Sato has.
बस यही कहूँगा. वो Viper ult जिधर था ना जितना स्पेस में था वहाँ से ult मारा ताकि साइट के अंदर आ पाए. वो स्पाइक के लिए नहीं था वो Viper ult. वो स्पेस के लिए था.
You have the Nightfall up. Got that in this last round, so they can keep the ultimates rolling.
You see नहीं था वो.
What is the plan supposed to be? This would be the last timeout now.
वो ult की वजह से सबको पता था कि सारे लोग ult के बाहर हैं. Pillar, backside, B-main.
Many of the rounds has just been King doing the same thing inside B garage. Neither of those controllers really.
Problem ये हो गया कि वो लोग spike tap कर रहे थे. वो लोग को मालूम रहना चाहिए था ult.
By Sato.
देख के कि spike बाहर है करके.
Hit with the shotgun. Doesn't feel like there's much you can do as Astra. You try and get away, but he ran into the wall.
All right, crew fully invested into this round. Whole economy on the line, pushing out of A with a fast play. Spike again, just passive.
वैसे क्या पहले रेस्ट लेने वाला क्या नहीं? Impossible.
The information on all that.
मेरे को 1.5 घंटा काम है.
From crew, which LEV should be able to take advantage of by just taking space elsewhere. That's what they want to do. They want to get into the heaven.
Bye-bye.
So quick reactions there. Realized that didn't really have the line to win that fight out, and that's the Astra down. Benji pushed off B.
I think he actually just got killed on a jump spot.
Oh yeah, look how deep that kill is. He didn't leave the side at all.
Posted up. And
forgive me, Benji, not your fault. That is just Neon going deep for the frag. So that now draws Nagzed out of a position to play mid. Crew starting to converge there a little bit, and Leviathan happy to
आज तो global थोड़ी ईगा ज़्यादा Binks WW.
It's chopped on.
Remember me, good morning.
MTK trying to play off, but does catch Neon flat-footed.
Yeah, that was some nice little timing, and look at the speed as well.
अभी ये लोग आ गए
already. Towards the A site. Heaven is now smoked off with the duelist.
Question है कि reveal कितना अच्छा. Oh fuck.
Straight away.
Pinked out there. No, he's kind of there though. Infiltrator down. MT around the corner with the paranoia. That's not a good time for it. He gets pinched over an elbow.
Yeah, I love within that hit, King finally uses his ultimate to take a really deep space.
Sexy ulta.
Yeah, no other option.
Sexy blind.
The op, so have to take it into the
लेकिन
next
MVP
round.
पता है ना तुम लोगों को कौन है?
Had right there.
I hope you can guess.
It was a good adjustment from LEV and good usage of King's.
एक बहुत crazy सा reveal फेंका था एक बंदे ने.
And so crew have to bet their entire kickoff run on the save of these two rifles. One last round to try and stop Leviathan without, of course, access to timeout. Now it's a dimensional drift and
crazy utils है crazy utils है.
But it's not going to be comfortable. And up at least for Infiltrator. They got the pieces. They're scattered though.
Buff नहीं होना चाहिए Viper. बहुत already अच्छा है वो. उल्टा पहले तो broken था वो.
Now or never. Otherwise, their run in kickoff is done.
They could have two duelist ultimates in this round.
पहला तो wall up करते थे, smoke up करते थे, wall up करते थे, smoke up करते थे, कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते थे. Full time rotation था.
Little positions, just subtle
अभी तो फिर भी ठीक है. पहला बहुत broken था.
Be playing from in order to find these shots, like just getting a little bit wider than it typically would be. Allows him to just see way much more of Benji's character model when he's just rounding the corner on the jump spot. It's so nice.
Unlike yours truly, he's never reused.
लेकिन considering everything, crew अच्छा खेला.
Start around and Infiltrator is gone, folks. That was the operator.
How many first kills are Sato and Neon finding in this series? It is pretty outrageous.
अब वो TP की वजह से MTA को info लेना पड़ेगा. कुछ करना पड़ेगा.
Yeah, it really looks like LEV are on the cusp here of getting their first
Close
series
better
win,
तो भी कुछ
trying
plan
to go
भी
for
है
this
नहीं.
lower bracket run.
Now,
देखो ये वॉलअप के लिए वो लोग को 2 बंदे एक खेलना पड़ेगा क्योंकि हेवन का कुछ मालूम नहीं सिर्फ वॉलअप के अभी वो लोग का हेवन लीक्ड है वो लोग को बार-बार ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा कोई गया है क्या कोई इवेंट गया है क्या थोड़ा-थोड़ा बीच-बीच में सिटी देखना पड़ेगा कोई सिटी लिया है क्या अब रेस पहले हेवन क्लियर करेगा
Back to mid we go. Now,
heaven clear किया, heaven कोई नहीं है.
Really, but with where King is sat, you'd expect a B split.
अब ये इन्फो पे वो लोग बोल रहे बी आ रहे बी स्टैक कर लेकिन अगर यही लेट राउंड ए हिट होता तो लग गए थे
kicked his snake bite out the way.
That's correct. You bounced off him. That couldn't have gone any worse. Here comes the split, but Governor's boots on the ground and finds a shot to slow Neon up. A little bit awkward range for the judge though, and Blows is given a reprieve. He's going to be able to fight a little bit longer. Spike sees Benji come out of the smoke. That's the Astra gone. Spike is loose here, but Nagzed is about to be pinched. He's not quite aware of it. Needs to find both. And he's got this
Spike ऊपर है ना लेकिन.
On the line, Spike sees him through the box, and now no time for the plants. Nagzed has done enough to keep KRU in the game.
Just couldn't actually get to the spike. It's dropped on the rafters. So
Viper का spike लेते
he's just chilling over on A.
Omen को मारना था.
Have to do anything. He's just relaxing, making his way over there quite slowly. Crazy.
सीधा prefer dead था वो.
That good little hold here from Nags, pushing in and then adjusting the positioning there.
Nice.
And that kill on King is
stays alive.
Massive.
Knows he has to.
Massive kill.
All right.
नहीं बाद में खेलूंगा रे चिल्लो के.
He's still shaky economically because they've got no choice but to keep forcing. Two lots of half armor though. Keep an eye for this judge. Oh
my god.
I was going to tell you to keep an eye for an infiltrator, but again, the same things happen in this round.
CA sending out that.
कैसे रिवील हो रहा है कोई बताएगा क्या क्या फेंक रहा है वो कहाँ फेंक रहा है कैसे रिवील हो रहे लोग
to pick off of infiltrator's corpse anymore.
Yeah, this infiltrator dimensional drift may never be used, sadly. May never be used.
MTA showstopper in the round, so for retake purpose.
क्रू आ रहा तो कर जाएगा क्रू आ रहा तो कर पे
Could come in clutch.
क्या फेंक रहे हो कहाँ पे फेंक रहे हो
Honestly, frankly, a lot of these key ultimates of LEV are trying to close the game in the next round. They're going to have a lot to do with it. Their money's by no means sterling either.
Sato, no orb for him. It was already taken by KRU, so not going to get that ult at the moment. Just patient from LEV right now. See again, it's just Spike is so passive over on A, just trying to contain for any pushes. He's been quietly putting up some numbers on this map too. 21 kills.
30 seconds left.
Right, once again up mid. Once again,
Brawler
about a split, but this time it might be towards A. It's the stronger side though.
Going.
Yeah, Sato is deep into this B site. It's just Governor on the cross. 14 seconds. I mean, the Spike is just trying to be scurried over there out of heaven right now.
They're going to make it in time. Yeah, they're really leaving their options open to the very last moment. But Governor ended up giving up. Now has to try and get back into heaven. This looks like it could be cooked, folks.
Viper का free kill.
Showstopper, that'll be nice, but he's going to be on his own. He might run into trouble beforehand.
Oh my god.
And so it is Leviathan once
दिमाग का
again
भरोसा भाई first pick कितना advantage देता है लेकिन
international showing. It's going to sting. It's an important location for many players across these two teams. The King and his band of Merry Gen Alphas running around out there.
I hope you rested well. I did rest
well. If there were to be a lower
3 hours
bracket
is
run
Gucci for me.
this is the starting point for LEV now that they have Neon
Chalo,
in the roster.
guys,
They've been waiting for him
time
to get there, and he did show out, especially on Bind.
Work a little chill.
Sick opping. So, hey, maybe
and play some arc later.
There's got to be a few more of them out there. Honestly, see what Neon can do.
Yeah, this team's looking really, really solid. Honestly, what we're seeing from Leviathan coming out of the timeouts is super compelling. Owners calling timeouts before these eco rounds, these like weaker buys, and they're still able to put together some really nice strategies with these hypermobile compositions that are frankly just.
चलो bye कितना stream नहीं कर रहा bye guys bye I hope you enjoyed the crazy NA matches. अब मिलते हैं Pacific पे in some time. Take cares. Bye. Get ready with all the G fightings and all the love. Take cares. Pacific में मिलते हैं सीधा. Bye.
find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you.